Fall of Light by Stephen Erickson. Read by Barnaby Edwards. Book 1. The Seduction of Tragedy. So, they lust for blood. Poets know its taste, but some know it better than others. A few are known to choke on it. Stand at a distance, then, and make violence into a dance. Glory in its sounds, in the mayhem, and those stern expressions that seem better suited to an unpleasant task completed with reluctant forbearance. There is for the audience that glee of admiration in the well-swung sword, the perfect thrust, the cold, professional face with the flat eyes. Revel, then, in the strut, and see something enticing in the grim camaraderie of failed men and women. Failed? You say, many do not see that. Oh dear. Shall I then offer up the reek of shit and piss, the cries for loved ones far away, the hopeless longing for a mother's embrace to ease the pain and the terror, to bless the gentle slowing of the hammering heart? Shall I describe the true faces of violence, the twist of fear, the heaviness of dread, the panic that rushes in a surge of blood, a surge that drains the visage and bulges the eyes? But what value any of this, when to feel is to acknowledge the frailty of one's own soul, and such frailty must ever be denied in the public swagger that so many find essential, lest they lose grip. Indeed, I would think armor itself whispers of weakness. Tug free the helm's strap, let your scalp prickle in the cool air, strip down until you stand naked, and let's see again that swagger. There are poets who glory in their recounts of battle, of all those struggles so deftly ritualized, and they tend lovingly their garden of words, heaping high the harvest of glory, duty, courage, and honor. But each of those luscious, stirring words is plucked from the same vine, and alas, it is a poisonous one. Name it necessity, and look well upon its spun strands, its fibrous belligerence. Necessity. The soldiers attack, but they attack in order to defend. Those they face stand firm, and they stand firm to defend as well. The foes are waging war in self-defense. Consider this, I beg you. Consider this well, and consider this long. Choose a cool dusk with the air motionless, with dampness upon the ground. Draw away from all company, and stand alone, watching the dying sun, watching the night sky awaken above you, and give your thoughts to necessity. The hunter knows it, the prey knows it. But on a field of battle, when every life totters in the balance, where childhoods, begun long ago, and youthful days suddenly past, have all impossibly, insanely led to this day, this fight, this wretched span of killing and dying, was this the cause your father and mother dreamed of for you? Was this the reason for raising you, protecting you, feeding you, loving you? What, in the name of all the gods above and below, are you doing here? Necessity, when spoken of in the forum of human endeavor, is more often a lie than not. Those who have laid claim to your life will use it often, and yet hold you at a distance, refusing you that time of contemplation, or indeed recognition. If you come to see the falseness of their claim, all is lost. Necessity, the lie hiding behind the true virtues of courage and honor, they make you drunk on those words, and would keep you that way, until comes the time for you to bleed for them. The poet who glories in war is a spinner of lies. The poet who delights in visceral detail for the sole purpose of feeding that lust for blood has all the depth of a puddle of piss on the ground. Oh, have done with it then. Chapter 1. Stepping out from the tent, Renard faced the bright morning light, and did not blink. Behind her, on the other side of the canvas wall, the men and women were rising from their furs, voicing bitter complaints of the damp chill, snapping at the children to hurry with the hot-spiced wine. Within the tent, the air had been thick with the fug of love-making, the rank sweat of the soldiers now gone, the metallic bite of the oils with which the soldiers honed weapons and worked to keep leather supple, the breaths of drunkards, and the faint undercurrent of vomit. But out here those smells were quickly swept away, clearing her head as she watched the camp stir awake. She took coin no different from the other whores, although she did not need it. She made her false moans, and moved beneath a man like a woman both eager and hungry, and when they shuddered, emptying their hoards into her, and becoming weak and childlike, she held them as would a mother. In every way, then, she was the same as the others. Yet they kept her apart, forever pushed away from their close company. She was the adopted daughter of Lord Urusander, after all, Legion Commander, and reluctant holder of the title of Father Light, and this was a privilege worthy of dreams, and if flower petals were scattered in her wake, they were the colour of blood. She had no friends, she had no followers. The company she kept had all the warmth of a murder of crows. There was frost silvering the tufts of grass between the tents, and the ground was frozen hard underfoot. The smoke rising from the cook fires did not rise far, drifting like confusion about the heads of the soldiers as they readied their gear. She could see in their agitated gestures, in the nerves betrayed by fumbling at buckles and the like, and could hear, in the surly tones of their conversations, that many now believed that this would be the day. A battle was coming, marking the beginning of the Civil War. If she turned to her left, and could make her vision cut through the hillside to the northeast, through the unlit tumble of stone and earth and root, and then out again into the morning light, she would see the camp of the Wardens, a camp little different from this one, barring these snow-burnished skins and hair now the hue of spun gold. And in that other camp's centre, on a standard rising from the command tent, she would make out the heraldry of Lord Ilgast Rend. The day felt reluctant, but in an ironic way, like a woman feigning resistance on her first night, with rough hands pushing her thighs apart, the air then filling with its share of harsh breaths, ecstatic moans, and clumsy grunts. And when it was all done with, amidst deep pools of satisfied heat, there would be blood on the grass. Just so, and as Hun Ral would say, had he the wits, justice is a sharp-edged thing, and today it will be unsheathed, and wielded with a firm hand. The reluctance is an illusion, and as only Oserk knows, my resistance was indeed feigned, the day Urisander's son took me to rough bed. We are awash in lies. Of course, it was equally likely that Lord Urusander would defy this seemingly inevitable destiny, bind the woman's legs together, securing a chastity belt with thorns on both sides to refuse satisfaction from either direction. He might well ruin things for everyone. So, in its more prosaic details, the frost, the faint but icy wind, the plumes of breath and smoke, the distant neighing of horses and the occasional bray of a pack-mule, all the sounds of a day's dawning in the company of men, women, children, and beasts, she could, if unmindful, believe the stream of life to be unbroken, with all its promise arrayed before it, bright as the morning sun. She drew her cloak about her rounded shoulders, and set out through the camp. She passed between tent rows, stepping carefully to avoid the ropes and stakes, taking caution on the furrows that cut diagonally across her path, and the stubble left behind by the harvesting only a week past. She skirted the trenches carved deep into the soil, where wastes floated on the sluggish surface of murky water, along with the bloated carcasses of rats. By mid-afternoon, when the sun warmed the air enough, mosquitoes would arrive in thick, spinning clouds, thirsty for blood. If soldiers stood arrayed in ranks, facing the enemy, there would be little comfort preceding the clash of weapons. Though her mother had been a captain in the Legion, Rena had little sense of the makings and leavings of war. For her, it was a force that had until now been locked in her past, a realm of sudden absences, hollow with losses and ill luck, where even sorrow felt cool to the touch. It was a place somewhere else, and to give it any thought was to feel as if she was stealing a stranger's memories. The veteran she took to her furs had known that realm, and each night, as the prospect of battle drew closer, she sensed in them a vague weariness, a kind of fatalism, dulling their eyes and stealing away what few words they were inclined to utter. And when they made love, it seemed an act of shame. My mother died on a field of battle. She woke to a morning like this one, settling bleak eyes upon what the day would bring. Did she taste her death on the air? Did she see a vision of her rotting corpse, there in her own shadow? And would she have known by sight the weapon that would cut her down? A blinding flash drawing closer through the press? Did she look into the glaring eyes of her slayer and see in them her death writ plain? Or was she no different on that morning from every other fool in her company? The question seemed banal, like things covered in dust, the dust shaken free, blown into the air by a heavy but meaningless sigh. Rena was not born to take sword in hand. The knife in its thin leather sheath at her hip was modest in its pragmatic necessity. She was not yet ready to imagine drawing it. As she walked, unburnished, her skin as yet unblessed by whiteness, soldiers surrounded her, and in the bright light which rose like another world, a world unlike the night before, she was deftly ignored, seen but not seen, and the sight of her, if it yielded anything at all, raised surely little more than a pang of regret, the soft feel of her flesh, the weight she carried that surprised every man she straddled in the dark. None of these things were relevant now. But there was power to be found nonetheless, the cheap woman as harbinger of regret, making faces turn away, making strong men bend to some task, frowns cascading on their bared brows. The pleasures of flesh made but a sharp fold in the sensations of life, and upon its opposite side, that flesh knew pain and terrible damage. In a careless moment, one could mistake the stains of one for the other. She was the reminder they did not want, not here and not now, and so she walked unaccosted, too solid to be a ghost, but shunned all the same. Of course, this could perhaps be said of all ghosts, the living ones at least. And if so, then the world was full of them, solid but not quite solid enough. And each day they wandered unseen, dreaming of a future moment, imagining their one perfect gesture that would yield in everyone the delicious shock of recognition. The banner of the command tent, the golden sun in its blue field, was directly ahead now, and as she drew nearer she noted the gap surrounding that tent, as if some invisible barrier occupied the space. No soldiers edged closer, and those that she could see, there on the periphery, were all turned away. Moments later she could make out shouting from within, the harsh bark of anger, bridling, the voice of Vatha Urusanda, commander of the Legion, and her adoptive father. Those who might have replied to Urusanda spoke in low tones, with murmurs that failed in passing through canvas walls, and so it seemed as if their lord was arguing with himself, like a madman at war with the voices in his head. For a brief instant, Rena imagined him alone in the command tent, and in she would stride to witness his decrepit ignominy. She saw herself observing, strangely unaffected, as he swung to her a confused, baffled face. Then the moment passed, and she approached the tent, where the stained flap hung down like a beggar's blanket. She was still a half-dozen strides from the tent, when she saw that flap stir and then buckle to one side. Captain Hun Ral emerged, drawing on his leather gauntlets as he straightened. His face was red beneath the bleached mask of his miraculous transformation, but then it was always red. Pausing, he glanced around, gaze momentarily fixing on Rena, who had slowed her steps. One of his cousins appeared behind him, Seveg, and upon her round, chalky face there was a subtle flash of expression, which might have been pleasure, that then curled into a sneer when she saw Renar. Nudging her cousin, Seveg stepped to one side and sketched a mocking bow. "If you ache on this chill morning, dear girl," she said, "winter is not to blame." "I am well beyond aching," Renar replied, moving past. But Hunral reached out and touched her shoulder. She halted, faced him. "I think he would not delight in seeing you, Renar," the captain said, studying her with his bloodshot eyes. "How many cloaks of defeat can one man wear?" "You smell of wine," Renar replied. She drew aside the flap and strode into the tent. Their lord was not alone. Looking tired, Lieutenant Serap, 2 years older than her sister Seveg, and a stone heavier, sat to the man's left, in a battered camp chair little different from the one bearing Urisander's weight. The map table was set up in the centre of the chamber, but it stood askew, as if it had been shoved or kicked. On its battered surface, the vellum map, denoting the immediate area, had pulled loose from its anchor stones on one end, and the corners had curled up and around, as if eager to hide what it revealed. With skin so white as to be almost glowing, Renar's adoptive father was staring at the muddy canvas floor beyond his equally muddy boots. There was gold in his long hair now, streaking the silver. Virtually all among the Legion were now white-skinned. Serap, her expression grave, cleared her throat and said, "Good morning, Renar." As soon as she began speaking, Urusander stood, grunting under his breath. "Too many aches," he muttered. "Memories awaken in the bones first, and send pain to every muscle. And all this serves to remind a man of the years behind him." Ignoring his adopted daughter, the Lord faced Serap and seemed to study her quizzically for a moment. "You've not seen my portrait yet, have you?" Renar saw the lieutenant blink, as if in surprise. "No, my lord, although I am told Kataspala's talent was—" "His talent?" Urisander bared his teeth in a humorless smile. "Oh, indeed. Let us speak of his talent, shall we? I wedded to hand, deft strokes of genius, and in this my likeness is well captured, in thinnest paint. You can look upon my face on that canvas, Serap, and tell yourself how perfectly it renders depth, as if I stood in a world you could step into. And yet draw close if you dare, and you'll find my face is naught but paint, thin as skin, with nothing behind it." His smile was strained now. "Nothing at all." "My lord, no painting can do other than that." "No. In any case, the portrait awaits a washing of white now, yes? Perhaps a sculpture, then, some Azathanai artisan with the usual immeasurable talent, dust on his hands and a chisel that shouts. But then, whenever has pure marble revealed the truth beneath the surface? The aches, the strains, the twinges springing from nowhere, as if every thread of nerve within has forgotten its own health. Sighing, he faced the entrance. Even marble pits with time. Lieutenant, I am done with Hunral on this day, and all matters of campaign. Do not seek me out, and send no messenger in search. I am going for a walk." "Very well, my lord." He strode from the tent. Renar walked over to the chair Urusander had vacated, and settled in it. The heat of him remained on the leather saddle. "He'll not acknowledge you in this state," Serap said. "You have fallen far and fast, Renar." "I am a ghost." "The ghost of regret for Lord Urusander. You appear as the underside of your mother, like a turned stone, and where all we saw of her was in sunlight, you are nothing but darkness." Renar held out her right arm and studied the not quite pearlescent skin. "Stained marble, not yet gnawed by age. Naked, you are like snow, but I am not." "It comes to you," Serap said, "but slowly, to mark the reluctance of your faith.
Is that it? I but wear my hesitation.
At least our enemies wear their blight for all to see.
Renard dropped her arm. Take him to your furs, she said. His aches, his twinges, drive away his thoughts of mortality.
Serap made a disgusted sound, and then asked, Is that what you glimpse each night, Renard? In that uncaring face hovering above your own, some faint flush of immortality, like a rose in a desert?
Renard shrugged. He's made his flesh a sack of faults. Untie the knot, Lieutenant.
For the good of the Legion?
If your conscience needs a salve. Conscience.
That's a word I'd not thought to hear from you. Serap waved a hand in dismissal. Today it will be Hun Rao leading the Legion, out to parley with Lord Ilgast Rend. This madness needs to end.
Oh, yes, and he's a man of constraint, is our Hun Rao.
Ral is giving his orders, and we were witness to them. Urasander fears arriving at the head of his legion will prove too provocative on this day. He will not invite public argument between himself and Lord Ilgast Rend.
Renard shot the woman a quick glance, then looked away again. Trust Hun Rao to make this argument public, if we are to descend into euphemisms for battle.
Shaking her head, Serap said, If weapons are drawn this day, they will come first from Ilgast Rend and his misfit wardens.
Jabbed by insult and driven to a corner by Hun Rao's smirking visage, I would say what you describe is inevitable.
The woman's fine brows lifted. A whore and a seer both. Well done, you have achieved what Mother Dark's priestesses yearn for as they thrash through the night. Shall I send you to Daughter Light, then, as her first acolyte in kind?
Yes, that is indeed the name Sintara has chosen for herself. Daughter Light. I always thought it a presumption. Oh, and now of you, too, in assuming you have the right to send me anywhere.
Forgive my transgression, Renard. There is a tutor in the camp. Have you seen him? The man lacks a leg. Perhaps he would take you under his care. I shall suggest it to Urasander when next I see him.
You mean Sagander, fled from House Drakens? Renard replied, indifferent to the threat. The whores speak of him, but he already has a child he deems to teach. The daughter of Tath Lorat, or so I am told, Shel Tathalor, upon whom he leans like a man crippled by self-pity.
Serap's eyes hardened. Sheltatha? That's a rumour I've not yet heard.
You do not consort with camp followers and whores. Well, not regularly, she added with a small smile. In any case, I have had my fill of tutors, too many years of that, and oh, how delicately they treated the daughter of a dead hero.
They did not fail in honing your wit, Renard, although I doubt any would take pride in the woman they created.
More than a few come to mind, who would happily share my furs and consider sweet their belated reward.
Snorting, Serap arose. What did you come here to witness, Renard? This is your first time to your father's command tent since we left Neritz.
I needed to remind him, Renard replied. While I remain unseen to his eyes, still he steps around me.
You are his anguish.
I have plenty of company in that, Lieutenant.
And now?
Now I will join my giggling companions atop a hill from which to watch the battle. We'll fix Corby eyes on the field below, and talk of bloodied rings and brooches.
She felt the woman's eyes upon her for some time, a full 4 or 5 breaths, and then Serap exited the tent, leaving Renard alone. Rising, she approached the map table, replacing the anchor stones to force down the curled edges of the map. Then she leaned over it and studied the thin, inked lines denoting the terrain.
Ah, that hill there, then, should do us well on this day. Conversations of greed with glinting eyes, sharp laughter and cackling crude jests. And if the men and women we took last night soon lie cold and still in the mud of the valley below, well, there will always be others to take their place. Avarice makes whores of us all. Captain Haverel rode at a canter down the slope, the wind skirling dead leaves across his path. The broad basin of the valley ahead was not quite as level as he would have liked, with a slight climb favouring the enemy. From the crest of the rise behind him, where Ilgast Rend had arrayed his army of wardens, the lie of the land here had seemed more or less ideal, but now he found himself picking his way around sinkholes hidden by knots of leafless brush and small twisted trees, and here and there thin but deep run-off tracks, crooked in their way downward, inviting a horse's ankle, and then the sickening snap of bones. The wardens were a mounted force, relying upon speed and mobility. What he was seeing of this slope troubled him. He had been a warden all his life, and had, in Calat Hustain's absence, often taken overall command as senior officer. It was not easy to simply shrug off his sense of betrayal in learning that Lord Ilgast Rend had supplanted him in this responsibility, but he would follow orders nonetheless, without a word of complaint nor an instant's resentment in his expression. Personal slights were the least of his worries this morning, in any case. That the wardens had marched on Urusanda, that he and his companions were now preparing for battle, all for the sake of a few hundred slaughtered peasants in the forests, was, to his mind, utter madness. To make matters worse, they had no reliable intelligence on the Legion's complement. Was it fully assembled, or was it, as Rend clearly believed, yet to achieve that? Pragmatic concerns, these. On this day they could find themselves facing the full might of Urusanda's legion. Civil war. I refuse to think on it. I stripped the hides off my wardens whenever they even so much as hinted at it. Now, here I am, an old fool, laid siege to by knowing looks. Best hope, then, that I've not burned the last vestiges of respect among my soldiers. Nothing fashions a fool quicker than a hollow tirade. But even fools could possess courage. They would follow his orders. To think otherwise was inconceivable. For the moment he rode alone, watched by 1,500 of his kin, carrying to Lord Urusanda an invitation to private parley with Ilgast Rend. This battle could still be prevented. Peace could be carved out of this misshapen mess, and to yearn for that was not a failing of courage. It was, in truth, a desperate grasp for the last vestiges of wisdom. How would Urusanda fare in the face of Lord Rend's fury? That would be a scene worth witnessing, if only through a pinprick hole in the tent's back wall. Not that such a thing was even possible. The two men would meet alone, and it was unlikely that their voices would carry enough to be heard by anyone outside. He was halfway across the basin when he saw a troop of riders appear on the opposite crest. Haverel frowned, his mount momentarily losing its way as he unconsciously slackened the reins. The banner did not belong to Vatha Urusanda. Instead, the standard-bearer was displaying the colours of the Legion's first cohort. Hun Ral. Have we not had enough of that man? The insult was plain, and Haverel found himself hesitating. Then he silently berated himself. No, not for me. I am neither Calat Hustain nor Ilgast Rend. I have no right to wear this affront. Besides, Urusanda might be awaiting word, and but sends his captain just as Rend has sent me. The notion sounded convincing in his head, provided he did not direct too much scrutiny its way. Kicking his mount forward with renewed assurance, he continued on, heading directly for the delegation. Seveg rode beside her cousin, and the others in Ral's company were the same lackeys who had accompanied him on their visit to the camp of the wardens. The truth of the rumours was plain to Haverel's eyes. They were transformed, their skins like alabaster. Still, seeing this miraculous blessing of light was a shock. They rode with arrogance, with the air of believing themselves privy to dangerous secrets, and so worthy of both fear and respect. Like so many soldiers, they were worse than children. The air tasted bitter, and Haverel struggled not to spit. In crass announcement of discourtesy or bold contempt, they reined in first to await his arrival. The wind was building, cutting down the length of the basin, spinning leaves around the ankles of the horses and making them skittish, and already clouds of mosquitoes lifted up from the grasses to swarm in the shelter of soldier and mount. As Haverel drew up before them, Sebeg was the first to speak. "Ilgast sends an old man to greet us? We can hardly call you a veteran, can we? Wardens are not soldiers, never were, as you shall soon discover." Hun Ra'al held up a hand to forestall any further commentary from his cousin. "Captain Haverel, isn't it? Welcome. The morning is chilly, is it not? The kind that settles into your bones." "And that was meant to soften my resolve. Vitter take me, man, you are not even sober." "I bring word from Lord Ilgast Rend," Haverel said, fixing his gaze on Ra'al's reddened eyes made ghastly against the white skin. "He seeks private parley with Lord Vatha Urusander." "I'm sorry, then, my friend," said Hun Ra'al, the secret smile of drunks playing about his thin lips. "That is not possible. My commander has instructed me to speak in his stead. That said, I am happy to parley with Lord Rend, although I think not in private. Advisers are useful in such circumstances." "Bodyguards, you mean? Or assassins?" "Neither, I am sure," Hun Ra'al said, with a short, easy laugh. "It seems your commander esteems his life of greater import than is warranted, nor am I inclined to feel in any way threatened by his close proximity." "The pride of the highborn," Sebeg said, shaking her head as if in disbelief. "Wave him down here, Captain, and let's get on with it. Since he would play the soldier again, remind him of our plain ways."
"Enough of that, cousin," Hun Ra'al said. "See how this man pales."
Haverel collected the reins.
"What you invite upon yourselves on this day, sirs, is a stain of infamy that even your skins cannot hide. May you ever wear it in shame."
Swinging his mount around, he set off back across the basin. As they watched him ride away, Sebeg said, "Dear cousin, do let me cut him down, I beg you." Hun Ra'al shook his head.
"Save the bloodlust, dear. We leave Rend to unleash his rage, thus provoking the battle to come. By this means, cousin, we are absolved of the consequences."
"Then I will find that old man on the field and take his life."
"He was no more than a messenger,"
Hun Ra'al said. "I saw hate in his eyes."
"You stung it awake, cousin."
"The slur in sending him to us belongs to Lord Ilgast Rend, I grant you. But I see nothing to respect among the wardens. If only it was Calatus Stane leading them." Her cousin snorted.
"Dear fool, Calat would never have brought them to us in the first place."
She said nothing for a moment, and then managed a dismissive shrug. "We saved the march, then?"
"Yes."
At Hun Ra'al's lead, they pulled their horses round and set off, back the way they had come. The mosquitoes swept in pursuit, but were soon outdistanced. The morning lengthened, gathering its own violence with a sharp, buffeting wind that flattened the grasses on the hill where Renar stood, a short distance from the other men and women. Behind them, on this island of ill desires, the orphaned children who had in no official manner adopted the score or so whores who shared this particular tent, ran and laughed and cursed the frenzied insects. Some were building a fire from a few ragged dung chips in the hope that the smoke would send the bugs away, but such fuel offered up little in the way of relief. Others lit pipes if they could beg the rust leaf from a favoured whore. Those who could not simply stuffed grass into the bowls. Their wretched coughing triggered gales of piping laughter. Whores from other tents appeared along the hilltop, a few shouting insults across the gaps. The rival groups of children began throwing stones at one another. The day's first blood was drawn when a sharp rock caught a girl on the temple, adding to her facial scars. In fury, she charged the boy who had thrown the rock, and he fled squealing. Renar watched with all the others as boy and girl ran down the slope. To the right, Hun Rao had drawn up his own cohort, although the ancient title was misplaced, as each cohort of Urusanda's legion now comprised a full 1,000 soldiers. This was the force Ral offered up to the measure of Ilgast Rend and his wardens, who were arrayed on the valley's opposite ridgeline. Unseen by the wardens and their lord, 2 flanking cohorts waited on the back slope, with units of lightly armoured cavalry among the foot soldiers. Along the crest, she could see pikes were being readied in the 6-deep line behind Hun Ral and his officers, and she understood such weapons to be the best-suited weapons when facing cavalry. A few hundred skirmishers were moving down the slope, armed with javelins. Some of these shouted now at the 2 children, warning them off, but neither reacted, and the girl's long legs were closing the gap between her and the smaller boy, whose laughter was gone, and who ran in earnest. Renar could see how the blood now covered one half of the girl's face. The boy made a sharp turn moments before she reached him, rushing out towards the distant enemy. Catching up again, the girl pushed with both arms, sending the boy tumbling. He rolled and sought to regain his feet, but she was quicker, driving him down with her knees. And only now did Renar see the large rock in her right hand. The shouts from the skirmishers fell away, as the girl brought the stone down on the boy's head, again and again. The waving arms and kicking legs of the boy flopped out to the sides, and did not move as the girl continued driving the rock down. "Pay up, Srilla!" cried one of the whores. "I took your wager, so pay up!" Renar pulled her robe tighter about herself. She saw a skirmisher move nearer the girl and say something to her. When it was clear that she was not hearing his words, he edged closer and cuffed the side of her head. Dropping his javelin, he grasped the girl's arms and forced the bloodied stone from her small hands. Then he shoved her away. She stumbled off, looking up and seeing, as if for the first time, where her hunt had taken her. Once again her long legs flashed as she ran back towards her hill, but she ran as one drunk on wine. The body of the boy was small and bedraggled, spread-eagled like the remnant of some grisly sacrifice, and the skirmishers gave it a wide berth as they advanced. "Now, that's the way to start a war," the whore cried, holding up a fist, clutching her winnings. The captains and their messengers clustered around Lord Ilgast Rend. For all that the noble-born commander looked solid, heavy in his well-worn armour, and bearing a visage betraying nothing but confidence as he sat astride his war-horse, Haverel fought against a cold dread. There was a hollow pit in his gut that no bravado could fill. He remained at the outer edge of this cluster of officers, with Sergeant Cullis at his side, to act as a rider and flag-crier once the orders were given. Flat-faced and dour, Cullis was a man of few words, so when he spoke, Haverel was startled.
"It is said every army is like a body, a thing of flesh, bone and blood, and of course the one who commands can be said to be its head, its brain."
The sergeant's voice was pitched low. It was unlikely that anyone else could make out his words. "This is not the time, Sergeant," Haverel said in a soft growl, "to raise matters of faith." As if unwilling to be dissuaded, Cullis continued.
"But an army also possesses a heart, a slow-beating drum in the very centre of its chest. A true commander knows that he or she must command that first before all else."
"Cullis, that will be enough."
"Today, sir, the heart commands the head."
The sergeant's methodical thinking had made slow and measured steps, arriving at a truth Haverel had understood with the man's first words. Lord Ilgast Rend was too angry, and the drumbeat's ever-quickening pace had brought them headlong to this ridge, beneath this cold morning sky. The enemy facing them here were, one and all, heroes of Curl Galain. Worse, They had not marched on the wardens, and so had offered no direct provocation. It will be simple, then, to set the charge of this civil war's beginning at the feet of Lord Ilgast Rend, and us wardens.
"We wonder, sir,"
Cullis then said, turning to look upon his captain,
"when you will speak."
"Speak? What do you mean?"
"Who better knows the mind of Callat?"
"Callat Hussein is not here."
"Lord Ilgast
"Was given command of the wardens. Sergeant, who is this we you speak of?" Cullis snorted.
"Your kin, sir, all of whom are now looking to you. This moment, sir, they are looking to you."
"I conveyed Hunral's words," Haverel said, "and the Lord chooses to answer them."
"Yes, sir. I see the knife in his hand, but we sacks of blood now bear beads of sweat."
Haverel looked away. The sickness pooling in his stomach churned. His eyes travelled down the length of the wardens, waiting on their wood-armoured horses, the breaths of the beasts softly pluming, the occasional head tossing amidst the mosquitoes. His kin were motionless in their saddles, their lacquered, banded wood breastplates gleaming in the bright sunlight. Beneath the rims of their helmets he saw, one after another, faces too young for this. Ay, blessed misfits! Who could never in comfort wear the soldier's garb, who forever stood outside the company of others, could face down a dozen scaled wolves and not blink, ride to the Vitter and voice no complaint at the poison air. Wait here now for the call to advance and then to charge. My children, my sacks of blood.
"Sir."
"Urusander's legion is eager for this," Haverel said. "Once at strength, it would have had to march on the wardens before closing on Kharkanas. The legion could not countenance us at its back. We meet it today, on dead grasses and in a bitter wind, and dream of a gentle spring to come."
"Sir."
Haverel turned on the man, his face twisting.
"Do you think the captains have all remained mute?" he hissed. "Did you fools actually imagine we swallowed down our bile and did nothing but bow meekly before our commander?"
Cullis flinched slightly at his captain's words.
"Hear me," Haverel said. "I do not command here. What shame would you have me suffer? Do you think I will not be riding down there with you, my lance drawn and hard at your side? Abyss take you, Cullis, you have unmanned me." "Sir, I did not mean such a thing. Forgive my words." "Did I not warn you against matters of faith?" "You did, sir. I am sorry."
Voices rose then, drawing their attention to the valley floor, where two small figures had appeared, one pursuing the other. They then, in silence, witnessed a murder. Skirmishers arrived to chase away the child, and continued on in their advance. A moment later, Ilgast Rend's voice carried clear in the cold air. "The Legion ill keeps its tent, it seems. Think well on that misery, wardens, and the cruelty of childhood. Hunral commands the field of play in the manner of the thug, the bully, and dreams of a place for himself in the citadel." The words did not echo, as the wind was quick to sweep them away. After a brief pause, the Lord continued. "But you are children no longer. Awaken what memories you need, and make answer." Clever words, Haverel conceded, to so probe old wounds. "Ready, lances, and prepare to advance. Captains Haverel and Shalath, flanks will rise to canter, and then swing inward at the blue flags. We'll trap those skirmishers and be done with them." Haverel gathered his reins. "To our troop now, Sergeant. Trust this will be well timed, as I see the pikes now on the move."
"They yield the crest,"
Cullis said, as they set off for the flank units. The slope suffices.
The less winded our mounts upon reaching them.
Nodding, Haverel said, They see the wooded cladding and imagine our horses lacking in endurance. They are in for a surprise, Sergeant.
That they are, sir.
Ilgast Rend was a soldier, Haverel said. Remember that. Battle is no stranger to him.
I'll watch for the blue flag, sir.
You do that, Sergeant. They arrived opposite their troop, wheeling forward just as the command to advance was sounded. "Wear your steps, wardens," Haverel shouted, recalling the pitfalls on the slope. Taking the lead, the captain began the descent. His mount wanted to canter rather than trot, but he held the reins tight and leaned back in the saddle, forcing the animal to take its time. The skirmishers, each one bearing 3 or 4 lances, were spreading out. They seemed reluctant now, their pace slowing upon seeing the cavalry drawing closer. From a troop to Haverel's left, a horse screamed, tumbling its rider as it broke a foreleg in a burrow or rut.
"Eyes ahead,"
Haverel snapped.
"Gauge every step."
Drawn by sweat and harsh breaths, the mosquitoes massed ever thicker as the wardens made their way towards the valley floor. The captain heard comrades cough as they inhaled bugs. Curses sounded, but mostly the sound was of creaking armor, the thump of horse hoofs, and the gusting wind that slid beneath iron helms and moaned as if trapped. Haverel left the slope and rode out on into the basin, at last giving the horse freedom to quicken its trot. His troop drew up behind him, keeping pace. He had loved a man once, long ago now, and the memory of that face had been years buried. It appeared suddenly in his mind's eye, as if emerging from shadows, as lively and enticing as it had ever been. Others crowded behind it, all the confused desires that had marked his adolescence, and with them came a dull pain, an ache of the spirit. It was no crime to turn from the common path, yet it came at a cost none the less. No matter. The young man had gone away, unwilling to stay with any one lover, and his name had vanished from the living world after the burning of his village by Thoralkan raiders. Whether he died or took for himself another life, Haverel knew not. But now your knowing smile is before me. I only regret the end, my love, only the end. Confusion filled his head, and sent down into his soul a sorrowful song that brought the blur of tears to his eyes. An old man's song, this one. A song of all the deaths in a normal life, how they come up and then go past like verses, and this chorus that bridges each one. Oh, it voices nothing but questions none can answer. Beside him, Sergeant Cullis leaned over, and with a hard smile said,
"How clear the mind is at this moment, sir. The world is almost too sharp to behold."
Haverel nodded.
"Damn this wind,"
he then growled, blinking. The first shade of blue appearing among the flag stations lifted them into a canter, and they swung out away from the skirmishers. As the horseshoe formation took shape, the foot soldiers suddenly recoiled in comprehension. The flags spun to show a deeper blue side, announcing the inward wheel and the charge. The skirmishers had drawn out too far. Haverel could see that plain, and the pike line was still trudging at its turgid pace, only halfway down the far slope. Haverel brought his lance down and slid its bark into the arm's-length leather sheath affixed to the saddle. He heard and felt the solid impact the end made with a bronze socket.
"They're all caught!"
Cullis shouted.
"We're too fast!"
The captain said nothing. He saw javelins launched from arms, saw lances dip to knock most of them away before they could strike the chests of horses. A few animals screamed, but now the voices of the wardens filled the air, rising above the thunder of horse hoofs.
Borrowed anger this might be, but it will do.
Skirmishers scattered like jackrabbits. A few hundred Legion soldiers were about to die, and the tears streamed from Haverel's eyes, making cold tracks down his cheeks. It begins. Oh, blessed Mother Dark, it begins. Seveg cursed, and then turned to Hun Rao. They went too far, the fools. Who commands them?
Lieutenant Ultras.
Ultras? Cousin, he's a quartermaster's aide.
and so very eager, like a pup off its leash."
She looked at the captain at her side. His profile was sharp, almost majestic, if one did not look too closely. If witnessing the imminent slaughter of 300 Legion soldiers affected him, there was no discernible sign. A different flavour of command, then. Lord Urisander would never have done it this way, and yet there is no value in questioning this. She studied her cousin's face, remembering how that expression crumpled in love-making, achieving nothing so much childlike as dissolute. On the field below, the wings of the Warden cavalry tightened their deadly noose about the skirmishers. Lances dipped, caught hold of bodies and lifted them into the air, or drove them into the ground. Most weapons took soldiers from behind. From the corner of her eye she caught Hun Ral's gesture, an almost lazy wave of one gauntleted hand. Behind them, the outer units of Legion cavalry on the back slope lurched into motion, quickly surging into a canter. Then, pivoting as if one end was fixed to the ground, the troops wheeled to face the slope. The riders leaned forward as their mounts climbed. He should have ordered this earlier. 100 heartbeats, 500. Not a single skirmisher will be left. As if reading her mind, Hun Ral said,
"I had a list of malcontents, soldiers too inclined to question what is necessary to bring peace to the realm. They argued at the campfires. They muttered about desertion."
Seveg said nothing. There was no crime in asking questions. The last accusation was absurd. Deserters never talked about it beforehand. Instead, it was the opposite. They went quiet in the days before disappearing. Every soldier knew the signs. The foremost ranks of the Legion cavalry crested the slope, swept over, and then flowed down in a solid mass, arriving on the field of battle beyond the Warden flanks. She saw the first of the enemy riders discover the threat, and confusion take hold. Lances lifting to allow the quick about-face. The centre formation where the bulk of Ren's force still advanced at the trot began to bulge.
"See that?" Hun Ral suddenly said. "He abandons his flanks to a mauling, and sets eyes only for our pikes."
"Those armoured mounts of theirs are surprisingly agile," Seveg said, seeing how the outside ranks were already settling, lances dipping, as they rode out to meet the Legion cavalry.
"Outnumbered," Ral said, "and unweary beasts."
The way ahead for Ren's centre was now clear, with only motionless bodies to ride over as they approached the slope. 3/4 of the way down the hillside, Ral's pikes now halted, setting their weapons and anchoring the heels against the unyielding frozen ground. In the past war against the Jelek, the pike had proved its efficacy, but the giant wolves charged without discipline and proved too foolish and too brave and too stubborn to change their ways. Even so, Seveg could not see how the Wardens could answer that bristling line of barbed iron points. "Rend has lost his mind," she said, "if he hopes to break our centre." Hun Ral grunted.
"I admit to some curiosity about that. We'll see soon enough what he has in mind."
The Legion cavalry had turned inward, rising to the charge. The Wardens answered. Moments later, the leading edges collided. On the crest of her hilltop, Renar flinched at the distant impact. She saw bodies silently rising as if invisible hands had reached down from the empty sky, snatching them from their saddles. Their limbs flailed, and blooms of red snapped sudden as flags in the midst of the crush. Horses went down, thrashing and kicking. An instant later, the thunder of that collision reached her. The whores were shouting, while the children now crowded between the men and women along the ridge, silent and watching with wide eyes, some with thumbs in their mouths, others pulling on pipes. Renar could see how, in the initial impact, many more Legion horses staggered and fell than did those of the Wardens. She suspected that this was unanticipated. An advantage of the wooden armour of the enemy's mounts, she supposed, which, while providing surprising defence, did little to slow the swiftness and agility of the beasts. Even so, the Legion's superior numbers checked that counter-attack, absorbing the blow, and now, as riders fought in the crowded, churning maelstrom, the Wardens began giving ground. She looked to the centre and saw the foremost Wardens reach the base of the slope. Flags rippled, changing colour in a wave leading out from the stations upon the opposite hillside, and all at once the wardens charged up the slope. The pikes, awaiting them, glinted in the sun like the thread of a mountain stream. Sensing someone at her side, Renard glanced down and saw the girl with the bloodied face. Tears had cleaned her cheeks in narrow, crooked trails, but her pale eyes, fixed upon the battle below, were dry. His lover's face was everywhere now, upon all sides, beneath the rims of helms, among his kin and among the enemies surging around him. He sobbed as he fought, howled as he cut down that dear man again and again, and screamed each time one of his comrades fell. He had left his lance buried halfway through a horse, the point driving into its chest and reaching all the way to its gut. Disbelief had flashed through Haverel then. He'd felt little resistance along the weapon's shaft. The point had slipped past every possible obstacle. The horse's rider had attempted to swing his heavy longsword at the captain, but the beast collapsing under him had tugged him away, and moments later a warden's lance cut clean through his neck, sending the head spinning. His troop was falling back, collapsing inward. Lord Rend had done nothing to prevent it, and Haverel understood the role his flank now inherited, as a sacrificial bulwark protecting the centre. They would fight on, without hope of victory or even escape, and in this forlorn fate their only task was to take a long time in dying. He knew nothing of the rest of the battle. The few flags he caught sight of, barely glimpsed and distant on the far slope, were all black. He swung his sword, hacking at Legion soldiers. The multitude of his lover's face showed twisted, enraged expressions filled with hate and fury, with terror. Others showed him that face in grey, clouded confusion as they sank back or slid from their saddles. The surprise of death was one no actor on a stage could capture, because its truth cast an inhuman shade upon the eyes, and that shade spread out to claim the skin of the face, rushing down to bleach the throat. It was silent, and it was, horribly, irrefutable.
"Beloved, why are you doing this to me? Why are you here? What have I done to you to so earn this?"
He had lost sight of Cullis, and yet longed for the man, desperate to see a visage other than those that now surrounded him. He imagined holding the man tightly in his arms, burying his face in the crook of neck and shoulder, and weeping as only an old man could. Was not love its own shock, a match to that of death? Did it not take the eyes first? Such reverberations as to weaken the bravest man or woman, its trembling echoes never left a mortal soul. He had fooled himself. There was no music in this, no song, no chorus of longing and regret. There was only chaos, and a lover's face that never, ever went away. He killed his beloved without pause, again and again and again. With a gap of only a few horse-lengths separating the two centres, Seveg saw the lances of the enemy riders angled to one side, and only at that instant did she note that one entire half of the wardens in the front line had anchored their weapons on their left sides, and that line was to her right. As the forces collided, the foremost line of riders peeled out to the sides in staggered timing, and a roar of clashing announced the rippling collision of their lance shafts with those of the pikes facing them, as they swept those weapons outward, as if folding to one side blades of grass. Immediately behind them, and matching the staggered cadence of those before them, the second line hammered into the exposed front line of the centre, the impact rippling out to the sides. Seveg shouted her astonishment. The precision of the manoeuvre was appalling, the effect devastating. The Legion's centre buckled, as dying bodies were plucked from the ground and driven into the ranks behind them. Pikes caught on fellow soldiers, dragging weapons or snapping the shafts. Moments later, swords flashed down, hacking at heads, necks, and shoulders. Against the slope, the soldiers struggled to back up, many driven to the ground instead, and still the fist of the enemy drove deeper, churning up the slope.
"Shit of the abyss!"
Hun Rao hissed, suddenly galvanized.
"Commit our foot flanks!"
he shouted, rising on his stirrups.
"Hurry, damn you all!"
He soared his mount around. "Second rank centre down the slope at the double! Form a second line and hold to save your lives!" And ours. Seveg's mouth was suddenly dry, and she felt her insides contract as if every organ fought to retreat, to flee, only to be trapped by the cage of her bones. She closed a hand about the grip of her sword. The leather wrapping the handle was too smooth, not yet worn or roughened by sweat, and the weapon seemed to resist her grasp. "Keep it sheathed, you fool!" her cousin snapped. "If you panic my soldiers, I'll see you skinned alive." Below, the wardens chopped, slashed, and hacked their way ever closer. Of the 6-deep line of pikes, only 2 remained, and the lead one was fast fragmenting. Then soldiers seethed over the crest to both sides of Seveg and Hunral, closing up once past and levelling their pikes. "We'll grind them down now," Hunral said. "But damn, that was well played." "He did not imagine he was facing 3 entire cohorts," Seveg said, her voice sounding thin to her own ears, even as relief flooded through her. "I could have done with 2 more. Thus emptying Urasander's camp, and that would have made Ral's intent too clear. See the left flank. Our cavalry is through." She looked, and relief gave way to elation. "I beg you, cousin, let me join them." "Go on, then." "No, wait. Hold together your troops, Seveg. Whet your swords, by all means, but only on the edges. I want you riding for Ilgast Rend. He does not escape. Chase him down if necessary. He will face me in chains today. Do you understand me?" "Alive, then?" "Alive. Now, go. Have your fun." "Too quick to call me the fool, cousin. I won't forget these public humiliations, and when I next have you in my arms, I'll remind you of pleasure's other side." Waving to her troop, she set off along the crest. Kicking, Haverall tried pushing his way out from under his dead horse. The beast's weight was immense, trapping one leg, and yet still he struggled. When the pinned knee succumbed to the relentless pull and the bone popped from its joint, he shouted in pain. Blackness washed through him, and gasping he fought to remain conscious.
"Well, that is that. I go nowhere."
Somewhere behind him, beyond sight, the Legion cavalry was savaging the centre. The captain had failed to hold them back, and now he knew the battle was lost. Bodies and carcasses lay in heaps around him. Blood and spilled entrails made a glistening carpet on the ground, and he was covered in the same. The mosquitoes swarmed so thick around his face they filled his mouth like soft cornmeal, choking him as he swallowed them down again and again. The insects seemed both frenzied and baffled by this unflinching bounty, and though they clustered in such numbers as to blacken nearby corpses in their hunger, it appeared to be futile, as though they could not draw blood without the pressure of their prey's pumping heart. Haverall assembled these observations, holding on to his musings as if the rest of the world, with all its drama, with all its wretched desperation, was now beneath notice. Even his lover was gone from the field, and those faces that he could see, whether warden or legion, were one and all made strangers by death. He knew none of them. He heard voices nearby, and then a guttural shout, and moments later a rider appeared, reining in and suddenly looming above him. The sun was high, casting the figure in silhouette, but he knew the voice when she spoke. "Old man! Such fortune in finding you!" Haverall said nothing. Mosquitoes kept drowning in the corners of his eyes, making them water all the more. He thought he had wept himself dry long ago. The high sun disturbed him. Surely they had fought longer than that. "Your wardens are broken," Seveg said. "We slaughter them. They thought we would permit a retreat, as if honour still lived in this day and age. Had any of you possessed a soldier's mind, you wouldn't have been so naive." Blinking, he studied the dark shadow where her face should be. "Will you say nothing now?" she asked. "Not even a curse or two?"
"How fits shame, Lieutenant?"
To that query she made no reply, but quickly dismounted, and then moved to crouch beside him. At last he could see her face. She was studying him curiously. "We captured Lord Rend. My troop now delivers him to Hun Rao. I will grant Ilgast this. He did not flee us, and looks to accept his fate as just punishment for failing on this day."
"Today," agreed Haverhill, "marks a day of failures."
"Well, let me give you this. You'll not scorn my pity, I hope. I see you at last, old and useless, with every pleasure long behind you now. This hardly seems a fitting end, does it? Alone, with only me to caress your eyes. So, at the very least, I choose to offer you a gift. But first, I see you are covered in blood and guts. Where is your wound? Do you feel much pain, or has that faded?"
"I feel nothing, Lieutenant."
"That's good, then," she laughed. "Here I was, going on and on, too unmindful by far."
"I'll take the sharp point of your gift now, Seveg, and deem it the sweetest kiss."
Seveg frowned briefly, as if struggling to understand the meaning of his invitation. Then she shook her head. "No, I cannot do that. I'll let you bleed out instead."
"This is your first battle, isn't it?" he asked.
Her frown deepened. "Everyone has a first."
"Yes, I suppose that's true. I will concede your innocence here, then."
The furrows of her brow beneath the helm's rim faded, and, smiling, she said, "That's generous of you. I think now we could have been friends. I could well have looked on you as a father."
"A father to you, Seveg Iskin? Now you curse me in earnest."
She bore that well, and nodded, looking off to one side for a moment before returning her attention to him. "So there's still some fire in you. Not a daughter, then. We'll imagine the lover instead. More blessed than my gift." She reached down and grasped the wrist of his left hand, tugging off the gauntlet. "Here, old man, one last time, a soft pleasure." And then she moved his hand up under her leather breastplate. "You can squeeze, if you've the strength." He met her eyes, feeling the swell of her tit cupped by his calloused palm. And then he laughed. Confusion clouded her face, and at that moment, as he brought up his other hand and drove the knife it held up under her rib-cage, using all his strength to pierce the leather, and felt it slide home to take her heart, at that moment he looked hard at her face, seeing no one but a stranger, and this pleased him even more than the surprise he saw in that visage.
"I bear no wounds," he said to her. "A veteran would have checked, woman."
The weapon sobbed as she slipped back from him and fell awkwardly onto her heels. Someone shouted in dismay. There was hurried motion. A sword flashed in Haverhill's eyes, like a lick of blinding sunlight, and at the same instant something slammed into his forehead, delivering a new, unexpected surprise. Peace. Soldiers had brought cab-stools to the summit overlooking the Valley of the Slain, with one to take Hun Rao as he contended with the grief of his cousin's treacherous murder. The captain sat with a jug of wine balanced on one thigh, the other leg flung out, the foot resting on its outer ankle. He was indifferent to the activity around him, and the wine in his gut felt heavy and sour, yet comforting all the same. He had ill news to deliver to Serap, who had become the last survivor among his kin. There was greater need now in keeping her close by Urisander's side as a valued officer in the commander's staff. On the day that Urisander took the throne beside Mother Dark's, she would be well placed in the new court, but he was running out of pawns. Some hurts were not worth looking at. And if his display here before his soldiers, that of a captain reduced to a man and a man reduced to a grieving child in a family twice broken, if all that yielded pity he could use, well, he would. Drunks were well known as master tacticians, seductively familiar with strategies of all sorts. The hurting thirst of his habit had honed him well, and he would not refuse his own tempered nature. Drunks were dangerous in every way imaginable, especially in matters of faith, trust, and loyalty. Hunral knew himself down to the core, to that dark, gleeful place where he invented new rules for old games, and made small excuses kneel in servitude to their father and master, their mother and mistress, all of whom were one and the same. Where the me within me sits, my very own throne, my very own slippery seat of imagined power. Urusander, you will take what we give you, what I give you, and what our new high priestess gives you. I see now the fantasy of your elevation, your return to glory. But you will suffice, and I will empty the libraries of every scholar across Curl Gulane to keep you buried to your neck in mouldy scrolls, and so content in what little world you would live in. This is a kindness beyond imagining, my lord, beyond imagining. He could weather any amount of berating from his commander, and anticipated a tirade to end this triumphant day. It would not sour Hunral, not for a moment. If anything, he would struggle to keep a smile from his face. Now was not yet the time for contempt. Eventually he looked up to the noble-born commander who had been bound in chains and made to kneel on the cold, hard ground opposite him. The distance between them was modest, and yet impossibly vast, and this notion made Hunral drunker than any jug of wine could achieve. "Do you recall," he now said, "how we rode together out to the warden's summer camp? I should have cut you down then." "In conversation with my friends," Hunral said, ignoring Wren's pointless, redundant assertion, "with you lagging out of earshot, I made a comment about you. There was laughter. Do you, perchance, recall that moment?" "No." Hunral said nothing as he slowly leaned forward, and then he smiled and whispered, "I think you lie, friend." "Think what you like. Deliver me to Urusander now. This scene grows tired." "What words, like rotten fruit, have you collected up, Ilgast, to deliver to my commander, I wonder? I leave you to tend that garden alone." Hunral waved his free hand. "You know, you impress me today. Not the whole day, mind you. Your desire to seek this battle, for example, was ill-conceived, but I saw your genius in that clash against my pikes. I would think only the wardens could have managed that. The finest riders this realm has ever known. And see what you've done. You've thrown them away. If in the name of justice I would deliver you to someone, surely it would be Calatastain." At that he was pleased to see Ilgast Rend flinched. The pleasure did not last, and he felt a sudden regret. "Oh, Ilgast, look what you've done this day." The words came out in pain, in honest anguish. "Why did you not bring the wardens to our cause? Why did you not come here to embrace our desire for what's right? How differently this day would have played out." "Kalat Hussein refused your invitation," Ilgast said, trembling. "I could not, in honour, betray that." Hunral scowled in exasperated disbelief. "My friend," he whispered, leaning still closer, "by your honour, you could not betray him? Ilgast, look upon the field behind you. Yet you would fling those words at me. Honour! Betrayal! Abyss below, man, what am I to make of this?" "Not even you can deepen my shame, Hunral." I am here, clear-eyed. You are nothing of the sort. Deliver me to Urusanda. You've taken your last step, my friend, Hunral said, leaning back. Closing his eyes, he raised his voice and said in a weary tone, Have done with it, then. This man is a criminal, a traitor to the realm. We've already seen how the noble-born can bleed like any other mortal. Go on, I beg you. Execute him now, and show me no corpse when I open my eyes. He heard the solid chop of the sword blade, a moment's worth of choked sob, and then the man's body falling along with his head. Fingers playing on the ear of the wine jug, he listened as both offending objects were dragged away. A soldier then spoke. It is done, sir. Hunral opened his eyes, blinking in the bright glare, and saw that it was so. He waved his soldiers away. Leave me now to my grief, and make a list of heroes. It has been a dark day, but I will see light born of it none the less. Overhead, the winter sun offered little heat. The cold air invited sobriety, but he was having none of that. He'd earned his right to grieve. Renar watched the other whores moving among the corpses below, and the children running this way and that, their thin cries drifting up as they found a precious ring or torque, or a small bag full of coins or polished river pebbles. The light was fading as the short day hurried to its close. She was chilled to the bone, and not yet ready to think of the boldness of the men who would find her in the evening to come, but her imagination defied such aversion. They would taste different, she was sure, but not on the tongue. This would be a deeper change, something to absorb from sweat and from what they leaked in their passion. It was a taste she would glean wherever their flesh met. She could not yet know, of course, but she did not think it would be bitter or sour. There would be relief and perhaps something of the despondent in that intimate flavour. If it burned, it would burn with life. She caught sight of the girl whose killing had started the day. She walked with followers now, regal as a queen among the dead. Renar studied her, and did not blink.
You could find a kind of justice in Urusanda's fate, although I will grant you his ascension to the title of Father of Light made justice a mockery. So, yes, indulge me now, and give this blind old man a moment or two to catch his breath. This tale has far to go, after all. Free me to muse on the notions of righteous consequence, since they lie scattered before us like stepping-stones across history's torrent. I have no doubt Urusanda was no different from you or me, or rather, no different from most thinking creatures. For myself, I make no common claim. The poet's view of justice is a secret one, and you and I need not discuss its rules. A few deft twitches on the fingers of one hand bind us in hidden kinship, with strangers none the wiser. So I am certain that you, too, will hold back when I speak of Urusanda's similitude. To be plain, he saw justice as a clear thing, and from that raging river of progress, which ever tugs us along, he longed to dip a hand in at any point and raise to the heavens a pool of clean water, sparkling in the cup of his palm. We look upon this same torrent, and see the silts of floodwaters, of banks breached and islands of detritus crowded with shivering refugees. To steal a palm's worth is to look down upon a cloudy, impenetrable world, a microcosm of history's messy truth, and in the anguish and despair with which we contend, upon observing our dubious prize, we can hardly call our vision of virtue. Virtue. Surely, of all words that might belong to Lord Vatha Urusanda, it is that one. Such clear justice, in hand, as it were, must indeed be a worthy virtue. So Urusanda was a man who longed to cleanse the waters of history through the sluice of hard judgment. Must we fault him in that noble desire? There is that old saying, couched as a truism, and to utter it is to assert its primacy. Justice, we say, is blind. By this we mean that its rules defy all the seeming privileges of the wealthy and the highborn. Laudable without question, if from the rules of justice we are to fashion a civilization worthy of being deemed decent and righteous. Even children can be stung in the face of what they perceive to be unfair, unless, of course, they are the ones profiting from it. And in that moment of comprehension of unfairness to the other also being a reward to oneself, that child faces, for the first but not the last time, the inner war we all know so well, between selfish desire and the common good, between injustice clutched so possessively deep in the soul, and a justice that now suddenly stands outside that child like a stern foe. With luck, the regard of others will force submission upon the child in the name of fairness. But make no mistake, it is indeed forced. Wrenched from small hands, and then indifferent to the child's raging impotence. Thus, in our childhoods, we learn the lessons of strength and weakness, and violence delivered in the name of justice. We deem this maturity. Father Light. Such a bold title, sire to the Tisti Liosan, observing all of his children from a place of clear, unopposed light, a place of purity, then, eternal bane to darkness, a father to lead us into history, the god of justice. Of course, he adored the Foralkan, barring those hundreds who slid lifeless down the blade of his sword. After all, their worship of justice was intransigent in the virtue of its purity. As unassailable, whispers this poet, as a blind man's darkness. But then, we poets suffer our imperfections, do we not? We are seen, in our seeming equivocations and indecision, as weak of spirit. Gods help a kingdom ruled by a poet. What? No, I do not know King Tehol the Only. Will you interrupt me again? So, I sense you manning still the ramparts of your admiration for the Son of Darkness. Will I never scour that romance from your vision? Must I beat you about the head with his flaws, his errors in judgment, his obstinacy? You are eager for the tale. No patience left for an old man trying to make a point. Kadaspala etched his god in the end. Did you know that? He etched that god into life, and then, appalled at the long-awaited perfection of his talent, he killed them both. What are we to make of that? No matter. We have already seen Kadaspala find the promise of peace, delivered by his own hands, in a time of unbearable grief. The visionary is the first to be blinded if a civilization is to fall. Set him aside. He is no longer relevant. Leave him to his small chamber in the citadel, muttering his madness. His work is done. No, another artist must be dragged to the fore, another sacrifice necessary to advance a people's suicide. In this tale, then, look to the sculptor's hands, as he carves his monument. I leave the choosing of its title to you, my friend. But not yet. Hear the tale first. There is only so much we can indulge before the chorus grows restless and gives voice to its displeasure. I am known to flirt with impatience. Now, surely, that is an unjust accusation.
Chapter 2. Barely a smudge against the gloom, the sun was fading in the sky over the city of Kharkanas. The two lieutenants from the houseblades of Lord Anamander, Prazek and Dathanar, met on the outer bridge, and stood leaning on one of its walls, forearms on the stone. Like children, their upper bodies were tilted forward as they looked down upon the waters of the Dawson Rill. To their right, the citadel stood like a fortress of night, defying the day. To the left, the city's jumbled buildings crowded up against the flood wall as if caught in the act of marching over the edge. Below the two men, the river's surface was black, twisting with thick currents. Even now, the occasional charred tree trunk slid past, like the swollen limb of a dismembered giant. Ash-grey mud crusted the sheer walls that made up the banks. The boats moored to iron rings in the walls, near the stone steps that reached down into the water at intervals, looked neglected, home to dead leaves and murky pools of rainwater.
"There is discipline lacking," murmured Prazek, "in our sordid post upon this bridge."
"We are looked down upon," Dathanar replied. "See us from atop the tower. We are small things upon this frail span. Witness as we betray errant curiosity, not suited to centuries at all. And in our pose you will find, with dismay, civilization's slouching departure from the world."
"I too saw the historian at his lofty perch," Prazek said, nodding. "Or rather, his hooded regard. Did it track us out here? Does it fix still upon us?"
"I would think so, as I feel a weight upon me. At least an executioner's shroud offers mercy in hiding the face above the axe. We might splinter here under Rise Hirat's judgment, bearing, as it does, no less sharp an edge."
Prazek was of no mind to argue the point. History was a cold arbiter. He studied the black water below and found himself distrusting its depth.
"A force to splinter us into dust and fragile slivers," he said,
hunching slightly at the thought of the historian looking down upon them.
"The river below would welcome our sorry fragments."
The currents swirled their invitation, but there was nothing friendly in the sly gestures. Prazek shook his head.
"Indifference is a bitter welcome, my friend."
"I see no other promise," Dathanar said with a shrug. "Let us list the causes of our present fate. I will begin. Our lord wanders lost under winter's bleak cloak, and makes no bold budge in his struggle. Look out from any tower, Prazek, and you see the season unrelieved, settled flat by the weight of snow, where even the shadows lie weak and pale upon the ground."
Prazek grunted, his eyes still fixed on the black waters below, half his mind contemplating that mocking invitation.
"And the consort lies swallowed in a holy embrace. So holy is that embrace that there is nothing to see. Lord Draconas, you too have abandoned us."
"Surely there is ecstasy in blindness?"
Prazek considered that, and then shook his head again.
"You've not dared the company of Kataspala, my friend, else you would say otherwise."
"No. Some pilgrimages I avoid by habit. I am told his self-made cell is a gallery of madness."
Prazek snorted.
"Never ask an artist to paint his or her own room. You invite a spilling out of landscapes one would not wish to see for any cause."
Dathanar sighed.
"I cannot agree, friend. Every canvas reveals that hidden landscape."
"Manageable,"
said Prazek.
"It is when the paint bleeds past the edges that we recoil. The wooden frame offers bars to a prison, and this comforts the eye."
"How can a blind man paint?"
"Without encumbrance, I should say."
Prazek waved one hand dismissively, as if to fling the subject into the dark water below.
"So," he continued, "to the list again. The son of darkness walks winter's road, seeking a brother who chooses not to be found, and the suzerain confides in the night for days on end, forgetting even the purpose of dawn, while we stand guard on a bridge none would cross. Where, then, the shoreline of this civil war?"
"Far away still," Dathanar answered. "Its jagged edge describes our horizons. For myself, I cannot cleanse my mind of the husked camp, where the dead slept in such untroubled peace, and I confess, nor can I scour away the envy that took hold of my soul on that day."
Prazek rubbed at his face, fingers tracking down from his eyes to rake through his beard. The water flowing beneath the bridge tugged at his bones.
"It is said that no one can swim in the Dawson Rill now. It takes every child of Mother Dark down to her bosom. No corpse is retrieved, and the surface curls on in its ever-twisting smiles. If envy of the fallen hust so plagues you, friend, I'll offer no staying hand, but I will grieve your passing as I would my dearest brother.
As I would your leaving my company, Prazek.
Very well, then,
Prazek decided.
If we cannot guard this bridge, let us at least guard each other.
A modest responsibility. I see the horizons draw closer.
But never to divide us, I pray.
Prazek straightened, turning his back to the river and leaning against the wall.
I curse the poet. I curse every word and each bargain it wins, to so profit from beleaguered reality.
Dathanar snorted.
An unseemly procession, this row of words you describe, this rut we stumble along. But think on the peasant's language, as it wallows in its simplicity, off among the fields of fallow converse. Will the day begin in rain or snow? Does your knee ache, my love? I cannot say, dear wife. Oh, and why not, husband? Beloved, the ache that you describe can have but one meaning, and on this morning, lo, among the handful of words I possess, I cannot find it.
Reduce me to grunts, then,
said Prazek, scowling.
I beg you.
We should so descend, Prazek, each of us like a boar rooting in the forest.
There is no forest.
There is no boar either,
Dathanar retorted.
No, we hold to this bridge and turn eyes upon the citadel. The historian looks on after all. Let us discuss the nature of language and say this, that power thrives in complexity and makes of language a secret harbour. And in this complexity the divide is asserted. We have important matters to discuss. No grunting boar is welcome.
I understand what you say,
Prazek said with a wry smile.
And so reveal my privilege.
Just so.
Dathanar pounded a fist on the stone ledge.
But listen, 2 languages are born from one, and as they grow, ever greater the divide, ever greater the lesson of power delivered, until the high-born, who are surely high-bred, are able to give proof of this, in language solely their own, and the low-born, who can but grunt in the vernacular, are daily reminded of their irrelevance.
Swine are hardly fools, Dathanar. The hog knows the slaughter awaiting it.
And squeals to no avail. But consider these 2 languages, and ask yourself, which more resists change? Which clings so fiercely to its precious complexity?
Troop in the lawmakers and the scribes.
Dathanar's nod was sharp, a flush deepening to midnight on his broad face.
The educated and the trained.
The enlightened.
This is the warring tug of language, friend, the clay of ignorance against the rock of exclusion and privilege.
Privilege? I see the root of that word in privacy.
A fine point you make, Prazek. Kinship among words can indeed reveal hints of the secret code. But here, in this war, it is the conservative and the reactionary that stand under perpetual siege.
As the ignorant are legion?
They breed like vermin.
Prazek straightened and spread wide his arms.
You see us here, on this bridge, with swords at our belts and bolstered in spirit by the eagerness of honour and duty. See how it wins us the privilege of giving our lives in defence of complexity.
To the ramparts, friend,
Dathanar cried, laughing.
No,
his companion said in a growl.
I'm for the nearest tavern, and bedamned this wretched privilege. Run the wine down my throat until I slur like a swineherd.
Simplicity is a powerful thirst. Words softened to wet clay, like paste squeezed out between our fingers.
Dathanar's nod was eager.
This is mud we can swim in.
Abandon the poet, then?
Abandon him.
And the dread historian?
Prazek asked, smiling.
He'll show no shock at our faithlessness. We are but guards, huddled beneath the millstone of the world. This post will see us crushed and spat out like chaff, and you know it.
Have we had our moment, then?
I see our future friend, and it is black and depthless.
The two men set out, quitting their posts. Unguarded behind them stretched the bridge, making its sloped shoulder an embrace of the river's rushing water, with its impenetrable surface of curling smiles. The war, after all, was elsewhere.
It can be said in no other way,
Grizenfall sighed, as he ran a massive, blunt fingertip through the puddle of ale on the tabletop.
She was profoundly attractive, in a plain sort of way.
The tavern's denizens were quiet at their tables, and the air in the room was thick as water, gloomy despite the candles, the oil lamps, and the fiercely burning fire in the hearth. Conversations rose on occasion, cautious as minnows beneath an overhanging branch, only to quickly sink back down. Hearing his companion's faint snort, the Azathanai straightened in his seat, in the pose of a man taking affront. The wooden legs beneath him groaned and creaked.
What do I mean by that, you ask? Well, my pallid friend, I will tell you. Her beauty only arrived at second or even third glance. Was a poet to set eyes upon her, that poet's talent could be measured, as if on a scale, by the nature of his or her declamation. Would frenzied birdsong not sound mocking, and so impugn that poet as shallow and stupid? But heed the other song at the scale's weighty end, and hear the music and verse of a soul's moaning sigh.
Grizin reached for his tankard, found it empty. Scowling, he thumped it sharply on the table, and then held it out.
"You are drunk, Azathanai,"
observed his companion, as the server rushed over with a new foam-crowned tankard.
"And for such women," Grizin resumed, "it is no shock that they do not consider themselves beautiful, and would take the mocking chirps as deserved, while disbelieving the other's anguished cry, so they carry none of the vanity that rides haughty as a naked whore on a white horse. The woman who knows her own beauty as immediate, as stunning and breathtaking. But do not think me unappreciative, I assure you, even if my admiration bears a touch of pity. A naked whore on a white horse? No, friend, I would never query your admiration."
"Good," Grizenfall nodded, drinking down a mouthful of ale. His companion continued.
"But if you tell a woman her beauty emerges only after considerable contemplation, why, I think she would not sweetly meet the lips of your compliment."
The Azathanai frowned.
"You high-born have a way with words. In any case, do you take me for a fool? No, I will tell her the truth as I see it. I will tell her that her beauty entrances me as it surely does."
"And so she wonders at your sanity?"
"To begin with,"
the Azathanai said, belching and nodding. Then he raised a finger.
"Until, at last, my words deliver to her the greatest gift I can hope to give her, that she comes to believe in her own beauty."
"What happens then? Seduced, swallowed in your embrace, another mysterious maiden conquered?" The huge Azathanai waved a hand.
"Why, no. She leaves me, of course, knowing she can do much better."
"If you deem this worthy advice on the ways of love, friend, you will forgive the renewal of my search for wisdom elsewhere." Grizenfall shrugged.
"Bleed to your own lessons, then."
"Why do you linger in Kharkanas, Azathanai?"
"Truth, Silchas ruin?"
"Truth." Grizin closed his eyes briefly, as if mustering thoughts. He was silent for another moment, and then, eyes opening and fixing upon Silchas ruin, he sighed and said,
I hold trapped in place those who would come to this contest. I push away, by my presence alone, the wolves among my kin, who would sink fangs into this panting flesh, if only to savour the sweat and blood and fear.
The Azathanai watched his companion, studying him, and then nodded.
I hold the gates, friend, and in drunken obstinacy I foul the lock like a bent key.
Finally, Silchas Ruin looked away, squinting into the gloom.
The city has gone deathly quiet. Look at these others, cowed by all that is as yet unknown, and indeed unknowable.
The future is a woman,
said Grisin Fal,
deserving a second or third glance.
Beauty awaits such contemplation?
In a manner of speaking.
And when will we find it?
Why, she leaves you, of course.
You are not as drunk as you seem, Azathanai.
I never am, Silchas. But then, who can see the future?
You, it appears. Or is this all a matter of faith?
A faith that entrances?
Grisin Fal replied, looking down at his empty tankard.
I have a thought, Silchas Ruin said, that what you protect is that future.
I am my woman's favourite eunuch, friend. Well, I am no poet. I pray she is content with the love she sees in my eyes. Utterly devoid of song is hapless Grisin Fal, and this music you hear, it is no more than my purr beneath her pity.
He gestured with the empty tankard.
Men such as I will take what we can get.
You have talked yourself out of a night with that serving woman you so admired.
Oh, you think so?
I do, said Silchas. Your last request for more ale surely obliterated this evening's worth of flirtation.
Oh dear, I must make amends.
If not the common subjects of Mother Dark, there are always her priestesses.
And wiggle the bent key? I think not.
After a moment, Silchas Ruin frowned and leaned forward.
One of these barred gates is hers?
Grisin Fal raised a finger to his lips.
Tell no one, he whispered. They've not yet tried the door, of course.
I don't believe you.
My flavour hides in the darkness, whispering the disinclination.
Do you think this white skin announces my disloyalty, Azathanai?
Does it not?
No.
Grisin Fal scratched at his bearded jaw as he contemplated the young noble-born.
Well, curse my miscalculation. Will you dislodge me now? I am as weighty as a stone, as obstinate as a pillar beneath a roof.
What is your purpose, Azathanai? What is your goal?
A friend has promised peace,
Grisin Fal replied.
I seek to honour that.
What friend? Another Azathanai? And what manner this peace?
You think the Son of Darkness walks alone through the ruined forest? He does not. At his side is Caladan Brood, summoned by the blood of a vow.
Silchas Ruin's brows lifted in astonishment.
I do not know how peace will be won, Grisin continued. But for this moment, friend, I judge it wise to keep Lord Draconis from the High Mason's path.
A moment, please. The consort remains with Mother Dark, seduced unto lethargy by your influence? Do you tell me that Draconis, that even Mother Dark is unaware of what goes on outside their chamber of night?
Grisin Fal shrugged.
Perhaps they have eyes only for each other. What do I know? It is dark in there.
Spare me the jests, Azathanai.
I do not jest. Well, not so much. The Terran die, so lovingly etched onto the citadel floor by Draconis himself, blazes with power. The gate of darkness is manifest now in the citadel. Such force buffets any who would seek to pierce it.
What threat does Caladan Brood pose to Lord Draconis? This makes no sense.
No, I see that it does not. But I have already said too much. Perhaps Mother Dark will face the outer world and see what is to be seen. Even I cannot predict what she might do, or what she might say to her lover. We Azathani are intruders here, after all.
Draconis has had more congress with Azathani than any other Tisti.
He surely knows us well,
Grisinfal agreed. Is this some old argument, then, between Draconis and the High Mason?
They generally avoid one another's company.
Why?
That is not for me to comment on, my friend. I am sorry.
Silchas Ruin threw up his hands and leaned back. I begin to question this friendship.
I am aggrieved by your words.
Then we have evened this exchange. He rose from his chair. I may join you again, I may not. Grisinfal watched the noble-born leave the tavern. He saw how others looked up at the white-skinned brother of Lord Anamander, as if in hope, but if they sought confidence or certainty in Silchas Ruin's mien, the gloom no doubt defeated that desire. Twisting in his chair, Grisin caught the eye of the serving-woman, and with a broad smile he beckoned her over. High Priestess Emral Lanier stepped up onto the platform and looked across to see the historian near the far wall, as if contemplating a leap to the stones far below. She looked round and then spoke. So, this is your refuge? He glanced at her, briefly, from over her shoulder, and then said,
Not all posts have been abandoned, High Priestess.
She approached. What is it you guard, Rise Herat, demanding such vigilance? Shrugging, he said,
Perspective, I suppose.
And what does that win you?
I see a bridge, he replied, undefended, and yet none dare cross it.
I think, she mused, simple patience will see a resolution. This lack of opposition is but temporary. His expression betrayed doubt. He said,
You assume a resolve among the highborn that I have yet to see. If they stand with hands upon the swords at their sides, they are turned against the man who now shares her dark heart. Their hatred and perhaps envy of Draconis consumes them. Meanwhile, Vatha Urusander methodically eliminates all opposition, and I do not sense much outrage among the nobility.
They will muster under Lord Anamander's call, historian, when he returns. He looked her way once more, but again only for a moment before his gaze skittered away.
Anamander's houseblades will not be enough.
Lord Silchas Ruin, acting in his brother's place, is already assembling allies.
Yes, the gratitude of chains.
She flinched, and then sighed. Rise, Herat, lighten my mood, I beg you. At that he swung round, leaned his back against the wall, and propped his elbows atop it.
7 of your young priestesses trapped Cedarpool in a room. It seems that in boredom they had fallen to comparing experiences at their initiations.
Oh dear. What lure does he offer, do you think?
He is soft, one supposes, like a pillow.
Yes, that might be it. And the pillow invites, too, a certain angle of repose. The historian smiled.
If you say so. In any case, he sought to flee, and then, when he found his path to the door barred, he pleaded his weakness for beauty.
Ah, compliments.
But spread out among all 7 women, why, their worth was not much.
Does he still live?
It was close, High Priestess, especially when he suggested they continue the conversation with all clothing divested.
Smiling, she walked to the wall beside the man. Bless Cedarpool. He holds fast to his youth. The historian's amusement fell away.
While Endest Silan seems to age with each night that passes, I wonder, indeed, if he is not somehow afflicted.
In some, she said, the soul is a hoarder of years, and makes a wealth of burdens unearned.
A flow of blood from Endest Selan's hands is yet another kind of blessing,
Rise observed, twisting round to join her in looking out upon the city.
At least that is done with now. But I wonder if some life force left him through those holy wounds.
She thought of the mirror in her chamber that so obsessed her, and there came to her then, following the historian's words, a sudden fear. Does it steal from me too, thief of my youth? Or is time alone my stalker? Mirror, you show me nothing I would want to see, and like a tale of old you curse me with my own regard. She shrugged the notion off. The birth of the sacred in spilled blood. I fear this precedent, Rise. I fear it deeply. He nodded.
She did not deny it, then?
By that blood, said Emerald Lanier, Mother Dark was able to see through Endist's eyes, and from it all manner of power flowed, so much that she fled its touch. This at least she confessed to me before she sealed the Chamber of Night from all but her consort.
That is a precious confession,
Rise said.
I note your burgeoning privilege, High Priestess, in the eyes of Mother Dark. What will you do with it?
She looked away. At last they had come to the reason for her seeking out the historian. She did not welcome it. I see only one path to peace.
I would hear it.
The consort must be pushed aside, she said. There must be a wedding.
Pushed aside? Is that even possible?
She nodded. In creating the Terrandai upon the citadel floor, he manifested the Gate of Darkness. Whatever arcane powers he had, he surely surrendered them to that gift. After a moment, she shook her head. There are mysteries to Lord Draconis. The Azathanai name him Suzerain of Night. What consort is worth such an honorific? Even being a highborn among the Tisti is insufficient elevation. And since when did the Azathanai treat our nobility with anything but amused indifference? No, perhaps we might conclude the title is a measure of respect for his proximity to Mother Dark.
But you are not convinced.
She shrugged. She must set him aside. Oh, give him a secret room that they might share.
High Priestess, you cannot be serious. Do you imagine Urusander will bow to that indulgence? And what of Mother Dark herself? Is she to divide her fidelity, choosing and denying her favour as suits her whim? Neither man would accept that.
Emerald sighed. Forgive me, you are right. For peace to return to our realm, someone has to lose. It must be Lord Draconis.
Thus, one man is to sacrifice everything, but gain nothing by it.
Untrue, he wins peace, and for a man obsessed with gifts, is that one not worthwhile? Rise Herat shook his head.
His gifts are meant to be shared. He would look out upon it, as if from the wrong side of a prison's bars. Peace? Not for him, that gift. Not in his heart, not in his soul. A sacrifice? What man would willingly destroy himself for any cause?
If she asks him.
A bartering of love, High Priestess? Pity is too weak a word for the fate of Draconis.
She knew all of this. She had been at war with these thoughts for days and nights, until each became a wheel turning in an ever-deepening rut. The brutality of it exhausted her, as in her mind she set Mother Dark's love for a man against the fate of the realm. It was one thing to announce the necessity for the only path she saw through this civil war, measuring the mollification of the highborn upon the carcass, figurative or literal, of the consort, in exchange for a broadening of privilege among the officers of Urusander's legion. But none of this yet bore the weight of Mother Dark's will. And as to that will, the goddess was silent. She will not choose, but she indulges her lover and his clumsy expressions of love. She is as good as turned away from all of us, while curled Ghislaine descends into ruin. Will it take Urusander's mailed fist pounding upon the door to awaken her?
You will have to kill him,
Rise Herat said. She could not argue that observation.
The balance of success, however,
The historian went on,
will be found in choosing whose hand wields the knife. That assassin, High Priestess, cannot but earn eternal condemnation from Mother Dark.
"A child of this newborn light, then," she replied, "for whom such condemnation means little."
Urisander is to arrive to the wedding bed awash in the blood of his new wife's slain lover. No, it cannot be a child of Leos.
His gaze fixed on hers.
Assure me that you see that, I beg you.
Then who among her beloved worshippers would choose such a fate?
I think, on this stage you describe, choice has nowhere to dance.
She caught her breath. Whose hand do we force?
We? High Priestess, I am not—
No, she snapped. You just play with words, a chewer of ideas too frightened to swallow the bone. Is not the flavour woefully short-lived, historian? Or is the habit of chewing sufficient reward for one such as you? He looked away, and she saw that he was trembling.
My thoughts but spiral to a single place,
he slowly said,
where stands a single man. He is his own fortress, this man that I see before me. But behind his walls he paces in fury. That anger must give us the breach, our way into him.
How does it sit with you? Emerald asked.
Like a stone in my gut, High Priestess.
The scholar steps into the world, and for all the soldiers that comprise your myriad ideas, you finally comprehend the price of living as they do, as they must. A host of faces, you now wear them all, historian. He said nothing, turning to stare out to the distant north horizon. One man, then, she said, a most honourable man, whom I love as a son. She sighed, even as tears stung her eyes. He is all but turned away already, and she from him. Poor Anamanda.
The son slays the lover in the name of the man who would be his father. Necessity delivers its own madness, High Priestess.
We face difficulties, Emerald said. Anamanda is fond of Draconis, and this sentiment is mutual. It is measured in great respect, and more, it possesses true affection. How do we sunder all of that?
Honor, he replied.
How so?
They are two men who hold honor above all else. It is the proof of integrity, after all, and they choose to live that proof in all that they do.
He faced her again.
The battle is coming. Facing Urisander, Anamanda will command all the houseblades of the greater and lesser houses, and perhaps a resurrected Hust legion. Paint this picture I offer, High Priestess. The field of battle, the forces arrayed opposite one another. Where, then, do you see Lord Draconis? At the head of his formidable houseblades, who so efficiently annihilated the border swords? He will stand on his honor, yes?
Anamanda will not deny him, she whispered.
And then?
Rise asked.
When the highborn see who would stand with them in the battle to come, will they not in rage, in fury, step to one side?
But wait, historian. Surely Anamanda will blame his highborn allies for abandoning the field.
Perhaps at first. Anamanda will see that defeat is inevitable. Thus there will be the humiliation of the surrender to Urisander, and he cannot but see the consort's gesture as the cause of that. A surrender forced by Draconis's pride, and when the consort remains unrepentant, he can do no other, as he will see the surrender as a betrayal, as he must. Indeed, he will understand it as his own death sentence. Then, Lanier, we see them set upon one another.
The highborn will acclaim Anamanda's disavowal of that friendship, she said, nodding. Draconis will end up isolated. He cannot hope to defeat such united opposition. That battle, historian, will be the last of the Civil War.
I love this civilization too much,
Rise said, as if tasting the words for himself,
to see it destroyed. Mother Dark must never know any of this.
She will never forgive her first son.
No.
Honor, she said, is a terrible thing.
All the more egregious our crime, High Priestess, in forging a weapon in the flames of integrity. A fire we will feed until it burns itself out. You see him as a son. I do not envy you, Lanier.
A voice screamed in her mind, rising up from her wounded soul. The pain that birthed that scream was unbearable. Love and betrayal on a single blade. She felt the edge turn and twist. But I see no other way. Must Kharkanas die in flames? Will Urusanda's soldiers be made into crass thugs, and as thugs take power unopposed, unchecked? Are we doomed to make lovers of war into our rulers? How soon, then, before Mother Dark reveals a raptor's eyes, with talons gripping the arms of the throne? Oh, Anamanda, I am sorry. Roughly she wiped at her eyes and cheeks. I will trap the crime in my mirror, she said in a broken voice, where it can howl unheard.
And to think how Sintara underestimates you.
She shook her head. No longer, perhaps. I have written to her.
You have? Then it begins in earnest.
We will see. She is yet to reply.
Did you address her as an equal, High Priestess?
She nodded.
Then you make your language familiar, in the ancient sense of the word. She will preen in that plumage.
Yes, vanity was ever the breach in her walls.
We assemble a sordid list here, Lydia. When fortresses abound, we make sieges life's daily habit. In such a world we each stand alone at day's end and face in fear our barred door.
The strain deepened the lines on his face.
A most sordid list.
Each one a single step upon the path, historian. No longer can you hold to this post high above the world. Now, rise, Herat. You must walk among the rest of us.
I will write none of this. The privilege is gone from my heart.
It is just the blood on your hands, she replied, without much sympathy. When all is said and done, you can wash them clean in the river below. And in time, as that river flows on and on, the truth will be dispersed until none could hope to discern your crimes. Or mine.
Then I will see you kneeling at my side on that day, High Priestess.
She nodded. If there can be whores of history rise, then we are surely in their company. He was studying her with the face of a condemned man. See now, woman, the mirrors are everywhere. Step by step, pilgrims made a path, seeking a place of tragedy deemed holy, or a site sanctified by nothing more than a truth or two scraped down to the bone. The ones who sought out such places transformed them into shrines. Endist Celan understood this now, that the sacred was not found, but delivered. Memory spun the thread, each pilgrim a single strand, stretched and twisted, spun into life. It did not matter that he had been the first. Others among his priestly kin were setting out into the face of winter to arrive at the ruined estate of Anderist. They walked in his footsteps, but left no blood on the trail. They arrived and they stood, looking upon the site of past slaughter, but did so without comprehension. Their journey, he knew, was a search for something, for a state of being, perhaps, and in that contemplation, that silent yearning, they found nothing. He imagined them stepping forward into the clearing before the house, walking around, eyes scanning the worthless ground, the crooked stones and the withered grasses that would grow thick and green in patches come the spring. Finally, they crossed the threshold, walking over the flagstones hiding the mouldering corpses of the slain, and before them, in the chill gloom, waited the hearthstone, now a sunken altar, with its indecipherable words carved upon its stone face. He saw them looking around, imaginations conjuring up ghosts, placing one here, another there. They sought in the silence for faint echoes, the trapped cries of loss and anguish. They took note, without question, of the black droplets of blood everywhere, not understanding their meandering way, not understanding Endist's own senseless wandering. No, they would seek some vast meaning in that trail on the stones. Imagination was a terrible thing, a scavenger that could grow fat on the smallest morsels. Hook-beaked, talons scraping and clacking, it lumbered about, casting a greedy eye. But in the end, it all meant nothing. His fellow acolytes then returned to the citadel. They looked on him with envy, with something like awe. They looked to him, and that alone was like the reopening of wounds, because there were no worthy secrets hiding in Endist's memories. Every detail, already blurring and blending, was meaningless.
I am the priest of the pointless, seneschal to the hapless. You see my silence as humility, you see the wear in my face as some burden willingly taken on, and so give me a gravity of countenance I hardly deserve. And in your debates you ever turn to me, seeking validation, revelation, a pageant of wise words behind which you can dance and sing and bless the darkness.
He could not tell them the source of his weariness. He could not confess the truth, much as he longed to. He could not say,
You fools, she looked through my eyes and made them weep. She bled through my hands and saw in horror that it sanctified, dripping tears of power. She took hold of me only to then flee, leaving behind nothing but despair. I will age as hope dies. I will bend to the weight of failure. My bones will creak to the crumbling of Kharkanas. Do not look to my memories, my brothers and sisters. Already they twist with doubt. Already they take on the shape of my flaws. No, do not follow me. I but walk to the grave.
A short time earlier, while he sat on the bench of the inner garden, huddled against the bitter cold beneath a thick cloak of bear fur, he had seen the young hostage, Orphantal, run alongside the fountain with its black frozen pool. The boy held a practice sword in one hand, and the dog, Ribs, ran beside him, as if it had rediscovered its youth. Now free of worms, it had gained weight, that beast, and showed the sleek muscles of its hunting origins. Together they played out imaginary battles, and more than once Endist had come upon Orphantal in his death throes, with Ribs drawing close beside the boy as he lay on the ground, spoiling the gravitas of the scene with a cold, wet nose snuffling against Orphantal's face. He'd yelp and then curse the dog, but it was difficult to find malice in the love the animal displayed, and before long they would be wrestling on the thin carpet of snow. Endist Celan was no indulgent witness to all of this. In the dull, half-formed shadows cast by child and dog, he saw only nightmares in waiting. Lord Anamander had left the wretched house of his brother, scene of recent slaughter, in the company of the Azathanai High Mason, Caladan Brood. They had struck north, into the burned forest. Endist had watched them from the blood-stained threshold. "I will hold you to your promise of peace," Anamander had said to Brood, just before they left, when they all still stood in the house. Caladan had regarded him. "Understand this, son of darkness. I build with my hands. I am a maker of monuments to lost causes. If you travel west of here, you will find my works. They adorn ruins and other forgotten places. They stand as eternal as I could make them, to reveal the virtues to which every age aspires. They are lost now, but will be rediscovered. In the days of a wounded, dying people, these monuments are raised again and again, not to worship, not to idolize,
Only the cynics find pleasure in that, to justify the suicide of their own faith. No, they raise them in hope. They raise them to plead for sanity. They raise them to fight against futility. And Amanda had gestured back to the hearthstone. Is that now another one of your monuments? Intentions precede our deeds, and then are left lying in the wake of those deeds. I am not the voice of posterity, Amanda Rake, nor are you. Rake. Purak is an Azathanai word, Brood said. You did not know. It was an honorific granted to your family, to your father, in his youth. Why? How did he earn it? The Azathanai shrugged. Karul gave it. He did not share his reasons, or rather, she, as Karul is wont to change his mind's way of thinking, and so assumes a woman's guise every few centuries. He is now a man, but back then he was a woman. Do you know its meaning, Caladan? Pure rekes kalas ne anom. Roughly, strength in standing still. Anom, said the Son of Darkness, frowning. Perhaps, the Azathanai said, as a babe you were quick to stand. And rekes, or rake, as you would call me? Only what I see in you, and what all others see in you. Strength. I feel no such thing. No one who is strong does. They had conversed as if Endist was not there, as if he was deaf to their words. The two men, Tisti and Azathanai, had begun forging something between them, and whatever it was unafraid of truths. My father died because he would not retreat from battle. Your father was bound in the chains of his family name. As I will be, Caladan, you give me hope. Forgive me, Rake, but strength is not always a virtue. I will raise no monument to you. The Son of Darkness had smiled then. At last you say something that wholly pleases me. Yet still you are worshipped. Many by nature would hide in strength's shadow. I will defy them. Such principles are rarely appreciated, Caladan said. Expect excoriation, condemnation. Those who are not your equals will claim for their own that equality, and yet will meet your eyes with expectation, with profound presumption. Every kindness you wield, they will take as deserved, but such appetites are unending, and your denial is the crime they but await. Commit it, and witness their subsequent vilification. Anamanda shrugged at that, as if the expectations of others meant nothing to him, and whatever would come from his standing upon the principles he espoused, he would bear it. You promised peace, Caladan. I vowed to hold you to that, and nothing we have said now has changed my mind. Yes, I said I would guide you, and I will. And in so doing I will rely upon your strength, and hope it robust enough to bear each and every burden I place upon it. So I remind myself, and you, with the new name I give you. Will you accept it, Anamanda Rake? Will you stand in strength? My father's name proved a curse. Indeed, it proved the death of him. Yes. Very well, Caladan brood. I will take this first burden. Of course. The Son of Darkness could do no less. They had departed then, leaving Endist alone in the desecrated house, alone with the blood drying on his hands, alone and hollowed out by the departing of Mother Dark's presence. She had heard every word, and had, once more, fled. He shivered in the garden, despite the furs, as if he had never regained the blood lost all that time past, there at the pilgrim's shrine. He could no longer fight off the cold. Do not look to me. Your regard ages me. Your hope weakens me. I am no prophet. My only purpose is to deliver the sanctity of blood. Yet a battle was coming, a battle in the heart of winter, upending the proper season of war.
and along with all the other priests and many of the priestesses, Endest would be there, ready to dress wounds and comfort the dying, ready to bless the day before the first weapon was drawn. But alone among all the anointed, he would possess another task, another responsibility. By my hands I will let flow the sanctity of blood, and make of the place of battle another grisly shrine. He thought of Orphantal dying, in the moment before ribs pounced, and saw the spatters of blood on the snow around the boy. She had begun returning now, faint and silent, and with his eyes the goddess etched the future. That was bad enough by itself, but something he could withstand, if not for her growing thirst. Do not look at me, do not seek to know me. You'll not like my truths. Step by step, this pilgrim makes a path. Bedecked in his heavy armor, Kalaris stood hesitating in the corridor when Silchas Ruin appeared. The commander stepped to one side to let the lord pass. Instead, Silchas halted.
Kalaris, have you sought entry into the Chamber of Night?
No, my lord. My courage fails me.
What news do you bring that so unmans you?
None but truths I regret knowing, my lord. I have word from Captain Galar Barras. He has done as you commanded, but in the observation of his new recruits he reiterates his doubt. Silchas turned to study the blackwood door at the corridor's end.
No counsel will be found there, Commander.
I fear you are right, Kalaris shrugged. My apologies, my lord. I sought, but could not find you.
Yet you stepped aside, and voiced no greeting.
Forgive me, my lord. All courage fails me. I believe what I sought in the Chamber of Night was a gift of faith from my goddess.
Alas,
said Silchas Ruin in a growl,
she makes faith into water, and pleasures in its feel as it drains from the hand. Even our thirst is denied us. Very well, Kalaris, I have your news, but it changes nothing. The husked armor must be worn, the swords held in living hands. Perhaps this will be enough to give Urasander pause.
He will know the measure of those in that armor, my lord, and the fragility of the grasp upon those swords.
You would spread the sand beneath your feet out and under my own, Kalaris, but I need to remain sure of each stride I take.
My lord, any word of your brothers? Silchas frowned.
You think us eager to share such privacies, Commander? Your lord will find you in good time, and yield no sympathy should your courage fail in his eyes. Now, divest yourself of that armor. Its display whispers of panic.
Bowing, Kalaris backed away. Facing the Chamber of Night, Silchas Ruin seemed to hesitate, as if about to march towards it, and then he wheeled round.
A moment, Commander. Send Dathanar and Prazek to the Hust, and charge them take command of the new cohorts, and so give answer to Galar Barras's needs, as best we can.
Startled, Kalaris asked, My lord, are they to don Hust armor, take up a Hust sword? Silchas Ruin's face hardened.
Has courage failed everyone in our house? Leave my sight, Commander.
My lord, Kalaris quickly set off. As he marched up the corridor, he could feel Ruin's baleful glare upon his back. Panic's bite is indeed a fever, and here I am, the flea upon 1,000 hides. He would return to his chamber and remove his armor, setting aside the girdle of war, but retain his sword, as befitted his rank. Silchas was right. A soldier makes of his garb a statement and an invitation. It was the swagger of violence. But inside that armor there could be diffidence, and indeed, great fear. He would then set out and find Dathanar and Prazek, where he had left them, upon the citadel's bridge. Harbinger blades for those two, and a chorus of scales. Oh, my friends, I see you shrivel before my eyes at this news. Forgive me. The citadel's darkness was suffocating. Again and again he found the need to pause and draw a deep, settling breath. In the corridors and colonnaded hallways he walked virtually alone, and it was all too easy to imagine this place abandoned, haunted by a host of failures. No different then from any ruin he had visited out in the lands to the south, where the Forelcan left only their bones amidst the rubble. The sense of things still unfinished was like a curse riding an endless breath. It moaned on the wind and made stones tick in the heat. It whispered in the sifting of sand and voiced low laughter in the slip of pebbles between the fingers. He could see this fortress devoid of life, a scorched shell that made Dark's temple a bitter jest, worshipped by spiders in their dusty webs and beetles crawling through bat guano. A man wandering through such a place would find nothing worth remembering. The failings of the past cut like a sharp knife through any hope of nostalgia or sweet reminiscence. He could not help but wonder at the impermanence of such places as temples and other holy sites. If nothing more than symbols of lost faith, then they stood as mortal failings. But if gods died in such ruins, if they felt a blade sink into their hearts or slide smooth across their soft throats, then the crime was beyond any surrendering of faith. Still, perhaps holiness was nothing more than an eye's gift upon these stones or that tree or the spring bubbling beneath it. Perhaps the only murder possible in such places was the one that left hope lying lifeless upon the ground. Leaving his chamber and making his way towards the outer ward and the gate, beyond which waited the bridge, Kalaris was forced to cross the Terrandi's glittering pattern cut into the flagstones. He could feel the power beneath him, emanating in slow exudations, like the breath of a sleeping god. The sensation crawled across his skin. He emerged into the chill night, where frost glistened on the stone walls, and the lone houseblade positioned at the gate stood huddled beneath a heavy cloak, dozing as she leaned against the barrier. Hearing his approach, she straightened. "Sir?" "You have closed the gate." She nodded. "I saw, sir, that the bridge was unguarded." "Unguarded? Where, then, are Dathanar and Prazek?" I do not know, sir." Kalaris gestured, and she hurried to unbar the gate. The hinges squealed as she pushed on the portal. The captain passed through, onto the bridge. The bitter chill in this almost perpetual night was made all the more fierce by the black waters of the Dawson Rill. His boots cracked on ice as he hurried across the span. He could well guess the refuge Dathanar and Prazek had found. Dereliction by officers was a grievous offence, and, worse, the example it set could deliver a mortal wound to morale. Yet in his heart, Kalaris could not blame his two friends. Their lord had abandoned them, and the one brother who remained to command the Citadel's houseblades often mistook birthright for wisdom. With this last command written in the spinning of a heel, half the officers remaining to the houseblades were divested of their colours. Without question, Galar Barris and the Hust would welcome this gift, although Kalaris suspected that even his friend would be startled at the largesse, and perhaps wonder at Silchas Ruin's unleavened generosity with respect to Anamanda's soldiers. Attachment to any other force might be cause for envy under the circumstances, but Kalaris was under no illusions, and he well knew the effect delivering this command would have upon Dathanar and Prazek. As good as banishment, and so it will seem, given their abandoning their post. And to be honest, I am loath to deny the connection. Officers, by the abyss! No, it's serendipitous punishment, enough to sober them to the quick. The Gill Swan was a tavern that made a virtue of its obscure location, down a curling slope to a loading dock, and sunk into the foundations of a lesser bridge. The cobbles were uneven due to frost heaving, all the more treacherous with the addition of frozen puddles filling the gaps left by missing stones. Despite this, the gloom failed in disguising the pitfalls, and Kalaris made his way to the low door without mishap. He pushed it open, and felt smoky heat gust into his face. Prazek's voice crossed the cramped, crowded room. "Kalaris! Here! Join us hogs in the swill! We are drunk in defeat, my friend, but see us welcome the woe and wallow in our fate." Kalaris saw his friends, leaning against one another on a bench backed by a wall. Ignoring the crowd of off-duty houseblades, even those that called out in greeting, He made his way over to Dathanar and Prezek, pulled out a chair and sat down opposite them. Faces flushed, they smiled. Then Dathanar pushed a flagon towards the commander and said,
"It's the beastly tongue that wags us this night, my friend."
"There is pomp to this circumstance none the less,"
Prezek said, lurching forward to rest his thick forearms on the table.
"No highborn can truly sink into the hole of ignorance's cloying mud. We poke our faces free again and again, gasping for air."
"If this fug be air,"
Dathanar said in a growl.
"Besides, I'm too drunk to swim, too bloated to drown, and too confused to tell the difference. We left the bridge, as much I know, and that is a crime in the eyes of our Lord."
"Fortunate, then," said Prezek, "that our Lord's eyes are elsewhere."
"Unfortunate," corrected Kalaris, "since I must see in his stead."
"That will make any man's eyes sting,"
Dathanar said. "I'll not deny that," Kalaris replied pointedly. But neither man was in any condition for subtlety. With a broad, sloppy smile, Prezek waved one hand.
"Must we take our posts again? Will you berate us with cold promises? At the very least, friend, build us a fine argument and intricacy of purpose. Hook fingers into the nostrils and drag out the noble horse so we may see its fine trappings. Honours, bridle,
"Pride, stirrups,"
shouted Dathanar, raising his flagon.
duties bit between the teeth.
"Loyalty's overworn saddle so sweet under the cheeks."
To take Belcher's foul cousin.
"Friends," said Kalaris in a warning hiss, "that is enough of that. Your words are unfit for officers of Lord Anamander's houseblades. You try my indulgence. Now be on your feet and pray the cold night air yields you sobriety." Prezek's brows lifted, and he looked at Dathanar.
"He dares it, brother. To the bridge, then. Torches approach from some dire quarter. 'Tis revelation's light to make every sinner cower."
"Not the bridge," Kalaris said, sighing. "You have been reassigned, both of you, by command of Sulchas Ruin. You are to join the Hust Legion." This silenced them. Looking upon their shocked expressions, offered Kalaris no satisfaction.
For abandoning our posts?"
Prezek asked in disbelief. "No, that crime stays between us. The matter is more prosaic. Galar Barras has terrible need for officers. This is Ruin's answer."
"Oh,"
muttered Dathanar.
"It is indeed. Ruinous answer. Ruin of all privilege, ruin of life. A command voiced with distinction. Alas, we hear it all too well."
"Our privilege to do so,"
nodded Prezek.
"in language less than obscure."
"More than plain, brother."
"Just so, Dathanar. See me long for sudden complexity. Wish me swathed in obfuscation and euphoric euphemism. I would flee to the nearest lofty tower, worthy of my hauteur. I would sniff and decry the state's sordid state, and then frown and announce the wine is too tart, far too tart."
"I'll whip the servant, brother, if that pleases you."
"Pleasing is dead, Dathanar, and dead pleasing."
Dathanar groaned and rubbed at his face.
"Prezek, we should never have left unguarded the bridge. See what fate we let across, when a mere switch would have sent the hog running. So be it. I yield to simple fate, and name her just."
Prezek pushed himself upright.
"Commander Kalaris, we are, as ever, at your call."
Grunting, Dathanar stood as well.
"Perchance the sword has a bawdy tale to amuse us in our perfidy, and the armour, well, it is said to be loquacious to a fault, but I'll not begrudge the warning voice. even should we fail in heeding it.
Standing, Kalaris gestured to the door.
Step carefully once outside, friends. The way back is uncertain.
Both men nodded at that. Chapter 3.
There will be justice!
When that call came, echoing down the long, foul tunnels, Wareth thought it a sour joke. Belatedly he comprehended the earnestness in that cry, and when he dropped the heavy pick in his hands, the sudden absence of that familiar weight almost made him stagger back a step. He was alone, at the far end of a deep vein. The words whispered their echoes, as if the iron ore itself was speaking to him in the darkness. He remained motionless, drawing in the chill air, as the ache in his hands slowly faded. The past was a cruel and remorseless pursuer, and in this place, for Wareth and for all the others down these shafts, it muttered of justice more often than not. Again the call sounded. Close around him, the rock wept its unceasing tears, making glittering runnels around patches of luminescence, pooling at his feet. If those words iterated a promise, it was far too late. If a summons, then far past time. He had yet to turn round. The way ahead, just visible in the gloom, was a blunted, battered wall. He had been beating at it for weeks now. It had served him well, as a place where he could, with his back to the world, live out his wakeful existence. He had grown to admire the vein's stubborn defiance, had come to grieve its shattering surrender piece by piece. The pick Wareth had wielded was a fine tool, iron tamed and given shape, iron domesticated, subjugated, forged into a slayer of its wild kin. This was the only battle he fought, and he and the pick fought it well, and so the wild ore retreated, shard by shard. Of course, the truth was, the vein did not retreat. It simply died, in buckets of rubble. This was the only war he knew how to win. The cry sounded a third time, but fainter now, as the other miners worked their way to the surface, rising sunward. He thought to retrieve his pick, to resume his assault. The wild stood no chance. It never did. Instead, he swung round to make his way back to the surface. More often than not, justice was a word written in blood. The curiosity that tugged him onward and upward made him no different from anyone else. That righteous claim needed a victim. It depended on there being one, and this fed a kind of lust. Hunched over, he made his way up the shaft, his boots splashing through the pools made by the weeping rock. The trek took some time. Eventually, he stood at the mine's ragged entrance, blinking in the harsh sunlight. Sharp pains stabbed at his lower back as he straightened to his full height for the first time since rising from his cot that morning. Sweat streamed from him despite the air's wintry bite, mixing with dust and grime as it ran down his bared torso. He could feel his muscles slowly contracting to the cold, and it seemed as if simple light and clean, bitter air could cleanse him, scouring skin, flesh, bone, and down into his very soul, and so yield the miracle of restitution, of redemption. In the wake of that notion came mocking derision. Other miners were shouting, some singing, running like children across the snow-dusted ground. He heard the word freedom, and listened to laughter that would make a sane man cringe. But Wareth looked to the prison guards for the truth of this day. They still ringed the vast pit that housed the mining camp's compound. Many of them now ebon-skinned. They leaned on their spears and made grim silhouettes against the skyline on all sides. At the south edge, at the end of the ramp that climbed to a barricaded gatehouse and barracks, the iron gates remained shut. He was not alone in remaining silent and watchful. He was not alone in his growing skepticism. No one freed prisoners, unless indeed the Civil War had seen an overthrow of all authority, or with a new ruler upon the throne of darkness an amnesty had been announced. But the cries of freedom lacked specific details. "We are to be freed! On this day! Prisoners no longer! There will be justice at last!" That last proclamation was absurd. Every miner in this camp belonged here. They had committed crimes, terrible crimes. They had, in the words of the magistrate, abrogated their compact with civil society. In more common diction, they were one and all murderers or worse. The guards remained. Society, it seemed, was not yet ready to welcome them. The hysteria of the moment was fast fading, as others at last took notice of the guards in their usual positions, and the barred gate with its barbed fangs. Elation collapsed. Voices growled, and then cursed. Wareth looked over to the women's camp. The night shifters were stumbling from their cells, dishevelled and drawing together in knots. No guards stood between them and the men. He could sense their burgeoning fear. All the animals loose in the corral. Even this cold air cannot stifle a beast's passions. Trouble is moments away. Regretting leaving his pick behind, he looked round and saw a shovel on the ground beside an ore cart, a breach of rules more shocking than anything else this day. He walked over and collected it, and then, as if unable to stop what he had begun, he slowly made his way towards the women. Wareth was tall, and his 9 years in the shafts as lead rock-biter had broadened his shoulders and thickened his neck. His body now bore unnatural proportions, his arms and torso too large for his hips and legs. The curl and pull of overworked muscles had spread wide his shoulder blades, while drawing him inward at his upper chest, giving him a hunched-over appearance. The bones of his legs had bowed, but not as much as he could see in many other miners. At shift's end after his meal, he took to his cot, where he had bound belts to the iron frame, and these he fastened about himself, forcing his legs straight. And the one man he trusted, Rebel, would come to him then and tighten the straps across his chest and shoulders, forcing them flat. The agony of these efforts lived with him every night. Yet exhaustion proved its master, and he slept despite the pain. With something cold gripping his insides, he wended his way through the crowd, pushing aside those who had not seen him approaching. Others simply stepped back to clear his path. Faces frowned at him, uncomprehending, eyes narrowing as they saw the shovel in his hands. He was through most of the press when a man ahead suddenly laughed and shouted, "The kittens are awake, my friends. See the way unopposed? I think this is the freedom we've won." Wareth reached the man even as he began moving towards the women. With all his strength, he swung the shovel into the man's head, crushing one side of the skull and snapping the neck. The sound it made was a shock that silenced those nearby. The body fell, twitched, blood and something like water leaking out around its broken head. Wareth stared down at the corpse, filled with the usual revulsion and fascination. The shovel was almost weightless in his hands. Then something pulled him away, made him continue on to take his place in the gap between the men and the women. As he turned to face his brothers of the pit, resting the shovel on one shoulder, he saw Rebel emerging, carrying a bulker's pick. The third man to appear, also armed with a shovel, was Listar. Quiet and shy, his crime was a lifelong abuse of his wife that ended in her strangulation. But questions remained whether the cord had been in his hands. Questions, too, on that charge of abuse. But Listar would say nothing, not even to plead innocence. Wareth could never be sure of the man. Yet here he was, ready to give his life in defence of unarmed women. Rebel was tall and wiry. He had not cut the hair on his head and face since arriving at the mine 7 years past. His dark eyes glittered amidst a black, snarled nest, showing everyone that his temper was close. Once unleashed, the man knew not how to stop that rage. He had killed 4 men, one of whom had possibly insulted him. The other 3 had tried to intervene. No others joined Wareth, and he saw men finding their own picks and shovels, and then making their way forward. One of them pointed a shovel at Wareth. "Gans never even saw you coming. The coward strikes again. Rebel, Listar, look to this man who holds your centre, and when I go to him,
Watch him run.
Wareth said nothing, but even he could feel how their moment of bold chivalry was fast fading. Neither Rebel nor Listar could count on him, and they had just realized it. He turned to Rebel and spoke under his breath.
Break open the women's shed. Let them arm themselves.
Rebel's smile was hard and cold. And you'll do what, Wareth? Hold them here?
He may not, but I will, said Listar. This is a day of justice. Let me face it and be done with.
He glanced over at Wareth.
I know you hated Gans. His mouth always got him in trouble. But this stand here, Wareth, it's not like you.
Listar spoke the truth, and Wareth had no answer to give. Gans's friend was edging closer, with his companions drawing up behind him. Wareth had hoped that some old feuds would erupt among the men, explosions of violence to distract them, acts of vengeance such as his attack on Gans. Instead, he had caught their collective attention, a mistake, and one likely to see him killed. A pick between my shoulder blades as I run. With a curious glance at Listar, Rebel moved off. Gans's friend laughed.
The bold line collapses.
The heat was building in Wareth, despite the chill. An old, familiar fire. It pooled and dissolved his insides. He could feel it burning his face, and knew that for shame. His heart pounded fast, and a weakness took his legs. A loud crack startled everyone, and then the squeal of the shed door sounded behind Wareth.
Shit,
someone swore.
We're too fucking late now. Wareth, you'll pay for this. Cut him down, Merrick. The chase will make a fine game, eh?
Men laughed. Wareth turned to Listar.
Not today, then, Your Justice.
Listar shrugged, stepping back.
Then another. So, best you start running.
Merrick advanced on Wareth.
You've killed enough people from behind. All these years. Stand still now, rabbit.
He raised the shovel. Wareth tensed, terror rising up from his stomach to grip his throat. He prepared to throw the shovel before bolting. There was a solid thud, and Merrick halted suddenly, looked down at the arrow buried deep in his chest. Someone shouted. Merrick sank to the ground, disbelief giving way to agony on his face. The guards were now descending from the rim of the bowl, and on the gatehouse ramp there stood a dozen soldiers, and from them came a thin, moaning sound. Wareth knew that sound. He knew it well. He flinched back, dropping his shovel.
That was dishonourable,
said Seltin Raigandas, glaring at Galar Barris.
By this craven murder, with a hunter's arrow at that, we are to see the rebirth of the Husk Legion?
Dishonour, now there's a word. Dry as tinder, needing only the hint of a spark to flare up, burn bright, rage incandescent. Dishonour, the stake pinning us all to the ground. And see us now, you, Hun Ral, with your poisoned wine, and me here, both of us writhing in place.
Galar Barris drew off his gauntlets and carefully folded them before tucking them behind his sword belt.
Quartermaster, even honour must on occasion surrender to timing.
Seltin's expression of disgust was unchanged.
Timing? You waited too long to intervene.
Ignoring the Legion's quartermaster, Galar Barris glanced skyward. The chill winter blue was unbroken by cloud, making the vault seem all the more remote.
As we see the heavens constrained by all that we do here, no matter, these are smaller drammers than they feel.
He turned to the pit's overseer.
Sir, tell me about those three.
The elderly man shook his head.
If you sought to single them out in the name of decency, your desire was misplaced. No, it was doomed from the start, as I could have told you, Captain. Not one down there is worthy of Lord Henrald's largesse. They ended up here for a reason, every one of them.
Galar Barris sighed. He had weathered the same complaints, the same bleak observations, from the overseers of the last 2 prison mines.
"Indulge me, then, and speak of the 3 men who chose to defend the women."
The overseer was long in replying, warring with something like reluctance, as if, in the details he would offer, hope would die many deaths. Galar felt a moment of sympathy for the man, but insufficient to dissuade him from his task here. He was about to set iron in the command when the overseer finally spoke.
"The lanky one, who showed the wit to break open the shed and so give leave to the women to arm themselves. He is named Rebel."
"Go on."
"Brave enough, I suppose. But Captain Rebel is slave to a mad rage. He skirts a pit, and is known to leap into it at the slightest hint of disrespect."
Dishonour again. It is the only language left us, it seems, here in Curl-Gillane.
"Rebel, then. The next man? Listar, upon the other side, was a bully to the weak, and down there the weak are all long dead. His stand surprised me, I admit. He was accused, following charges laid by the family of his murdered wife. Accused, tried, and then sentenced. None refuted the evidence, least of all Listar."
He confessed his guilt.
"He said nothing at all, and upon that matter remains silent to this day."
The overseer hesitated, and then added,
"Guilt binds his tongue, I should think. Captain, do not imagine some secret virtue in Listar's silence. Do not look for anything worthy of redemption. Not here. Not among those men and women below."
"Now, the big-shouldered one."
"The worst of the lot,"
the overseer said, frowning at Galar. He paused, and then added,
"A Legion soldier, but witness to be a coward in battle."
"Legion?" Galar Barras asked.
"Which Legion?"
The overseer scowled.
"You do not recognize him? I thought you but played with me. That is Wareth, once of the Hust."
Galar Barras looked back down in the pit. For a moment he could not see Wareth. Then he caught sight of him, sitting on the side of an ox trough, forearms resting on his thighs, as he looked out on the compound, where the guards were forcing the men to one side and the women to the other. For all the comfort of picks and shovels in the hands of the prisoners, none was foolish enough to face armoured guards wielding spears.
"He has changed," the captain said.
"No," the overseer replied. "He hasn't."
"Redemption. But overseer, what else can I offer? What other currency beyond vile freedom for these fools who so ruin their lives? That word should not taste so bitter. That desire should not make such grisly paths, bridging what was and what is to come."
The notion hovered in his mind, as if a standard raised high to face an enemy upon the other side of the valley.
Yet dishonour has its own banner, its stained flag of recrimination. Are they even enemies? A look at any civil war and see 2 foes marching in parallel, stubborn on their chosen tracks to their chosen future. To clash upon battle's field, they must first clash in their respective minds. Arguments of righteousness will lead us all in the end to the anguished need for redemption. All for day's end. And yet, for these prisoners, these criminals, I can only offer them a walk back along the path they each left behind, an uncurling of deeds, an unravelling of fates.
This purpose here made for solitary thoughts, but not a single doubt could be exercised, he knew. The time was not now. The company was all wrong.
"Sergeant Barras, take 2 with you and go down and collect Listar, Rebel, and Wareth."
"Wareth, sir?"
"Wareth," Galar Barras said. "Overseer, if you be so kind, I would make use of your office in the gatehouse."
The man shrugged.
"My office. Both title and place are dead to me now, or so I now understand. At my age, Captain, the future narrows to a single road, fading into the unseen. One walks, eyeing the closing mists, but no mortal power of will or desire can halt these plodding steps."
Lord Hanerold will not abandon you, sir.
Shall I, too, don a dead soldier's weeping armour? Take up a howling sword? Not my road, Captain.
I'm sure that you will be free to choose from a number of appointments, Overseer.
They would kill me, you know,
the man said, nodding down at the prisoners.
1,000 times over. For so long I have been the face of their guilt, which they will despise until death takes them.
I imagine so. I am not so foolish as to think otherwise. But, sir, there is more to being a soldier of the husk than just the weapons and armour.
They'll not fight for the realm.
To that I must agree, said Sultan Ragandas, crossing his arms. If you two are correct, Galah said, then, Overseer, you will soon be back here, and so will those men and women below. And you, Quartermaster, can return to your storerooms of materiel, with none to claim it. Sultan's laugh was low and only mildly harsh.
You describe a clerk's paradise, Captain.
After a moment, the Overseer snorted.
There is such joy in this appointment.
Galah Barras managed a smile, and he settled a hand on the man's shoulder. For what is to come, which would you prefer, your task or mine? The Overseer shook his head.
Captain, I yield my office.
Wareth stood as the 3 husked soldiers approached. He saw that they had already rounded up Listar and Rebel, and neither man looked pleased. Proof to the rumours, the husked soldiers now bore banded armour of the same black-smeared iron as the weapons in their scabbards, and as they drew nearer the moaning sounds shifted into a kind of chatter, as if a crowd was gathering. Wareth thought he heard laughter.
"Come with us,"
the sergeant said. "I prefer the shafts below," Wareth said. "Ask your captain to make this day like any other, for me. There is still ore to be won from the rock." The sergeant was working hard at keeping the disgust from his expression. He was young, but not too young for contempt.
"This pit is now closed. Save your words for the captain."
He gestured and then set off. The 2 soldiers moved to push Wareth forward. He fell in alongside Rebel and Listar. "What manner of game is this?" Rebel asked. "If they were coming for you, I can see that. It's a wonder they didn't execute you in the field. But what do they want with us?" Wareth had his ideas about that. If those ideas circled the truth, he surely did not belong in the company of these 2 prisoners. "My sword defied them," he said. "What?" "On the field," Wareth said. "When they sought to disarm me, before executing me, my sword tried to kill them all."
"Then it's true," said Listar. "The weapons live."
"In the end," Wareth said, "I agreed to surrender it. By then, the commander had arrived, and I was sent to her tent in chains. She was drunk. With victory," he added. "She deemed the mines a mercy?" Rebel asked in astonishment. "No. Perhaps. I could not guess her mind." He knew the soldiers were listening to this conversation, but none offered a comment. They reached the ramp and began the ascent. The captain had left the small company of husked soldiers positioned there, and the Overseer stood to one side, like a man forgotten. Wareth met his eyes, and the Overseer shook his head. "Am I to be executed, then? We 3 are collected up, but for 2 purposes. Theirs, I think I understand. Mine, well, 9 years is a long reprieve by any sane standards." He could feel his terror returning, familiar as a treacherous friend. It muttered its belated warnings, fueling his imagination. It mocked his stupidity. "I should have ignored the unarmed women. I should have let this damned husked captain see what we all really were. But Gans used to spit down from the top of the shaft, aiming for me beside the water station. I don't forget such things." They passed through the gate. On one side of the gatehouse, beyond the razor-studded bars, was a door that had been left open. The sergeant halted the group just outside the doorway. "The captain wishes to speak to each of you, but one at a time." The man pointed at Listar.
You first.
Any reason for that? Rebel asked in a growl.
No,
the sergeant replied, before escorting Listar into the corridor beyond the door. The remaining pair of soldiers moved off to one side and began a muted conversation that was marked on occasion by a glance back at Wareth. Now he took note that one of them, the woman, had a hunter's bow strapped to her back. Merrick's last kiss. "You've too many friends," Rebel muttered, pulling at the joints of his fingers, making each one pop. He did this in a particular order, the part of the habit that defied Wareth's attempts at making sense of it, and once again he bit back on his curiosity. For all he knew, it was the secret code of his friend's forbearance, and a fragile one at that. "Before you," he now replied, "I had but one." Rebel glanced at him with his dark, half-mad eyes. "That sword. You have the truth of it. Yet you never saw me as metal for your confessions." "I would say, perhaps, I learned my lesson." Rebel grunted, nodding. "I have many friends. Of course I do. Better my friend than my enemy, eh?" "The regret of the broken bodies strewn in the wake of your temper, Rebel. But when that rage is chained, you are an honorable man." "You think? I doubt the worth of that honor, Wareth. Maybe this is why we're friends." "I will take that wound," Wareth said after a moment. "It was your temper, after all, that warded me when I was bound to the cot. If you'd been bound face down, even that would not have sufficed. Rapists don't live long in the pit. Nor do the raped." "So," Wareth said, as he ground the word out, "we have a code." "Of honor? Maybe so, when you put it that way. Tell me, does it take cleverness to be a coward?" "I think so." "I think so, too." The sergeant reappeared with Listar. The miner looked confused and would not meet the eyes of his companions, and there was something in the set of his body that whispered defeat. The sergeant gestured to one of the waiting soldiers and said, "Take him to the wagons." Then he pointed at Rebel. "Now, you." "If any of you asks me to cut my hair," Rebel said, straightening from the wall against which he had been leaning, "I'll kill you. Come with me." Wareth was left alone. He glanced over to see the last remaining soldier studying him. After a moment, the woman turned away. "That's right. You saved my life. How does it feel?" "No matter. Merrick got what he deserved. A bully full of talk. All the women he had, all the husbands he cuckolded, until the one who got in his face and made trouble. But a knife in the back took care of that one. And you dared to call me a coward, Merrick. But you would have done for me today, knowing I'd run." He studied the husked soldier, the slantwise curve of her back as she settled most of her weight on one leg, hip cocked. Her attention was fixed southward, out across the broken landscape pockmarked by pulled tree trunks. Her armor seemed to ripple of its own accord. On occasion the scabbarded sword at her side jolted as if knocked by her knee, but she had made no move. The husked. Few were left. The story had come in hushed tones. Even for the savage killers in the pit, there was something foul in the poisoning of almost 3,000 men and women. But it seemed that civil war precluded all notions of criminality, and who among the victors, standing beside Hun Rao, would even contemplate a redressing of justice? Blows were struck, the cause sure and true, a rushing sluice to wash away what lingered on the hands, what stained the boots. The first words of the triumphant were always about looking to the future, restoring whatever nostalgic illusion of order they'd fought for. The future for such creatures was a backhanded game of revising the past. It was a place, Wareth well knew, where lies could thrive. He was chilled now, having left his shirt in the shaft far below the earth's surface. He used the wall behind him to keep his back straight, although the effort made his spine ache. But the cold of the stone quickly sank into his muscles, offering some relief. A coward saw regret as if regarding a lost lover as a thing used hard and fast, only to quickly pall, pulling apart in mutual disgust. Those regrets then died of starvation, but their carcasses littered his world, all within easy reach. Occasionally, when driven by need, he would pick one up and seek to force life into it once again. But any carcass could be prodded this way and that, given gestures that resembled those of the living. A child would understand this easily enough, and deem it play. The games adults played, however, existed in a realm of ever-shifting rules. Regrets were the pieces, escape the coward's prize, and each time the prize turned out to be failure. He lived in a world of confusion, and neither the world nor the confusion ever went away. I am slave to living, and nothing is to be done for that. He will see that. The captain is not a fool, wise enough to survive the poisoning, one of the very few, if the rumors are true. Had he stayed hidden among them, he would now be dead. But the coward ever finds ways to live. It is our one gift. The sound of footsteps, and then Rebel reappeared. He looked over at Wareth. "Half the game, us," he said. "I pity the other half." "The women?" Rebel nodded. The sergeant detailed the last soldier to escort Rebel to the wagons beyond the camp. Before they drew out of earshot, Rebel turned and shouted, "The captain has lost his mind, Wareth, just so you know." Scowling, the sergeant waved Wareth into the corridor. "You do not argue his opinion," Wareth said as they approached the office. Saying nothing, the man opened the door and gestured. "Alone?" Wareth asked. "The captain elects privacy in this," the sergeant said, "as is his privilege. Go in now, Wareth." But the miner hesitated, eyes narrowing on the man. "Did we once know each other?" "No, but your name is known to us all, the Hust Legion's lone blot of shame." From within the office, the captain spoke. "That's enough, Sergeant. Wait outside." "Sir," the man replied. And if shame was the only blot, we could do away with swords, and war, and punishment for that matter. We would guard ourselves against the crime of failing oneself, and feel only pity, like Rebel, for those who fell. Wareth walked into the overseer's office. Looking round for a moment, he saw a clerk's abode, which made somewhat pathetic the hatred the prisoners had heaped on the overseer. Then he looked down at the man seated behind the desk. It was a moment before he could pierce the ebon skin and see the features. Galar Barras. The captain looked distracted, perhaps even irritated. He moved a hand encompassing the room. "Not much different from my own? Well, the one I had in Kharkanas. Needless to say, the similarity has soured my mood." Wareth remained silent. Sighing, Galar Barras went on. "Rebel claimed it was his idea, breaking open the shed, but I saw you speak to him in the moment before. I think it was your idea, Wareth." "And this is an important distinction, sir?" "It is. So, tell me the truth of it." "The idea was Rebel's, sir, as he told you." The captain slowly leaned back in the chair. "I understand you want to return to the pit. Will you work alone, then?" "You cannot take these men and women for the Hust, sir. You cannot." "So everyone keeps telling me." "Is this by Commander Torres Redon's order, sir?" "You've seen us. Go back and tell her it's a mistake." "The disposition of the commander is not your concern, Wareth. Right now, I am your only concern." "Do not execute me, sir. It's been 9 years, damn you." Galar Barras blinked. "That notion had not even occurred to me, Wareth. All right, you turned and fled. You probably had your reasons, but that was long ago." "Nothing has changed, sir." "You stood between the men and the women down there. You were the first to do so. I was looking for leaders, natural leaders, ones with honor." Wareth laughed. It was a hard, bitter laugh.
And I stepped to the fore. Oh, you poor man.
At least we can share the chagrin, Galah Barris said, smiling.
It's impossible, sir. And not just with me. Rebels temper.
Yes, I know all about that. And Listar strangled his wife.
Even if he didn't, sir, he is guilty of something, and whatever it is, he would walk into death at the first chance. Then help me.
Sir? Galah Barris leaned forward.
We are in a civil war. Mother Dark's most powerful army lies buried beneath mounds a league south of here. And now we've had word of a battle, the shattering of the Wardens. As of this moment, the only forces standing between Kharkanas and Urusander are the houseblades of the great houses. Then surrender, sir.
The captain shook his head.
Not my call, Wareth. I have been commanded to replenish the hust. I need bodies. And you are desperate, Wareth said. I see. I doubt you do. I see well enough, sir. Go back to the commander. This order comes from the Lord Silchas Ruin. Not his to make, Wareth snapped. Torres Redon lies disarmed and in a drunken stupor in a locked room. After a moment, Wareth said, She was drunk when she spared me.
I know.
You do? How? She was alone in the command tent. She told me. Wareth fell silent. I need officers, Galah Barris said. Promote every hust soldier you have left, sir. I will, but they're not enough. You will forge a nightmare. The hust swords will twist in the hands of this pit's murderers.
Galah Barris's eyes were level.
I would think it the other way round, Wareth. This is your faith in all of this? Abyss below. Captain, I know the limits of those weapons, perhaps more than any of you, and I tell you it is not enough. Your sword failed in making you brave. It begged in my hand, damn you, and still I ran. I see only one way through this, Wareth. I am attaching you to my staff. You are indeed mad, sir. Then I well suit the times, Lieutenant. Lieutenant? You would promote a coward. Sir, the sergeants will turn their backs to you. As for my fellow lieutenants and your fellow captains, they will— I am the last captain bar one, Galah Barris said, and that one is in no condition to assume command. There were 2 others after the poisoning. Both took their own lives. You'll need more. I'll worry about that time when it comes. As for your fellow lieutenants, they will take their orders from me as expected. Oh, I am not so foolish as to think you face anything but a lonely future. But, Wareth, you will be my bridge to these prisoners. From you to Rebel and Listar, and to whatever women I can lift through the ranks. And as to that, can you give me a few names? Only by reputation, Wareth said, and in his mind he could well see the future the captain offered him. In his staff, hovering around the command tent, away from the battle. The image rose like an island from the seas of his confusion and fear. I can weather the scorn. I've lived with my own long enough. We were kept entirely separate, and hardly saw one another. They were the cats, the night shift in the shafts. I know, Wareth. This isn't the first pit I've emptied. I'll take those names, Lieutenant. When I said reputation, I did not mean it in a good way. Right now, that distinction is irrelevant. Wareth looked down at the man. I think, sir, that we will lose this civil war. Keep that opinion to yourself. As you wish. Now, the names, Lieutenant. The stench of a burned forest slipped in through every pore. Its stink soaked skin and the flesh beneath it. It lurked in a man's hair, his beard like a promise of fire. It fouled clothes and the taste of food and water.
Glyph walked through heaps of ash, around blackened stumps and the bones of tree-falls with their charred roots stark in the still air. His face was covered by a rag, leaving exposed only his red-rimmed eyes. He wore the hide of a deer, turned inside out, in a feeble effort at disguise, as the deerskin's underside was pale grey. He had rubbed handfuls of gritty ash into his black hair. He could see too far in this forest now. In past winters there had been enough evergreen to offer up places to hide, blocking lines of sight, to allow a hunter to move unseen if care was taken. Among the deniers, it was the men who hunted. This tradition was older than the forest itself, and the great hunts in the spring and again at summer's end, when all the men set out, bearing bows and javelins, making their way through the forest to where the last herds still walked in their seasonal migration, far to the north now. These things, too, were old beyond memory. Traditions died, and those who held fast to them, cursing and filled with hate as their precious ways of living were torn from their hands, they dwelt in a world of dreams, where nothing changed. A predictable world that knew nothing of the fears that every mortal must face. He recalled the tale of the lake, and the families that lived on its shore. In all of their memories, reaching back to the very beginning, they fished that lake. They used spears in the shallows during the spawning season. They used nets and weirs at the streams that fed the lake. And for the creatures that crawled upon the lake bottom, they built traps. It was their tradition, this way of living, and they were known to all as the people who fished the lake. There came a spring when no women walked out from that place, seeking husbands among the other peoples. And those women of the other peoples who thought to travel to the homes of the people who fished the lake, they arrived to find empty camps and cold hearths, with huts fallen in under the weight of the past winter snows. They found nets rotting on the scaffolds where they'd been hung to dry. They found unused fish spears amidst the high heaps of fishbone and broken mussel shells. They found all this, but nowhere could they find the people who fished the lake. One young woman looked out to the lake's lone island, a hump of moss and rock on which the last tree had been cut down long ago. Taking a canoe, she set out for that island. There she found the people who fished the lake, crow-picked and withered by the winter. Their skin was sun-blackened in the manner of fish strips hung over a smoking fire. The children that she had found had been eaten, every bone picked clean, and the bones then boiled so they were now light as twigs. And in the lake no fish remained, no mussels and no fresh-water crabs or lobsters. The waters were clear and empty. When she paddled back across it, she looked down to a lifeless bottom of grey silts. Tradition was not a thing to be worshipped. Tradition was the last bastion of fools. Did the fisher-folk see their final fate? Did they comprehend their doom? Glyph believed the answer to both questions among those who still worked the waters was yes. But the elders on the shore droned on about vast harvests in times past, when the gutted fish hung in their tens of thousands, and the smoke of the fires drifted low and thick on the water, hiding the lake's distant shores, hiding this island even. And oh, how they all grew fat and lazy in the weeks that followed, their bellies soft and bulging. There are fish in the lake, the elders said. There have always been fish in the lake. There always will be fish in the lake. And the witch flung fish spines onto level beds of ash, reading in their patterns the secret hiding places of those fish. But she had done the same the last season, and the one before that, and now no hiding places remained. The elders stopped telling their stories. They sat silent, their bellies hollowing out, the bones of their wizened faces growing sharp and jutting. They spat out useless teeth. They bled at their fingertips, and made foul stench over the shit pits. They grew ever weaker, and then slept, rushing into the distant dreams of the old days, from which they never returned. One cannot eat tradition. One cannot grow fat on it. The witch was cast out for her failure. The nets were all bound together into one that could sweep through half the lake. from the muddy bottom to the surface. There was talk that some otters might be snared, or fishing birds. But those creatures had long since left, or died. Every canoe was pushed out into the water to draw that net through the waters. They circled the island, a slow spin around its treeless mound. And when at last they returned to their camp, everyone joined in the task of drawing in that net. It was easier than it should have been. Tradition is the great slayer. It clings to its proof, and it drowns in its own net, from which nothing ever escapes. Glyph and the other men had left their camps when the leaves turned brown. They trekked into the north, out onto the barren lands, seeking the last dwindling herds that had summered in the forest. Bearing bows and javelins, they gathered into hunting parties, seeking hoof sign, and at night they told tales of past hunts, of hundreds of beasts slain where the herds crossed the cold rivers. They spoke of the wolves that joined them and became comrades in the slaughter. Wolves they all came to know by sight, and surely it was the same for the wolves, and like old friends they were given names: Odd-Eye, Silvermane, Broke-Tooth. And as the fires died down and darkness closed in with a moaning wind, the hunters sought to find the names the wolves had for each of them: Fart-Wind, Sack-Scratch, Prick-Pump, Nub-Hide. Laughter bit the cold from the air on those nights. The layering of memories built tradition's high walls, until the place made by those walls became a prison. Glyph now saw how the very last tradition, when all the others had done their grisly work, was just this, a prison. The tales told, the memories gathered up like clay, and then made into something hard as stone. It was what the elders of the lake had clung to, with their bleeding fingers. It was what Glyph and his fellow hunters had clung to, on those empty nights so filled with empty words. He walked through the scorched bones of the forest, and the bitter ash on his tongue had become a kind of mortar, and he felt himself beginning the building of his own wall. A modest 2 or 3 stones, a meagre wall. But he would find more to work with, he was certain of that, constructed from new memories. These memories. The failed hunt just past, the cruel pathos of the stories told at night out in the barrens, the hopeless search for hoof sign, the wolves that did not come, and did not howl with the fall of dusk. The long return to the forest, hungry and silent with shame, the smoke to the south above the tree line, the sudden scattering of the parties as family members drew together and then split away, rushing to the camps of their kin, the wandering among the slain, the dead wife, the dead sister, who had made it halfway out of her burning hut before a sword slid into her back, the dead son, whose neck had been snapped. The desperate journey to the monasteries of Yudan and Yanis, the beseeching of the priests and priestesses within, the bitter bargain offered, "Bring us your children." The hunters wailed. They cried, "What children?" On that day, Glyph took for himself that vicious title the people of the towns and the city had given them. He was now a denier. The name had become his promise, his destiny, in fact. Denier, denier of life, denier of truth, denier of faith. Dusk had arrived when he finally found the camp of the Legion soldiers whom he had been tracking. There were 3 of Urisander's ilk, travelling east, making for Nerit Sor, as had so many others before them. Glyph crept his way closer in the darkness, safe beyond the dung-chip fire's pool of light. He still possessed all his arrows, a half-dozen of them bearing iron barbs. The others were flint-tipped. When he was in place, beside a stump and behind the tree that had toppled from it, he silently removed 3 arrows, the first 2 iron-headed, the last one bearing his best flint, long-bladed and sharp-edged under the single strand of gut binding it to the end of the shaft. Each arrow he set point down into the ground beside him, making a neat row. 2 men and a woman. They were talking. The 2 men were arguing over who would lie with the woman this night. She was laughing as she set one against the other. They sat round the fire under the cold night's bright stars. Glyph concluded, as he waited, that she wanted neither of them. He selected the first iron-barbed arrow and set it to his bow's gut-string, lifted the weapon clear of the black trunk, and drew on the string as he did so, pulling until it pressed against his lower lip. Then he released the arrow. The man directly opposite Glyph made a choking sound, toppling backward. His friend on his right barked a laugh, as if the dead man was jesting. But then the woman spied the fletching jutting from the dying man's throat, and she cried out. Glyph was already drawing the bow. The second iron arrow sank deep under her left breast. With a small gasp, she fell onto her side. The last man unsheathed his sword, wheeling round, but blinded still by the firelight. The flint-tipped arrow buried itself in his stomach. He shrieked, doubling over. The arrow's shaft tilted, and then, at his frantic scrabbling, it fell to the ground. The long flint head remained in his gut. Glyph settled back, watching. The man sank to his knees, moaning. Shaking his head, Glyph spoke. "You will run!" The head snapped up, revealing a face pinched with fierce pain. "Come here, you fucking turd, so I can cut you down before my last breath." "You will run," Glyph repeated, "or I will put another arrow in you, and you'll not be able to hold up your sword. Then I will come to you, and with my knife I will slice off your cock, then your sack, and throw them onto your pretty fire. I will drag you half across that fire, and add the remaining chips over your legs, and will watch you roast down there." "Fuck!" The man groaned to his feet, still doubled over, and then he staggered out from the firelight. He was slow, his flight aimless. Glyph stayed 15 paces behind him, moving quietly. In his mind he saw the flint arrowhead buried deep in the man's body, slicing this way and that with each stride the soldier took, and he imagined the pain, the raging fire. After a disappointingly short time the man fell to the ground, curling up around his wound. Glyph approached. The soldier had dropped his sword early on in his flight, not that he could have done anything with it now. Moving to stand beside the prone form, Glyph sighed. "It is tradition," he said, "to use the arrow for beasts, an ignoble weapon. That is how we are to think of it. To down a fellow man or a woman from a distance is the coward's way. But we deniers are making a new tradition now." "Go to the abyss," the man gasped, eyes squeezed shut. "You made a few new ones of your own," Glyph said, "so really you have no cause to complain. What new traditions, you ask? I will remind you. The hunting and killing of women and children, of elders, rape, and whipping little boys through the air, watching a beautiful young woman burned in half before one of you showed a last vestige of mercy and stabbed her through the heart. A sister, that one, always laughing, always teasing. I loved her more than my life, as I did my wife and my son. I loved them all more than my life." He continued looking down, and saw that the soldier was dead. Drawing his iron knife, he knelt and pushed the body onto its back. He cut into the blood-smeared gut, making the arrow wound big enough to fit his hand, and then, carefully, he worked his hand into that hot fissure. The flint edges were sharp, and he did not want to cut himself. Finally, the tips of his fingers found the blade. It had worked down into the man's liver, slicing it almost in half. Gingerly he drew it out, praying that it had not broken against a bone. But no, the arrowhead was whole, not even chipped anywhere along its edges. Glyph wiped it clean on the man's cape. Then he straightened and began making his way back to the camp. There would be food there, and he'd not eaten in a week. This hunt had taken all of his strength, and he was feeling light-headed. He wanted to retrieve his arrows from the other bodies, check the iron points, and then find the shaft that had fallen out from the last man. "Here is my new story," Before the end, some fish had left the lake. They went upstream. When they returned, they found all their kin gone. In rage, one walked out from the water, leaving forever his world, and blessed by the lake's grieving spirit, he was given legs and arms, and his scales fell away to be replaced by skin. He was given eyes that could see in this new, dry world. He was given lungs that did not drown when filled with air. He was given hands with which to collect weapons. Then he set out. The people who fished the lake had distant kin out on the dry lands. He would cast wide his net and begin the tradition of slaughter. He realized that he would need a name. So he named himself Glyph, so that others could read the truth of his deeds, and so that the other fish that walked out onto the land and were given arms, legs, and hands would join him. He saw before him a modest wall, there on the shore, between water and land, the birth of a tradition in a place between two worlds. I came from the water, and now I walk to the shore, and from the land beyond there will be streams of blood, and they will bless this shore and make of it a sacred thing.
Renek's mother told him that he was now 11 years of age. That seemed a long time to be alive, since most of it had been hard. Always working, always worrying, whippings and kicked shins from his mistress, and all the other little things she did that hurt him. It seemed that those things made up all the millions of days in which he had been alive. The burns from the fire had left smooth, shiny wheals on his hands, his forearms, his shoulders, and on his left cheek just under the eye. He might have more on his head, but his hair had mostly grown back. Those scars were like places where the roughness had been rubbed away, and only when the sunlight was on them did they begin hurting again. The scar where he had been stabbed was bigger and took a lot longer to heal. He had not returned to the ruins of the great house. He had heard from his mother that ghosts had been seen there. But one day, ghosts or not, he knew he would make his way back. He would walk in the burned-out ruins. He would remember how everything had looked before the coming of the soldiers. There was a reason for having to go back, but he did not yet know what it was. The idea of it, of standing on the blackened stones of the great house's threshold, seemed like the end of something, and that end felt right somehow. It was worth reminding himself, he decided, that whole worlds could die, no different from people. People who died left bones, worlds left ruins. He had saved a girl at that estate, a girl he had loved, but she was gone now. Returned, he supposed, to her family. But as that family was not from round here, no one knew who they were, or even where they lived. His ma wouldn't tell him anything about any of that. It was just a truth he had to live with, an unhappy one, like all the other unhappy ones. Ginia was gone. There were lots of burned places now. Black ruins on the skyline on all sides of Abara Delak. Looted farmhouses made blackened smears across the fields. He couldn't see much of the monastery from where he lived with his mother, and yet above all the others it drew his eye the most. A distant hill, toothed by a ragged black wall. He was curious about it. He wondered if he would feel the same about it as he did about the great house, as a place deserving at least one visit. Ma wanted him close by these days. She wanted him going nowhere out of her sight. But he was 11 now, and he looked even older, especially with the burn scars. And this morning, when at last he slipped out from her grasp and set off down the track that led to the road that led through the town, and then back up again on the other side to the old monastery, she had wailed behind him, reaching out with her hands as if to drag him back. Her tears made him feel bad, and he vowed to fix everything when he returned home. The soldiers were finally gone from Abara Delak. They had marched east into the forest that had been burned down first to make the going easier. But people were hungry in the town. They were leaving because there was not enough food there. When they left, pulling carts, they took with them whatever the soldiers hadn't stolen from them. Renek had seen them on the road, all going somewhere else.
But it seemed no one could decide where that was, as the families went off in different directions from each other, and every now and then one of them came back, only to leave again a few days later, heading out another way. So the town Rennek walked into was almost empty of people, and those who remained were mostly staying in their houses. The livery had burned down, he saw, so had the land office. A few men and women stood outside the tavern, not doing much or saying anything, and they watched Rennek walk past. Pausing, he looked into the narrow alley beside the tavern, thinking to see the one-armed man who had been Orphantal's mother's secret friend, since the alley was where the man lived. But he wasn't at his usual place on the steps to the cellar. Then he caught a faint motion deeper in the alley's shadows, something small and huddled, trying to keep warm beneath a thin blanket. Rennek headed over, stepping quietly as if sneaking up on a nesting bird. He couldn't remember the man's name, so he said nothing. When the figure started and looked up, Rennek halted. He saw, shining out from a grimy face, eyes that he knew well. "Ginia?" At the name the girl shrank back, pushing up against the stone wall and turning her face away. Her bare feet pushed out from under the thin blanket, and their soles were black and cracked. "But why didn't you go to your family? Ma said you did. She said you went off into the night, when I was asleep, when I was still getting better." She said nothing. "Ginia?" Rennek edged closer. "You need to come back home with me." Finally, she spoke, her voice thin and sounding tired. "She didn't want me." "Oh." Still she kept herself turned away, her face hidden. "Your mother, Rennek. Listen, you're a fool. Go away. Leave me alone." "Why didn't she want you? I saved you." "Oh, Rennek, you don't know anything." Confused, he looked around, but no one was in sight. The people in front of the tavern had not come to help or even look. He didn't understand grown-ups at all. "I'm broken inside," she said in a dull voice. "I won't have babies. Everything down there will hurt, always. This is my last winter, Rennek, and it's how I want it. There's no point to any of this." "But," said Rennek, "I'm broken inside too." She was so quiet, he thought she hadn't heard him, and then she sobbed. He went to her, knelt at her side, and put a hand on her shoulder. She smelled bad. She smelled like what the old men had been distilling in their sheds, and only now did Rennek see the rotting heap of potato skins nearby that she had been eating. "Look," he said, "you don't want to die. If you did, you wouldn't be eating that, and you wouldn't be trying to stay warm. I love you, Ginia, and that brokenness, that hurt, it's just what lives inside, that's all it is. On the outside, you're always the same. That's what we'll give each other, everything that's on the outside, do you see?" She wiped at her face, and then looked up at him. The eye that wasn't wandering met his gaze. "That's not how it is, Rennek. That's not love at all. You're too young, you don't understand." "That's not true. I'm 11 now, I've made a spear, and I'm going to hunt them down, and I'm going to kill them. Telra, and Farab, and Prill. I'm going to stick my spear in them until they're dead, and you're going to watch me do it. Rennek, come with me. Let's go explore the monastery." "I'm too drunk to walk." "It's just what you've been eating." "It kills the pain." "So you can walk and it won't hurt." He reached down and helped her stand. "I'm going to take care of you," he said, "from now on." "Your mother—" "And after the monastery, we're going away. I told you, we're going hunting for the people who did that to you." "You'll never find them." "I will." "They'll kill you." "They tried that already. It didn't work." She let him take her weight, and when he felt it, there was a stab of dull pain from the sword scar. They tottered for a moment, and then hobbled out of the alley. As they turned to make their way up the street, one of the men in front of the tavern called out, "You're wasting your time, son. All you'll get is a lot of blood." The others laughed. Rennek swung round. "You grown-ups make me ashamed." They were silent then, as he and Ginia slowly walked up the main street. She leaned hard against him, But he was still big, still strong, and where the soldier had stabbed him, it hurt only a little bit now. Not like the first time, when he thought that maybe something had ripped. Everyone was broken inside. It was just that some were more broken than others, and when they were broken bad inside, it was all they could do to keep the outside looking normal. That took all the work, and that's what living was. Work. He had years of practice. "You're sweating," Ginia said, when at last they reached the outskirts of town, and looked up to the hill and its summit, where huddled the scorched ruins of the monastery, showing them a gap-toothed wall and a gateway with no gate. "It's hot." "No, it's cold, Renek." "I'm just working hard, Ginia. I'm used to that, and it's good, and you know why?" "Why?" He thought about how he would say what he felt, and then nodded. "It reminds me that I'm alive." "I'm sorry, Renek," she said, "for your burns, from when you carried me through the burning rooms. I should have said that before, but I was mad at you." "Mad at me? But I saved your life." "That's why, Renek." "They weren't much," he said after a moment. "Those rooms, I mean, there was hardly anything in them, so the places where rich people live, why, they're still just rooms." They had begun the ascent, much slower now. At his words, Ginia snorted. "They would tell you otherwise." "I saw them, those rooms. They can try telling me anything they like. I saw them." "You were friends with Orphantal?" Renek shook his head. "I was a bad friend. He hates me now. Anyway, I won't be that again. Those noble-born grown-ups don't scare me any more. Orphantal wasn't like them, but I'm sorry that he hates me." "Noble-born," she mused, and he smelled her sweet breath. "It seems I've found one of my own." He didn't understand what she meant. She was still a little drunk. Then they ran out of breath with which to talk, as the hill was steep and the track slippery under its thin coat of snow. The monks were all dead, for sure, since they would have swept this clear. There was nothing living in sight. Even the crows had long gone. At last they reached the summit, and Ginia stepped away from him to stand on her own, but she reached across and took his hand. Suddenly, cowed by her gesture, and the feel of her thin fingers and her pinched palm so easily swallowed up by his too big hand, Renek said nothing. But he felt very grown up. "I'm not so cold any more," she said. "Not so drunk, either. But the pain's back." He nodded. Yes, it was back, and not just where the soldier had stabbed him. It was back in other places, too, all through his insides. Aches, deep, deep aches. When he could stand them no longer, and he had to move, he stepped forward, and she fell in at his side, and they walked across towards the shell of the tumbled wall's gate. "They used to bring food into town and give it away to the poor," Ginia said, "but only once or twice a year. The years they didn't, everyone hated them, but it was just bad harvests, when they only had enough to feed themselves. Still, everyone hated them." They passed beneath the arch and strode into the littered compound, and were halted by the sight of all the snow-covered corpses. Ginia pulled sideways at his hand, stretching out his arm. But all the pain he'd been fighting against inside was suddenly too much, and blood had leaked out from his sword wound, and once it leaked out, the battle was over. Darkness took him, and he sank into it, although in the instant before he knew nothing, he heard Ginia cry out as his hand tugged loose from her grasp. When he next opened his eyes, the ground under his back was wet where the snow had melted. Ginia was kneeling beside him, and she had taken off her blanket and draped it over him, and he saw tears on her cheeks. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "You fainted. There was blood. I thought you died." "No," he said. "I didn't. It was just that the wound remembered the sword." "You should never have helped me." "I can't help helping you," he said, pushing the brokenness back inside and sitting up. She wiped at her cheeks. "I thought I was alone. All over again. Renek, I can't do this with you. I lost everything and I have nothing, and it has to stay that way." He watched her stand, watched her brush the crusted snow from her bared, bony knees, revealing cracked red skin and scabs. "You can't make me hope," she said. "It's not fair. You're leaving me? I told you I can't stay with you. Don't die in that alley, Ginia. Stop crying. I won't. I'll survive. I'm like you. They can't kill us. I get food left for me. Not every grown-up is bad, Rennek. Don't think that, or you will be a very lonely man." She looked around. "There are cloaks I can find here. Maybe even real blankets. Horse blankets, maybe. There are some sheds that didn't burn. I'll search in those and find something. I won't freeze to death." "You promise?" "I promise, Rennek. Now, when you go back home, go round the town. Don't go down the main street. Some people there are mad at you for what you said. It's a longer walk, but go across the fields. Say you'll do that. Say it." He wiped at his eyes and nose. "I'll cross the fields. And don't tell your mother about any of this." "I won't. But I won't be there long anyway." "Stay with her, Rennek. If you leave, you'll break her heart." "I'll make it better." "Good. That's good." She nodded towards the gateway. "Go on, then." The sadness in him was a worse pain than any other he'd ever felt, but he stood up. The cold bit at his wet shirt against his back. "Goodbye, Ginia." "Goodbye, Rennek." Then, remembering his regrets after he saw Orphantal off, he lunged to her and hugged her tight. And all the pain he felt when he did that, from the sword wound, from everything else, seemed right. She seemed to shrink in his arms, and then she was pushing him away, taking hold of his shoulders to turn him round, and then giving him a little push. He walked through the gateway. Rennek would cross the fields as he had promised, but he wasn't going home. He was going off to make things right, because even in this world some things just had to be made right. His ma would still be there when he finally went home, after he'd done everything he needed to do. He could fix things with her then. But now he would wait for dusk, hidden from sight, and then go and collect the spear he had buried under the snow near the old stone trough. He was 11, and it felt as if the year before it had been the longest one in his life. As if he'd been 10 forever. But that was the thing about growing older. He'd never be 10 again. The soldiers went east, into the burned forest. He would find them there, and do what was right.
"What are you doing?"
Glyph quietly asked. Startled, the dishevelled man looked up. He was crouched beside a heap of stones that had been pulled from the frozen ground along the edge of the marsh. His hands were filthy and spotted with blood from scrapes and broken fingernails. He was wearing a scorched wolf hide, but it didn't belong to him. Nearby, left on the snow-smeared ground, was a legion sword and scabbard and belt. The stranger said nothing, eyes on the bow in Glyph's hand, the arrow notched in the string, and the tension of the grip.
"You are in my family's camp," Glyph said. "You have buried them under stones."
"Yes," the man whispered.
"I found them here, the bodies. I could not bear to see them. I'm sorry if I have done wrong."
He slowly straightened. "You can kill me if you like. I won't regret leaving this world. I won't."
"It is not our way,"
Glyph said, nodding down at the stones. I'm sorry. I didn't know."
"When the soul leaves, the flesh is nothing. We carry our dead kin into the marsh, or the forest where it is deep and thick and unlit."
He waved slightly with the bow.
"But here, there was no point. You take the bodies away to keep your home clean, but no one lives here any more."
"It seems," said the man, "that you do."
"They had rotted down by the time I returned. No more than bones. They were," Glyph added, "easy to live with."
"I would not have had the courage for that," the stranger said.
"Are you a Legion soldier?"
The man glanced across at his sword. "I killed one. I cut him down. He was in Scarabandaris's group, the ones who deserted and rode away with the captain. I went with them for a time, but then I killed a man, and for the murder I committed, Scarabandaris banished me from his company.
Why did he not take your life?
When he discovered the truth of me, the man said, he deemed life the greater punishment. He was right.
The man you killed, what did he do to you? Your face is twisted, scarred and bent. He did that?
No, this face you see has been mine now for some time. Well, it's always been mine. No.
He hesitated and then shrugged.
He spoke cruel words. He cut me with them, again and again. Even the others took pity on me. Anyway, he was not well liked, and none regretted his death. None but me, that is. Those words, while cruel, were all true.
In your eyes, I can see, Glyph said. You yearn for my arrow.
Yes,
the man whispered. Slipping the arrow's notch from the string, Glyph lowered his bow. I have been hunting Legion's soldiers, he said, stepping forward.
You have reason, the man said.
Yes, we have reasons. You have yours, and I have mine. They wield your sword, they guide my arrows. They make souls leave bodies, and leave bodies to lie rotting on the ground. He brushed the cloth hiding the lower half of his face. They are the masks we hide behind. The man started as if he had been struck, and then he turned away.
I wear no mask, he said.
Will you kill more soldiers? Glyph asked.
A few,
yes, said the man, collecting up his sword belt and strapping it on.
I have a list.
A list? And good reasons. He glanced across at Glyph.
Yes.
I name myself Glyph.
Narrowed.
I have some food. From the soldiers, I will share it with you for the kindness you meant when burying my beloved family. And then I will tell you a story.
A story?
And when I am done with my story, you can decide.
Decide what, Glyph?
If you will hunt with me.
Narrowed hesitated. I'm not good with friends.
Shrugging, Glyph went over to the hearth. He saw that Narrowed had taken away the stones that had ringed the ashes and cinders, adding them to the cairn. He set about finding some smaller stones to build up around the hearth and so block the wind while he set to lighting a fire. The people who fished the lake, he said as he drew out his fire-making kit and a small bag of dried tinder.
This is your story?
Not theirs, but of the last fish. The story is his, but it begins with the people who fished the lake. Narrowed removed his sword again and let it drop.
There's little wood left to burn, he said.
I have what I need. Please, sit.
Last fish, is it? I think this will be a sad story.
No, it is an angry story. Glyph looked up, met the man's misaligned eyes. I am that last fish. I have come from the shore. This story I will tell, it has far to go. I cannot yet see its end, but I am that last fish.
Then you are far from home.
Glyph looked around, at the camp of his family, and the scraped ground where there had been bones. He looked to the fringe of brush and the thin ring of trees that still survived. Then he looked up at the empty, silvered sky. The blue was going away as the witch on the throne devoured the roots of light. Finally, he returned his gaze to the man now seated opposite him. Yes, he said, I am far from home. Narrowed grunted.
I have never before heard a fish speak.
If you did, Glyph asked, looking across at him, what would he say? The murderer was silent for a moment, his gaze falling from Glyph's, and then moving slowly over the ground to settle on the sword lying in the dirty snow.
I think he might say, there will be justice.
My friend, Glyph said. "On this night, and in this place, you and me, we meet each other's eyes." The struggle that came in answer to Glyph's words revealed itself on Narad's twisted face. But then, finally, he looked up, and between these two men the bond of friendship was forged, and Glyph understood something new. "Each of us comes to the shore, in our own time and in our own place. When we are done with one life, and must begin another, each of us will come to the shore." Chapter 4.
"Lead unto me each and every child."
A statement so benign, and yet in the mind of the Sheikh assassin, Kaplo Dream, it dripped still, steady as the blood from a small but deep wound, a heavy tap upon his thoughts, not quite rhythmic, like the leakage of unsavory notions best left hidden or denied outright. There were places into which an imagination could wander, and if he could but bar these places and stand guard with weapons unsheathed, he would frighten off any who might venture near. And should one persist and draw still closer, he would kill without compunction. But the old man's thin lips, wetted by the words, haunted the lieutenant. He would as soon welcome a dying man's kiss as see, once again, higher grace skeletal grind out that invitation in that wretched chamber of shadows, with winter creeping in under the doors and through the window joins, making dirty frost on floor and sill. Breath riding the chill air like smoke, the old man's hands trembling where they feebly gripped the arms of the chair, and the avid thing in the deep pits of his eyes, belonging in no temple, in no place proclaimed holy, in no realm of propriety or decency.
"Lead unto me each and every child."
He could remind himself that the old were useless in most ways. Their limbs were weak, their hearts frail, and their minds slipped and wallowed or drifted along sordid streams few would call thought. Yet for all of that, they could tend severally fecund gardens of desire. Kaplo would yield no pity in such places. He recoiled from plucking the luscious fruit, knowing well the poison juices each one harbored. Growth was no proof of health, and a garden made verdant with lust mocked every notion of virtue. "Your expression, friend," ventured Warlock Resh, "could turn a winter's storm. I see a sky filling with fear as you bend your countenance upon the way before us, and that is not like you at all." Kaplo Dream shook his head. They walked the rough, stony track side by side. The day was dull, the weather unobtrusive. The low hills to either side had lost all colour. "Winter," he said, "is the season that drains the life from the world, and the world from my eyes. There is something foul, Resh, in this denuded framework. I am not inclined to welcome the sight of shriveled skin and raw bones." "You shape only what you see, assassin, and see only what you would first shape. We cannot settle what it is that is inside with what it is that lies outside, and so toss them between our hands, as might a juggler with hot stones. Either way, our flesh burns." "I would bless the blisters," said Kaplo in a low growl, "and note the pain as real enough." "What haunts you, my friend? Am I not the dour one between us? Tell me the source of your troubles." "The hungers of old men," the assassin replied, shaking his head again. "We bend holy accord to profane need," Resh said. "Raw numbers. The higher grace spoke only what is written." "And in so speaking, flayed the skin from pernicious appetites, all his own. Is this the secret lure of holy words, Warlock? Their precious pliability? I see them curl and twist like ropes. And all of this, no less, in the name of a god. Indeed, performed as ritual appeasement. How then to imagine that god's regard as pleased or approving? I confess to you on this road, my faith withers with the season." "Faith? I did not know you possessed."
The warlock ran a hand through his heavy beard. "We are eager, it's true, to confuse salvation with rebirth and imagine a soul revived in its husk, but such flares are brief and easily ignored, Caplo. Skeletal and his appetites squirm in solitude. We have all made certain of that. Not a single child will come within his reach." Caplo shook his head. "Push on, then, through the centuries, and look once more upon our faith." He waved a hand, although the gesture faltered as his fingers made claws in the air. "Pliable words for the child's pliable mind, which by prescription we knead and prod, and so make new shapes from old. And by this mishmash we cry out improvement." The breath gusted from him. "Nature yields its familiar patterns, those enfolding convolutions hiding under every skull, be it the cup of man, woman, child, or beast. See our descendants, Resh, heavy in robes and brocaded wealth. See the solemn processions in flickering torchlight. I hear chants that have lost all meaning. I hear yearning in every inarticulate, guttural moan. Heed me. I have found a truth. From the moment of revelation, of religion's stunning birth, each generation to follow but moves farther away, step by passing step, and this journey down the centuries marks a pathetic transgression. From sacred to secular, from holy to profane, from glory to mummery. We end, our faith ends, in pastiche, the guffaw barely held in check, and among the parishioners a chorus of arrayed faces look on, helpless and bereft, while in the shadows, behind the altar, foul-fingered men grope children. He paused to spit on the ground. Beneath the eyes of a god. Truly, who will forgive them? And truer still, my friend, how sweet is the nectar of their abasement. I suspect, indeed, that this thirst lies at the core of their weakness. To revel in unforgivable guilt is their soul's own reward. Resh was silent for a long while after that. 10 strides, and then 15, 20. Finally he nodded. Shekentoe lies as one already dead. Skeletal shakes his palsied limbs loose in anticipation, and the assassin of the sheik contemplates patricide. I would cut the shriveled cock at its root, Caplo said, blunt the precedent in a welling of blood. Your confession is not for my ears, friend. Then stop them with blessed ignorance. Too late, but many who mourn a graveside in silence will harbour condign thoughts of the departed, with none to know the difference. Caplo grunted. We wear grief like a shroud, and pray the weave is close enough to hide our satisfied expressions. Just so, friend. Then you will not oppose me? Caplo, dream. Should such need arrive, I will guard your back on the night itself. In faith's name? In faith's name. The monastery and Skeletal were behind the two men now, shuttered away from the day's steel light. Ahead, waiting on a low rise that seemed to bridge a pair of weathered hillocks, was witch Ruvira, ritually bound to warlock Resh, assuming the role of wife to her husband. She wore a visage of cold stone, and its lines grew even more severe when she fixed her gaze on Caplo Dream. As the two men drew nearer, she spoke. Name me the company that welcomes an assassin. Sighing, Resh said, Dear wife, Mother Shekentoe may be reduced to frail whispers, but we hear her desires none the less. Does the hag fear me now? The breath hissed from Caplo. It seems you need no assassin to wield blades here, witch. Mother feared the risk you will take on this day, and charged me to protect you. Ruvira snorted. She would know more of the power I have found. The company you will not name is one where trust lies strangled upon the threshold, and the gathering rustles like snakes in the straw. You invite unwelcome friends, said Caplo with a faint smile, sleeping in barns. Rest your imagination, witch. I am but a guardian this day. With lies to protect? Ruvira said in a half snarl, before turning away. Follow, then. It is not far. Resh shrugged when Caplo cast him a bemused glance.
Some marriages aren't worth consummating,
the warlock said. Ruvira barked a laugh at that, but did not look back at the two men.
By contemplation alone, said Caplo, even I would flee into a man's arms.
I see at last the turn of your motivations, and indeed desires, friend Resh. Are we forever trapped in mockeries of family, husband, wife, son, daughter? The titles assert, bold as spit in the face of the wind.
I mistook them for tears, Resh said, grimacing, once upon a time.
When you were no more than a child, yes?
I will grant Ruvira this. She gave me confusion's face, and every line made sharp its denial.
The witch ahead of them laughed again.
A face and a groping hand that awakened nothing. But that was my revelation, not his. Now, she added, drawing up on the edge of the rise, observe this new consecrated ground.
Resh and Caplo joined her, and stood, silent, looking down. The depression was oval-shaped, 5 paces across at its widest point, and 8 in length. Its sides were undercut beneath the flowing curl of long-bladed grasses, making the lone step down uncertain, but the basin itself was level and free of stones. The strange feature was situated on a flat stretch, part of which had been broken and planted by the nuns a few decades past, without much success, and beyond which rose low hummocks, many of which bore springs near the fissured rocks of their summits. The endless leak of water cut deep channels into the sides of those hills, converging into a single stream that only broke up again among the furrows of withered weeds. But the depression remained dry, and it was this peculiarity that made Caplo frown.
Consecrated? That blessing is not yours to make.
Ruvira shrugged.
The river god is dead, lost to the curse of dark, betrayed, in fact, but no matter. The woman on her throne in Kharkanas has no regard for us, and we would do well to shrink from her attention. Husband, seek out and tell me what answers you.
Did you make this pit by your own hand? Resh asked.
Of course not.
Caplo grunted, and spoke before Resh could answer his wife.
Then let us ponder its creation with cogent reason.
See the drainage channels from the hills beyond? They reach a level to match the land around the basin, and if not for the irrigation scars would plunge into the ground and course onward unseen. Yet here, below the crust of the surface, there was buried a lens of wind-blown sand and silts. So the springs fed their water, and the water found its hidden path, cutting through that lens, sweeping it away, thus yielding a depression of the crust. He turned to Ruvira. Nothing sacred in its making, nothing holy in its manifestation. It was the same hidden seepage that defeated the nuns who sought to grow crops here.
I await you, husband,
said the witch, her face set as if denying Caplo's presence, and any words he might utter.
I am uncertain, admitted Resh after a moment. Caplo's reason is sound, but it remains mundane, if not shallow. Something else thrives beneath the surface. No gift of the river god. Perhaps not holy at all.
But powerful, husband. Tell me you can feel it.
I wonder, is this Denno?
If the sorcery here heals,
Ruvira said in a low voice,
it is the cold kind, the hardening of scars, the marring of skin. It refutes sympathy.
I sense nothing, said Caplo.
Husband?
Resh shook his head.
Very well, Ruvira. Awaken it. Demonstrate.
She drew a deep breath.
Let us take this expression of power and make it into a god. We need only the will to do so, to choose to shape what waits in promise. We perch on a precipice here, But a ledge remains, enough to walk on, enough to stand upon. And from this narrow strand we can reach out to both sides, both worlds.
You invent from shadows, Kaplo said. I have never trusted imagination, or if I once did, no longer. Make your idol, then, witch, and show me it is worthy of a bow and scrape, or palsied genuflection. Make me kneel abject and humbled. But if I see the impress of your palms and fingertips in the clay, woman, I will refuse worship and call you a charlatan.
The hag you still call mother shows her teeth at last.
To that Kaplo simply shrugged.
Ruvira, said Resh, eyeing her, I see you hesitate.
I have reached down before, she replied, and brushed something, enough to feel its strength, enough to know its promise.
Then why decry the assassin's presence, wife?
It may be, she said, eyes on the depression, that the power requires a sacrifice. Blood. My blood. She swung to Kaplo. Do not defend my life. We have lost our god. We possess nothing, and yet our need is vast. I am willing.
Curled Ghislaine's squall descends to a secular war, Kaplo said. A civil war. We can stand outside it, now. No sacrifice is necessary, Ruvira. I may not like you, but I will not see you cast away your life.
Even to stand apart, assassin, will need strength.
She waved vaguely northward.
They will demand we choose sides, sooner or later. Captain Finara Stone remains as guest to Father Skelenal, and asks that we commit ourselves in Mother Dark's name. But our family remains unruly. Our patriarch dithers, he has no strength. Shekanto fares even worse. We must choose another god, another power.
Resh clawed at his beard, and then nodded. It falls to us, yes. Kaplo, I will decide in the moment, the assassin said. A knife commits but once. Ruvira hissed in frustration, and then dismissed him with a chopping hand. Facing the depression again, she closed her eyes. Kaplo stood waiting, unsure whether to fix his attention upon the witch or the innocuous depression before them. Beneath his heavy woolen cloak, he closed gloved hands around the grips of his knives. Resh's sharply drawn breath drew the assassin's attention upon the shallow basin, where he saw the withered grasses lining it stir, then flatten away from the edge, as if they were spiky petals of a vast flower. The cracked soil in the centre of the pit now blurred strangely, forcing Kaplo to blink and struggle to focus, but his efforts failed, and the blurring deepened, the mottled colours melting, smearing. And now something was rising from below, a body of some sort lying supine. In the instant of its first appearance, it seemed but bones, peat-stained and burnished. In the next, the skeleton vanished beneath the meat of muscles and the stretched strings of tendons and ligaments. Then skin slipped onto the form, rising from below like mud, and its hue was dark. Hair grew from that skin, covering the entire body, thick-set beneath the arms and at the groin. If standing, the creature would have been only slightly shorter than the average Tisti. Kaplo edged forward, tugged by curiosity. He studied the manifestation's peculiar, bestial face, how the mouth and jaw projected, drawing out and flattening the broad nose. The closed eyes were nestled deep in their sockets, the brow half enclosing them, thick and jutting. The forehead sloped back beneath the black, dense hair of the scalp. The creature's ears were small and flat against the sides of the head. He noted the rise and fall of its narrow but powerful chest the moment before the creature opened its eyes. Lips stretched back, revealing thick, stained teeth, and from its throat droned a dull, broken sound. The apparition then shivered, blurred, and suddenly broke apart. Ruvira cried out, and Caplo heard Resh's curse. The assassin's knives were out, but the weapons were no answer to his confusion, as in the place where a body had been lying moments before, there now appeared a dozen creatures, sleek and black, weasel-like but larger, heavier. Fangs glistened, and eyes flashed, and then a full score of the beasts swarmed out from the pit. Caplo heard the witch shriek, but he could do nothing for her, as 3 of the creatures lunged towards him. He leapt back, slashing out with his knives. One edge sliced hide, but then the hilt snagged in fur, and savage jaws closed around his hand. They crunched down through the bones, and heavy molars began grinding and tearing through. Screaming, Caplo tore his hand from the creature's mouth. Another beast hammered into his midriff, claws ripping to get through his clothing. He staggered back, disbelieving. The third apparition's canines punched through his flesh as its jaws closed on his left thigh. The weight pulled him down to the ground. He still held one knife, and twisting round, he drove the blade into the base of the beast's skull, tore the weapon free, and slammed it into the side of the animal clinging to his chest. The creature's jaws, which had been striving to reach his throat, snapped shut, just missing the assassin's neck. A wet cough sprayed blood out from its mouth. Rolling on his side, Caplo stabbed again, and felt death take his attacker. The first apparition returned to bite into his upper arm, above the mangled hand. The pressure of those jaws crushed bones as if they were dry sticks. Caplo dragged it close within his arm, and cut open its throat down to the vertebrae. He rolled again, pulling his arm loose from the now slack jaws. He staggered to his feet in a half-crouch, and glaring, readied himself to meet the next assault. But the scene before him was motionless. He heard the barks of the creatures, but some distance away, and fast dwindling. Warlock Resh knelt on the ground a few paces away, the carcasses of 2 beasts before him. His cloak had been shredded, revealing the heavy chain beneath it. Here and there massive claws were snagged in the links, dangling like fetish charms. Just beyond the warlock, Caplo saw a woman's severed arm. The air reeked of shit, and twisting slightly, he saw a long sprawl of lumpy intestines, stretching out as if they had been dragged. The nearest end plunged into a small, huddled body, the legs of which had been chewed off at the knees. "Resh!" The warlock reached out and tugged loose one of his short-handled axes from the nearest carcass. "Resh! Your wife!" His friend shook his head, climbed drunkenly upright. "I will bury her here," he said. "Go back. Make your report." "My report? Beloved friend, leave us, Caplo. Just leave us now, will you?" The assassin straightened. He did not know if he would make it all the way back. His right arm streamed blood down through the torn flesh and shattered bones of his hand, making wavering strings between the ground and his fingertips. His left thigh felt swollen and hard, as if the muscle was turning to stone. Unlike Resh, he had not been wearing armor, and claws had torn across his ribs and under his arms. Still, he turned away from his friend, raised his head, and slowly made for the trail. "My report. Blessed Mother and Father, Witch Ruvira is dead. A creature awakened, became many creatures. They were uninterested in negotiation. It seems, Mother and Father, that upon this land we would call our own, we are all but children, and this is the lesson here. The past waits, but does not invite, and to walk into its room yields only the death of innocence. See me, Father and Mother. See your child, and heed the knowing in his eyes." His blood was leaving him. He felt lightheaded, and the world around him was changing. The path vanished, the grasses growing higher. He fought them as he walked, struggling to pull his legs through the tangled blades. The winter had vanished, and he could feel the weight of the sun's heat upon his back. All around him, animals were walking the plain, animals such as he had never seen before. Tall, gracile, some banded, some striped or spotted in dun hues. He saw creatures little different from horses, while others bore impossibly long necks. He saw apes that looked like dogs, travelling on all fours, with thin tails standing high behind them. This was a dream world, an invented world that had never existed. Imagination,
returns to haunt my soul. It arrives in a curse, ragged of edge and painfully sharp. Reason drips to spatter the grass, and what remains? Nothing but cruel, vicious imagination. A realm of delusion and fancy, a realm of deceit. There is no paradise. Do not mock me with this scene. The world is unchanging. Admit to it, you fool. Raise up the hard truths of what truly surrounds you. The barren hills, the bitter cold, the undeniable heartlessness of it all. We know these truths. We know them. The viciousness, the cruelty, the indifference, the pointlessness, the stupid pathos of existence. For this, no reason to battle, to fight on. Empty my soul of causes, and then, only then, shall I know peace. Cursing, he fought against the mirage, but still the grasses pulled at him, and he heard their roots ripping free to the tug of his shins. Now he was in shadows, entering a forest. Tangles of brush clogged the clearings at its edge, and then he was among straggly pines and spruce, the air cooler, and in the gloom, beneath thick strands, he saw Bedarin, hulking and heavy, small ears flicking and red-rimmed eyes fixing on him, watching as he stumbled past. Somewhere nearby, a beast was ripping apart the bole of a fallen tree. He could hear the claws gouging and splintering the rotted wood. A moment later, he came upon the creature, and it was identical to those from the basin. It lifted its broad head, tilted a wood-flecked snout in his direction, and then bared its fangs in a snarl before bounding away, running in the manner of an otter. Kaplo stared after it, noted the blood on its hindquarters. You show me this? I will remember you. I swear it. We are not finished, you and I. The ground underfoot grew hard, and then he was crossing a flat stretch of bedrock, its surface scraped and denuded. The blood draining from his hand made dull sounds as each drop struck the stone. Do I carry a brush? Does the paint drip? No, no brush. This flayed, heavy thing is what remains of my hand. No matter. The next rain will wash it all away. It's awake now, this thing of the past, this stranger who can become many, pulled loose from the earth, reborn, and so very hungry. Ruvira, you felt its slumbering power. You touched it with trembling hands and thought to make it your own. But the past cannot be tamed, cannot be changed to your whim. The only slavery possible is found in the now, and its promise lurks among the ambitious, the fools so crowding the present and forever jostling, as if by will alone they could displace the undefended children, the children not yet born. They'll put the rest of us in our place, to be sure, and if I am not among them, then I will stumble in shackles, just another slave, another defenseless child. Imagination was the enemy, but the bludgeon of will could defeat it, the stolid stupidity of every self-avowed realist, incapable of dreaming, could stifle it, like a pillow over a face. Chained to your desires, you would pull the world down to your pathetic level. Come then, make it barren and lifeless, colourless and unrelieved. I am with you. I see reason's bloody underside. I see the value in this emasculation. The past is where imagination dwells, and we will have none of that. I surrender nothing, and by dispiriting the world I become its master. I become the god. It is plain now, plain to me. The path awaiting us. He shook his head, and the scene around him cavorted wildly. Stumbling, he fell to the hard ground, felt the brittle stubble of winter grasses stabbing the side of his face, the icy bite of frozen soil sinking into his cheek. Reality's kiss. Someone was shouting. He heard the thump of footsteps fast approaching. Revelation, Kaplo whispered. I hear the past calling, calling. And it mutters with a lick of withered lips, lead unto me each and every child. Revelation. And then the women were all around him, and he felt soft hands. Smiling, he let himself drift away into darkness. But not all the way.
Finara Stone, captain in the Wardens, looked down upon the recumbent form of Caplo Dream. The shutters, thrown back, offered up the uncertain light of the day's dull overcast, filling the cell and settling a grey patina upon the man's face. The sweat of fever gave that face the look of stained porcelain. After a long moment she turned away. They had cut off the ruined right hand and forearm, sealing the stump with heat and some kind of pitch the colour of honey. The smell filling the room was that of burned hair and the suppurations of infection in the other wounds covering the assassin's body. She remembered her own battle against the same pernicious killer not so long ago. But then Lord Ilgast Rend had been there, with the gift of Denel. No one expected Caplo to live out the day. She looked across to Warlock Resh, who sat red-eyed and haggard in a chair facing the cot. "I saw the bite marks," she said to him. "Similar to Jellikin, but smaller." He grunted. "Hardly. A wolf's canines in the mouth of a weasel. Even a bear would run from such a beast." "Yet they were the ones that fled, Warlock." He licked chapped lips. "We'd killed 5 of them." She shrugged, glancing back to Caplo. "He would not have accounted for even one more. Leaving just you, surrounded, beleaguered on all sides. Armour or no, Warlock, they would have taken you down." "I know." When he said nothing more, she sighed. "Forgive me. I intrude upon your grief with my questions." "You intrude with your presence, Captain, but give no cause for the bitter taste in my mouth." "It is said the Jek of the south are a smaller breed." "Not Jek," Resh replied. "They were as I described them. Some animal long since vanished from the world." "Why do you say that?" He leaned forward and rubbed at his face, knuckling hard at his eyes. "Dispense with the scene itself, if you would understand its significance. Ruvira, my wife, discovered something ancient, buried. It slept in the manner of the dead. We believe that sleep to be eternal, do we not?" And he looked up at the captain, his small eyes squinting. "Who can say?" she replied. "Who can know? I have heard tales of ghosts, Warlock, and spirits that once were flesh." "This is a world of many veils," Resh said, "only one of which our eyes are meant to pierce. Our vision strikes through to what seems a sure place, solid and real, and above all, wholly predictable, once the mystery is expunged, and be sure, no mystery is beyond expunging." "Those are not a warlock's words," Finara observed, studying him. "Aren't they? By my arts do I not seek order, Captain? The rules of what lies beyond the visible, the tactile? Find me answers to all things, and at last my mind will sit still." "I would not think that journey outward," she said. He shrugged. "Yes, there is symmetry. Outward, inward, the distances travelled matched, and so doubled, yet, strangely, both seeking the same destination. It is a curious thing, is it not, this invitation to the impossible, and the faith that even the impossible has rules?" She frowned. Resh continued. "My wife spoke of the need for blood, for a price to be paid. I believe that she only half understood the meaning of that. To draw something back from deep in death into the living world must perhaps demand the same among the living. If a warlock seeks to journey both outward and inward in search of the one place where they meet, then the corollary is one of contraction, to collide in the same place, the same existence. For the dead to walk back into life, the living must walk into death." "Then Ruvira's life was the coin for this spirit's resurrection?" He sighed. "It is possible. Captain, the veils are agitated." After a moment he cocked his head, his gaze still fixed upon her. "Coin? I wonder. It may be not coin, but food, power, consumed, offering the strength to tear the veil between the living and the dead, and so defy the laws of time. Time, Warlock, not place? They may be one and the same. The dead dwell in the past, the living crowd the present, and the future waits for those yet to be born. Yet in birth they are flung into the present, and so the future ever remains a promise. These, too, are veils. With our thoughts we seek to pry our way into the future. But those thoughts arrive as dead things. It is a matter of perspective, you see. To the future, both present and past are dead things. We push through, and would make the as yet unknown world a better version of our own. But with nothing but lifeless weapons to hand, we make lifeless victims of those yet to be born. She shook her head, feeling a strange disquieting blend of denial and uncertainty. For all she could tell, Resh's mind had broken, battered by shock and grief. She saw no clarity of purpose in his musings. "Return, if you will," she said, "to this notion of power." The man sighed wearily. "Captain, there has been a flooding of potentialities. I know of no other way to describe sorcery, the magic now emerging. I spoke of 3 veils, the ones through time, and I spoke of the veil between life and death, which may indeed be but a variation or a particularity of the veils of time. But I now believe there are many, many veils, and the more we shred them in our plucking of such powers, in our clumsy explorations, the less substantial they become, and the weaker the barriers between us and the unknown. And I fear what may come of it." Finara looked away. "Forgive me, Warlock. I am a warden and nothing more." "Yeah, I see. You do not comprehend my warning here, Captain. The newborn sorcery is all raw power and no obvious rules." She thought of this man's wife, Ruvira. It was said that the beasts had torn her limb from limb. There was shock in this, and, for the sheikh, terrible loss. "Have you spoken to the other warlocks and witches among your people?" "Now you begin to glean the crisis among us," Resh replied. He slowly lifted his hands and seemed to study them. "We dare not reach now. No thoughts can truly pierce this new future." "What of Mother Dark?" He frowned, gaze still fixed on his hands. Not an artist's hands, but a soldier's, scarred and blunt. Darkness, light, nothing but veils. What manner of gifts given to her by Lord Draconis? What is the meaning of that etching upon the floor in the citadel, this Terran die that now so commands the citadel? "Perhaps," she ventured, "Lord Draconis seeks to impose rules." His frown deepened. Darkness, devoid of light. Light burned clean of darkness. Simple rules. Rules that distinguish and define. Yes, Warden, well done indeed. Resh pushed himself upright. He glanced at the unconscious form of his lifelong friend. "I must see this Terran die for myself. It holds a secret." Yet he did not move. "You have not long to wait," Finara said quietly. "I have been contemplating," Resh said, "a journey of another sort, into the ways of healing." She glanced at Caplo Dream. "I imagine, Warlock, the temptation is overwhelming. But did you not just speak of the dangers involved?" "I did." "What will you do, then?" "I will do what a friend would do, Captain." "This is sanctioned?" "Nothing is sanctioned," he said in a low growl. Finara studied the Warlock, and then sighed. "I will assist in any way I can." Resh frowned at her. "The Sheikh refuse your petition. You are blocked again and again. You find us obdurate and evasive in turn, and yet here you remain. And now, Captain, you offer to help me save the life of Caplo Dream." She drew off her leather gloves. "Your walls are too high, Warlock. The Sheikh understand little of what lies beyond." "We see slaughter. We see bigotry and persecution. We see the birth of a pointless civil war. We see, as well, the slayers of our God." "If these things are all that you see, Warlock, then indeed you will never understand my offer.
How can I trust it?
She shrugged. Consider my purpose as most crass, Warlock. I seek your support. I seek to win your favor, that you might add your weight when I next speak to Higher Grace Skellinel. He slowly leaned back.
Of no value that, he replied. The matter is already decided. We will do nothing.
Then I will leave as soon as I am able. But for now, tell me what I can do to help you heal your friend.
No god looks down, Captain, to add to your ledger of good deeds.
I will measure my own deeds, Warlock, good and bad.
And how weighs the balance?
I am a harsh judge of myself, she said, harsher than any god would dare match. I look to no priest to dissemble on my behalf.
Is that a priest's task?
If not, then I would hear more. But he shook his head, rising with a soft groan.
My own dissemblers have grown quiet of late, Captain. I look for no sanction now in what I do. And for the Sheikh, no god observes, no god judges. And in that absence, forgive us all, we are relieved.
She walked to the cell door and dropped the latch, and then faced the Warlock. And now,
draw your blade, Captain.
Against what?
He managed a strained smile. I have no idea.
Caplo was being dragged across rough ground, a stony slope. Though his eyes were open, he could make out very little. A flare of light blurred his vision, perhaps from a fire, and the grimy hand gripping his ankle pulled him along as if he weighed nothing. He could see the strange splaying of his toes, and feel hairs being pulled by the stranger's calloused hand, and the sharp stones gouged his bare back, tugging at still more hair. Into a cave, then, rank with animal smells, rotting meat and wood smoke. The stone floor was greasy beneath him. There was no strength left in his body, and he felt his arms like thick, bristly ropes against the sides of his face as the limbs trailed up past his head. The cold, damp stone formed a crevasse into which his body slipped easily, as if it had gone this way 1,000 times before. From somewhere deeper in the cave, there was a dull, droning sound. The passage narrowed, dipped, and then climbed. His captor's breath sounded harsh, whistling. The slap of its feet on the floor echoed ahead, like a drumbeat. Everything drifted away, and when it returned, the motion had ceased, and the space on all sides was filled with shifting bodies, barely seen in the light of embers filling skull-caps set on ledges on the walls. There was paint on those walls, he now saw. Beasts and hatchwork, handprints and upright stick figures, all rendered in red, yellow, and black. He tried sitting up, only to find that he was bound at the wrists and ankles. The thick ropes snapped taut then, raising him from the stone floor. He felt his head fall back, bouncing once, but then hands closed around the back of his skull, lifting until he could see down the length of his own body. But the body was not his. Wiry hair covered it. His chest bulged like a bird's. The strain on his joints burned, lancing pain down the length of his limbs to where the knotted ropes dug tight. He could not feel his hands and feet. Dog runners, hunting. I was asleep in a tree, my belly full, above the scrubland, beyond the flats, with their thin courses of trickling water slicking the clay. Animals licked the ground there with swollen tongues. They died in the heat, and there was food for all. Dog runners, hunting. No glory in driving a spear into a bloated carcass. They wanted a leopard, for its fur, its fangs and claws. Nothing to eat on a leopard. The liver kills, the heart is bitter. Leopards hate dying. They die in rage. They die filled with spite. Dog runners, hunting leopard, eyes on the trees, shapes sprawled on thick branches. Blood trails, streaks up the dusty boles. The prancing clashes of vultures and kites in a dance around the tree. The leopard looks down, interested, but sleepy. Flies feed on its stained muzzle, tickling the whiskers. All of this timeless. The ticking of the day's heat, the night to come. No change comes to this scene. It could as easily be painted on a cave wall. Dog runners. Hunting. I was asleep in a tree. One of me only. They saw me and thought, the last of the Erisel in the hills, in the woodland, in the scrubland they now claimed. A young male doomed to wander in search of a mate, a troop, but he was alone now. No other Erisel, not here. And how the others screamed when they died. They screamed, while the huge beasts they ran with fled the dog-runner spears, or died their own deaths in thrashing fury. The very young had their skulls broken, their flesh cooked, their livers eaten raw. Dog-runners, running. Sling stones brought me down. Stunned by the fall, they rushed upon me, beat me senseless. Leopard spirit, claws marked the tree. They paid no heed. We who lived fell away. We who lived returned to the tall grasses, the dark nights, echoing with the yelps of hyena and the coughs of lion. We slunk back into the unseen rivers when the world was timeless. We reached out to the spirits. We touched their hearts, and those hearts opened to us. The ropes pulled with savage tugs, a panicky motion to mark sudden consternation. From the outer chambers of the cave there were screams now, echoing horribly closer and closer still. Touch the leopard, run with the leopard, live the ways of the leopard. They hunt alone. Until the night the Erisel came to them. In the shifting grasses the eye is easily deceived. But this is no flaw of the beholder, no weakness of the witness. This is the blurring of magic. Who brought us this gift, this escape from extinction? There was talk of a mother who would rut everything in sight, a hoarder of seeds, a living vessel of hope, a Mahabi. In the cave his kin were coming, committing terrible slaughter in the blood-splashed chambers. He was one, bound here. He was many, and the many now came, hoarse cries rising around him, the ember light bursting as a skull was knocked to the floor, rushing, jostling bodies, the clatter of weapons, and then his kin were among them. The ropes fell slack, dropping him to the floor. A body fell hard against him, one hand closing to make a fist in the hair of his head. In the crazed half-light, something gleamed. The dog-runner straddled him, and he looked up into its face. The pale blue eyes were lit with terror. Then the hunter lifted into view a flint knife and drove it into his chest. In his dying breath, he laughed, because it was too late. The cell had grown unnaturally hot. Finara Stone sweated in her armor, her grip on the leather-bound handle of the sword slick and uncertain. Warlock Resh had knelt beside Kaplo Dream's cot, head bowed, his hands resting palm up on his thighs. She had not seen him move in some time. Her stay in this monastery had gone from days to weeks. News from beyond the walls was virtually non-existent, and yet she found something almost comforting in this imposed ignorance, as if by remaining here, witness to the small lives bound up in all their small gestures of priestly custom, she could hold back the world beyond, as if indeed she could halt history in its tracks. She now believed she understood something of what drew men and women to places such as this one. A deliberate blindness to invoke the lure of simplicity seemed the gentlest of rituals, with only a drop or two of blood spilled. If gods could truly offer up a simple world, would not every mortal soul fall to its knees? As buildings crumbled, as fields fell fallow, as injustices thrived in blessed indifference, she had seen temples and sacred monuments as gestures of diffidence, stone promises to permanence. But even stone cracked. There was nothing simple in the passing of lives, in the passing of entire ages. And yet, for all her convictions, that verged on the worship of complexity, something deep in her heart still cried for a child's equanimity. But the sheikh places of worship were now lifeless. They had become tombs to their slain god. The faith of these people here was blunted, like fists pounding a sealed door. The simplicity they had found, she realized, was no virtue, and if a child's face could be conjured from this, it was dark and obstinate. They would stand to one side, Resh said, but she believed that position was suspect. They would find themselves not to one side at all, but in the middle. This warlock here, risking his life for his friend, was the last soldier available to Skellernal and Shekentoe, although soldier was perhaps the wrong word. These men and women were trained in the ways of battle, but of leaders they had but one now, a grieving man, a man consumed with doubts. It was difficult to gauge the passage of time, but she was growing weary of standing, and the strain of staying alert clawed down the length of her nerves. She let the tip of her sword rest against the wooden boards of the floor.
"Abyss below!"
Resh's bellow startled her, and she staggered back a step. Before her the warlock had lurched upright, flinging himself onto the body of Caplo Dream, as if seeking to hold the unconscious man down. Wondering, frightened, she dropped her sword and lunged forward. Caplo Dream was not resisting Resh. He was not struggling at all. And yet she saw his form blur, as if it was moments from vanishing. The warlock grasped the assassin's right arm and leaned down on Caplo's chest.
"Take the other arm!" he shouted. "Do not let him leave!"
Leave? Baffled, she moved round to the left side of the cot and grasped Caplo's left arm with both hands. The stump, she saw, had bled through the heavy knot of bandages. Horrified, she saw the talons pierce the gauze. "Warlock, what is happening?"
"Add mixture of blood," Resh said in a rough hiss. "The old one within him mocks the child still. He drags it along. No abandonment, no murder. They will dwell together. I hear it laughing."
"Warlock, what has your magic unleashed here?" The talons had sliced through the bandages, fingers splaying as they grew. On Caplo's sweat-lathered arm, Finara saw a mottled pattern forming on the skin, darkening to form a map of dun spots that seemed to float on a shimmering surface of gold and yellow. The flesh under her grip felt as if it was melting away.
"Not my doing,"
Resh said in something like a snarl.
"I couldn't get in. Even with the sorcery I awakened, I couldn't get in."
A guttural growl emerged from Caplo, and she saw that he had bared his teeth, although his eyes remained shut.
"He must not veer," said Resh.
"Veer? Then, indeed, they were Jek."
"No, Jek are as children in the face of this thing. It is old, Captain. Gods, it is old. Ah, Ruvira."
The spots were fading. She saw the talons retracting into fingers. His forearm and hand had grown back, slick with blood and the torn fragments of scorched flesh. The wounds of the thigh were but faint scars now, all signs of infection gone.
"He retreats,"
Resh said in a frail gasp. He looked across at her, his eyes wide and frightened.
"Understand me, Captain. None of this was my doing. They but wait now."
"They?"
"I spoke of the revenant awakened by my wife. How one became many."
"And this now afflicts Caplo Dream?"
"Yes."
"Is it an illness? A fever?"
"I think no. It is—"
He shook his head.
"I cannot be certain. It is an escape."
"From what?" She leaned back, released Caplo's arm and studied the warlock. "From death itself. He was going to die."
"No longer. But I can say nothing more, Captain."
"And when he awakens, your friend, will he be as he once was?"
"No."
The fear in his eyes would not fade. Looking into them, she thought of caged beasts.
"Remain with me," he then said, "until he awakens."
Straightening, she searched the floor until she spied her abandoned sword. She strode over, crouched, and closed her hand about the damp, cold grip. Someone pounded on the door, startling them both.
"Go away!" Resh roared.
The line of hills ended in a series of ridgebacks, steep-sided and bare of all growth. The soil was stony, the hue of rust, forming fans at the base that spread out over the edge of the plain. Sharp-edged rocks studded these fans, glinting like gems in the pale wintry light. Kagamandra Tulis stood facing east, looking out over the flats to the distant line of black grasses. Below him, the red fans of silt had the look of draining wounds, bleeding out across the dull grey clays of the plain. He had made his camp just behind this last serrated line of the hills, sheltered against the bitter winds that swept down from the northeast. In the midst of tumbled, fractured boulders, near a massive nest of withered branches and trunks from some seasonal flood, he had built a small wooden shelter, tucked against an overhang. The opening faced onto a small fire pit where he cooked his meals, slowly working through the serendipitous cache of fuel. A dozen paces along the crevasse was a cut to one side that led to a cul-de-sac where he had hobbled his horse. Somewhere between his departure from Nerit Sor and here, the tide of determination and will had died away. A better man would have pushed on in defiance of his own sordid failings. At the very least, he would have completed his journey to the winter fort of the Wardens, or perhaps onward from there, to the sheikh denizens of Yanis Monastery or Yadan. And from such places, Kharkanas was not far at all. Each step offered its own momentum, something even a mule understood. Heroic journeys as sung by poets never stumbled against a lack of fortitude in the hero. The inner landscape of such men and women was something strange and foreign to the audience, and so it was ever intended, as a poet's purpose was neither simple nor innocent. No mortal could set himself against such a hero. Perhaps that was the secret lesson in such tales. But Kagamandra had long since abandoned the romance of heroism, as if life could be lived only from a distance, with oneself, that figure, forever remote on the horizon, crossing an arid landscape, with every step a battle won, where every war was a war worth fighting. In this scene, there was no promise to draw closer. Details surrendered to the necessity of purpose. He had once believed that such tales would be spun of his own life, of his exploits on the field of battle. He had once yearned for the attention of poets, in the days when songs showed no bitter underside, before the world grew jaded with itself. Sharinas, cousin to Hunral and the woman who had quite possibly stolen his heart, had urged him to ride to his betrothed. Was that not a heroic quest? Did that not invite a song or a poem? Would not such a journey win for him Farah Hen's undying love? But as he rode out from Nerit Sor, leaving behind that wretched reborn army, did he truly believe any of that? Should he find her? Should he come at last face to face with Farah Hend? What would she see? A desperate, pathetic old man, who would grasp hold of her in the way of all old men, as if she embodied his long-lost youth. How could she not flinch from his approach? How could she not distrust anything he had to say? Vows of freedom were like a dog clamping jaws on its own tail. With the promise between its teeth, it could run forever. The sky to the east was heavy with clouds, polished iron and promising snow. He was running low on food, and these hills were mostly barren, barring a few rabbits that still eluded the snares he'd set. The forage he'd brought with him for his horse was almost gone, and the animal was weakening by the day. The exigencies of survival should have already forced him to resume his journey, but even this impetus had yet to drive him from his lair. His father had known him for a self-indulgent child, and should the man's spirit still linger, it would yield no surprise when looking now upon its only surviving son. The privilege of dying while still filled with promise had belonged to Kagamandra's brothers. Somewhere, leagues to the south, 3 cairns made islands on the plain, and around each of them the grasses grew verdant, and come the spring, flowers would blossom in colourful profusion about the stones. He had spent years telling himself to not begrudge the liberation his brothers had found, that blessed release from expectation and the sordid disappointments that followed. I do not love her, that much is clear, nor do I wish her love. I am a ghost. I linger on through lack of will. In the distance, riders had emerged from the wall of black grasses. Some led horses bearing what looked like bodies. He had been watching the troop for some time as they walked their mounts alongside the sharp edge of Glimmer Fate. They were now directly opposite him, and would soon pass as they continued south. There was an ancient saying his father had been wont to use, wielding the words like weapons to batter down his children. "A hero's name will live forever. Die forgotten, and you have not lived at all." When Kagamandra had returned home from the wars, the lone survivor among his father's children, he had been a hero of renown, a warrior raised high on the shield of nobility, gifted with title and honor. His father had stared at him with lifeless eyes and said nothing. In the following year, the old man elected to waste away to nothing, behaving as if all his sons had died. He never again spoke Kagamandra's name. He had forgotten him, perhaps. And so I, who lived, never lived at all. Your favorite saying, father, proved a lie, when at last it settled at your feet. Or was it you who failed it? No matter. Not a single reward did not taste bitter once I returned home. I did not return to find my bride awaiting me. I did not return to my father, for the news had preceded my arrival, and when at last I came, he was already standing in the shadow of death. He did not love Farah Hind. He'd not even wanted her. When he huddled under the firs at night, hearing the distant cries of the lizard wolves of Glimmer Fate, he thought not of that young woman. He thought instead of Sharinas. How many fatal choices could a man make? Many, because even death need not be sudden. It can be measured out like sips of poison. Each day can be greeted as if it too had died, and but awaited your arrival. How many deaths could a man endure? I still walk a field of corpses, and not one of them has anything good to say. But I have learned to look them in the eye, and not flinch. I thank my father for that. He stepped away from the ledge, worked his way down the narrow, crooked path to his camp. He fed the last of the forage to his horse, and then gathered and bound his bed furs, strapped on his sword and checked over the rest of his gear before saddling his scrawny mount. A short time later, astride his horse, he emerged from the defile, swung the animal over the crest, and rode down a red slope of silts to the hard, frozen plain. Snowflakes spun down from the sky. He set out at a slow canter to work some heat into the beast's legs. Bursa rejoined them.
"It is Kagamandra Tulis, Commander."
Khalat Hussein rode on for a moment longer, and then reined in. The rest of the troop drew up around their leader. The veteran sergeant settled in the saddle, gloved hands resting on the horn. Since the day on the Vita shore, Bursa had not slept well. Each night pulled him into a fevered world where dragons wheeled overhead, whilst he ran across a vast, featureless plain. His arms were burdened with strange objects, a silver chalice, a crown, a scepter, a small chest from which gold coins spilled. In this nightmare, he was the lone protector of these treasures, but the dragons were not hunting him. They but circled overhead like carrion birds. They waited for him to fall, and onward he ran, flinching from their vast shadows that played over the ground ahead. The coins kept falling, bouncing and scattering in his wake. There seemed to be no end to them. And when the scepter slipped through his grasp and fell, he found another one, identical to the last, still in his arms. The crown, he saw, was broken, mangled. The chalice was dented. The Eliant were patient overhead. He could not run forever, and there was no place in which to hide. Even the ground under his feet was too hard for him to make a hole to bury his precious hoard. Awakening in the dawn, he was red-eyed with exhaustion, and he found himself repeatedly searching the sky during the course of each day's travel. They had seen no further sign of the terrible creatures. The Eliant had plunged into this world through a gaping rent in the air above the Vita, only to then vanish. Somehow this was worse, and during the day Bursa almost longed to see one, a minute talon slash of black off in the distance. But this desire never lasted the journey into sleep. At Khalat Hussein's command, he had ridden back to discern the identity of the lone rider following them. It seemed now that they would await the man. Bursa glanced across at Spinik Durav, and felt a stab of something close to resentment. The young could weather anything. and among them there were those who stood out even among their peers, and Spinak was such a man. Was it his perfect features that made certain the founding stones of his confidence, or did some residue of untrammeled self-worth seep out to settle into his face, creating the illusion of balance and open equanimity? Bersa was tasked with protecting the young warden, by none other than Captain Finara Stone. But it had been Spinnock's warning cry that had saved everyone down at the shoreline. Or perhaps Bersa misremembered. It had been a fraught time. But when he revisited that shout in his memory, it came in Spinnock's voice. I begin to obsess. Again. All my life this same game. I but move from one to another. No peace, no hope of rest. I run like the fool of my dreams, carrying the last treasures of wise Kharkanas. Eliant. Spinak Durav. She should never have charged me with this task. Should never have invited me to fix my attention upon him. Did she guess nothing of the envy hiding within me, and how it would find Durav? Obsession runs down the same path, again and again, each time the same stony trail. Envy is a sharp emotion. It has purpose and it has power. It needs someone to hate, and it seems I have found him. Spinak Durav caught his eye and smiled. Another 2 days of this, Sergeant, and then we're home. Bersa nodded, tugging at the strap on his helm, but it had begun rubbing his throat raw. The air was cold and it was dry, and his skin never did well in this miserable season. He leaned back and scanned the dull sky. The snow spinning in the air seemed to fail in reaching the ground. Cold up there, I think, said Spinnak, edging his mount up alongside Bersa. Even for a dragon. Bersa scowled. Of course the man had noted his habit, and now teased him for it. My bones ache, he said to Durav. Tells me a storm is coming. I but seek its measure. Spinnak offered another quick smile, and nodded. I thought we might outrun it, Sergeant. He twisted to watch the approach of Kagamandra Tulas. But it seems not. Only then, in following the young man's gaze, did Bersa see the swollen bank of the storm front spread across the north horizon. Grunting, he shook his head. His thoughts stumbled with weariness, building reckless bridges in his mind. Khalat Hussein tapped heels against his horse's flanks, and worked his way free of his troop, reining in just beyond the last horses with their bound corpses, as Kagamandra Tulas finally arrived. Captain, said Khalat in greeting, you are far from the track between Neritsor and our winter camp. Have you been looking for me? What dire legion pronouncement must I face now? The grey-bearded warrior was unkempt, his heavy cloak filthy. The horse he rode was gaunt. He held up a gauntleted hand, as if to forestall Khalat's questions. No word from Urusanda accompanies me, Commander. I travel upon my own purpose, not that of the Legion. Then you have no news? Bersa saw Kagamandra hesitate, and then shrug. Winter is a yoke upon all ambitions, but I would say beware the spring, Khalat Hussein. Must every soldier of the Legion threaten me? I'm a captain no longer, sir. My allegiances are done. Khalat Hussein was silent for a moment, and then he said, Cut off the limb. Still it bleeds. Kagamandra squinted across at Khalat, and then growled something under his breath. He shook his head, and his anger was evident. If my warning of a coming war stings you like a thorn, then, Commander, I wonder what wilderness grows riot in your skull. For the sake of your wardens, I advise you hack your way free. The threat of war greets all of us, or would you claim special privilege in the face of its tragic promise? Yet you would seek the wardens, said Khalat. Kagamandra, Farahend will not be found at our winter camp. Then tell me where I will find her. I cannot, beyond what I have already said. She does not await you at this trail's end. Bersa knew that his commander could have been more forthcoming. He could not decide if Khalat's pettiness shamed him or left him satisfied. There had been nothing inviting in Khalat's initial greeting, And now it seemed as if, in understanding the reason for Kagamandra's journey, Bursa's commander stood before a caged dog, jabbing between the bars with a sharp stick.
We are all tired, battered by circumstance. Pity grows sparse in this season.
With a nod, Kagamandra collected his reins. He set out towards the hills to the west. "Wise enough to find shelter," Spinnock murmured. "I wonder if we should do the same."
"And follow Tullus?"
Bursa asked in a hoarse whisper.
"I invite you to offer our commander that suggestion."
Although Spinnock answered that with a smile, at last Bursa saw a hint of frailty in it, and as the young warden remained silent when Callot gestured, and the troop resumed its southward trek, skirting the edge of Glimmer Fate, the sergeant found himself chewing a certain pleasure in this modest victory.
"That was worthy guarding, was it not? Do not make a fool of yourself to your commander, Spinnock Durav. Best speak to me first, believing, as you do, an ease between us, and in me a secure home for your foolish words. And if I should hoard them, well, that is my business."
He was thinking again of the vast, empty plain, on which shadows raced as dragons sailed the sky overhead, his arms burdened and the breath ragged in his throat. When the winter storm reached them, in a gust of bitter, cold wind, and a flurry of icy sleet. Narod crouched close to the fire, watching the others who had come in answer to Glyph's summons, though he knew not the nature of that invitation. It seemed as if there were voices in this ruined forest that he could not hear. Blunted and dulled by his sordid self, all sensitivity was lost to him. With his eyes he was reduced to indifferent observation. The few sounds he heard were nothing more than mundane camp sounds of hunters gathering. The taste in his mouth was bitter with stale scraps of food and brackish water. With this prison that was his body, he could feel frozen ground underfoot, and the brittle fragility of the twigs and branches that he fed into the flames. This, then, was all that he was, no different from the half-dozen scrawny dogs that had joined their makeshift tribe. The deniers surrounding him were strangers in ways Narod could barely fathom. They moved in near silence, spoke rarely, and seemed obsessed with their weapons, the hunting bows and the bewildering array of arrows, each one somehow distinct in its purpose, each made unique in the twist of the fletching, or the barb, the length of shaft, or the wood used, or the material from which the point was fashioned. With matching meticulousness, these men and women, and even the youths among them, worked also on their long-bladed knives, with oil, with spit, with various sands and gritty clay. They unwrapped and wrapped again the antler or bone handles, using leather or stringy grasses or gut. A number carried throwing spears, and made use of weighted atlatls made of soapstone or greenstone, these artfully carved in sinewy serpentine patterns that made Narod think of water in streams or rivers. The obsessions invoked patterns, ways of moving that were repeated without variation. The rote dispensed with the need for words, and no paths were crossed, no task interrupted, nothing to change one day from the next. From this, Narod had begun sensing the way of living among these people of the forest, circular in seeming mindlessness, no different from the seasons, no different from life's own cycle. And yet in purpose, Glyph's tribe was bending itself to the task of murder. All this was preparation, offering up a deceiving rhythm that could lull a man unaccustomed to patience. A man such as me, too clumsy to dance. He had looked over the Legion sword he now carried. It seemed serviceable. Someone had taken care of the honed edge, smoothing out burrs and softening nicks. The scabbard required no repairs. The belt's leather was burnished and worn, but nowhere overstretched. The rivets were firmly in place, the buckle and rings sound. His examination had taken but a score of breaths. And now he waited, watchful but emptied of feeling, and found for himself a greater affinity with the wandering dogs than with these hunters, these avowed killers. Patterns were something he understood. All that he was, and had been or would be, ever circled around some thing, some force. He imagined it as an iron stake driven deep into the ground, and affixed to it was a solid, thick ring. Whatever he did, whatever he planned to do, was bound to that ring, in knots no mortal could break. Sometimes the rope felt long, looping, eager to unfurl and let him run and run far, but never as far as he had imagined, or dreamed that he could. And so he would be pulled round, to the right or the left, and though he kept running, he but tracked a circle. The stake stood in a glade, with all the earth around it beaten down, the grasses worn away, the trails circling and circling. He had killed, and would kill again. He had found himself plucked loose from the company of others, singled out, scorned and belittled and mocked. Every promise of brotherhood proved an illusion. There had been no women strong enough to cut the rope, or work loose the stake itself. Instead, he but dragged them into his coils, pinned them down, took what he needed, but never found. Never that way. Our bodies close in seeming intimacy, but the truth is a savage thing. What I longed for, was something tender. But that language was never given me. Give shape to my frustration, then, in brutal rape, in the empty triumph of power. I could take 1,000 women this way, into my embrace, where the grasses are worn down and dust stings the eye, and never find what I seek. Patterns. Round and round I go, nailed in place, trapped, doing again what I did before, and again and again. He but waited for the falling out, the first cruel comment, the birth of barbed words flung his way. Wasn't it enough that he was not of this forest, that the hunters only tolerated him because Glyph had told them to? How soon would the resentment of that eat through this thin civility? Better had Glyph sent an arrow into his chest, with point of flint, iron, bone, or antler, in spinning flight, the length of shaft perfectly suited, the wood elegant in its supple answer to the bow's string. There were 30 or so deniers in this camp now. If they each had a tale to tell, it was whispered in that voice Narad could not hear, the mouths moving behind masks, and all the while the quiet, maddening preparations continued. Round and round, and Glyph moved to settle into a crouch beside him.
I name you the Watch. In our old language, Yedan.
Narad grunted. I do little else.
No. For the time of night, when you wake, when you rise and walk the camp, the time of night when your haunts return to you, your nerves tremble. A restless thing takes you, a thing you cannot name unless you clothe it in your deepest desires. You wake and stand when others would fight back into sleep, into losing themselves again. This is a terrible vigil, a solitary vigil. It is a vigil of one who stands alone.
With the toe of one boot, Narad pushed the end of a branch deeper into the fire. He could think of nothing to say. The other names he had earned had stung, but not this one. He wondered why.
My hunters honor you, said Glyph.
What? No, they ignore me.
Yes, just so.
You call that honoring? You deniers, I don't understand you.
The Watch is always alone. Their story makes them so. We see in your eyes, friend, that you have never known love. Perhaps this is necessary for the task awaiting you.
Narad thought about Glyph's words. He had set for himself a task, that much was true, but he had doubt as to the purity of his purpose. After all, that legion troop was witness to his shame, and the faces he saw at night, the ones that started him awake with the sky black overhead, were ones he wanted to cut away, cut down, crush under his heel. My shame. Each of them. All of them. He could raise high his vow, voice her name like a prayer, and announce himself the weapon of her vengeance, and even then he would hear his own whispered hunger heart-wounded and pathetic for something like redemption. There were mines where worked the fallen and the failed, the unforgivable fools who carried with them their unforgivable deeds. They crawled into the earth, burrowed under heavy stone and layers of rock. They dug their way through their unforgiving world, and deemed that a kind of penance. He should have gone to such a place, if only to shatter the bedrock holding that iron stake. Shatter it, see me burst free, to run a straight path, straight as an arrow, straight over the nearest cliff. To Glyph, he now said, "My task is vengeance, against my own shame. Others took bits of it. I need to hunt them down and take it back. If I can do that, if I can reach that place—"
"You will then be redeemed," said Glyph, nodding.
"Which must not be, Glyph. Must never be allowed to happen. For what I did, no redemption is possible. Do you understand?"
"The Watch, then, must guard a bridge destined to fall. The Watch, who stands and stands fast, is our harbinger of failure."
"No, what are you saying? This crime of mine, it has nothing to do with you deniers. Your cause is just. Mine isn't."
"The two must recognize each other, friend, and then together look upon the deed between them. See how it is, in the end, one and the same."
Narad studied the warrior. "It seems you have already invented me, Glyph. Found a way to, well, hammer me into your way of seeing the world. I am an awkward fit, don't you think? Best find another. Someone else. Someone with less history."
But Glyph shook his head. "We do not fear this, your awkward fit. Why fear such a thing? A world made smooth allows no purchase, neither a way into it, nor a way out from it. It is closed on itself. It makes its own answer, and so lies undisturbed by doubt."
Narad scowled at the fire. "What are we waiting for, Glyph? There are soldiers I need to find and kill."
Glyph waved a hand and then straightened. "Visitors are coming. They will soon be here."
"All right. Coming from where?"
"From a holy shrine, from an altar black with old blood."
"Priests? What need have we for priests?"
"They walk the forest. For days now, we have been following their progress, and it seems that it will bring them here, to this camp. So we wait to see what comes of it."
Narad rubbed at his face. The ways of the deniers remained a mystery. "When do they arrive, then?"
Glyph set a hand on Narad's shoulder. "Tonight, I think, in your time of waking."
In his dream, Narad walked a shoreline of fire. He held a sword in his hand, but trailed its tip through the sand. And the sand was spitting sparks and flaring as embers were pushed to the sides of the wavering furrow left by the weapon's point. The blood on the blade had burned, curled black. He was exhausted, and he knew that somewhere behind him he had left behind a much larger wake, one made up of corpses piled to either side. Flames surrounded him, rising high as burning trees. Ash rained down. There was a woman beside him. Perhaps she had always been there, but he had no sense of time. He felt as if he had been walking this shoreline forever. "You'll find no love here," the woman said. He did not turn to her. It was not yet time to see her, to meet her eyes. She walked like a sister, not a lover, or perhaps just a companion, but not a friend. When he answered, a tremble of shock followed his own words. "Yet here I will stand, my queen." "Why? This is not your war." "I have been thinking on that, Highness. On war. I have been thinking that it does not matter where the war is or who fights it, or whether we hold blood ties to the slayers or not. It could well be on the other side of the world, fought by strangers for reasons we cannot even understand. None of that matters, Highness. It is our war nonetheless." "How so, Yedan Narad?"
Because, in the end, nothing divides us, nothing distinguishes us. We commit the same crimes, taking lives, holding ground, yielding ground, crossing blood-drenched borders, lines in the sand no different from this one here, with fires at our backs and fires ahead. I thought I understood this sea, Highness, but now I see that I did not understand it at all. He raised his sword and pointed its tip at the shimmering flame-wrought surface beyond the shore. The weapon bucked and trembled in his hand, as if bound to its very own will. That, my queen, is the realm of peace. We dream of swimming it, but when at last we do, we but drown. Then, oh brother, you give us no hope, if war defines our existence and peace our death. We all commit violence on ourselves, Highness. It is more than just brother against brother, sister against sister, or any other combination you care to imagine. Our thoughts wage savage mayhem in our skulls with no respite. We fight desires, wave banners of hope, tear down the standards of every promise we have dared utter. In our heads, my queen, is a world that is without peace, and by that description we define life itself. You question your purpose, brother, she said. After all this, it is no surprise. I was a lover of men, Twilight. No, that is not you. Confusion took him, and he almost stumbled. Drunkenly righting himself, he let the sword drop again, the point sending up a burst of sparks as it struck the sands. They walked on. He shook his head. Forgive me, it nears the time. Yes, I understand, brother. The night crawls. Even should we lie in sleep and so see nothing of it, still it crawls. I would have you, my queen, uproot the spike. I know, she replied in a soft voice. Their faces were my shame. Yes. So I cut them all down. White faces, she murmured, not sharing our indecision. We are their only shadow, brother, and in that we can never lie to them. You did what you had to do. You did what they demanded of you. I died in my sister's arms. Not you. Are you sure, my queen? Yes. He halted, shoulders hunching, head bowing. Highness, I must ask you, who set this world afire? She reached out to him, one soft, gore-smeared hand touching the line of his jaw, lifting his gaze to her own. The rapists had done their work. There was no forgetting that. He remembered the feel of her broken body beneath him, and the ragged mess that had been her wedding dress. With dead eyes she looked upon him, and her dead lips parted to utter the dead words, "You did." Nared's eyes blinked open. It was night. The few fires had burned down, and the scorched stumps of trees stood thin and black on all sides of the camp. The others were asleep. He sat up, tugged aside the ratty furs of his bedding. He welcomed her haunting, but not the illusions it delivered. He was not her brother. She was not his queen, although perhaps in some ways he had made her so. But that honor, as he felt it in that place, on that fiery shoreline, was not his alone. It was an earned thing. She had led her people, and her people were an army. Wars inside make wars outside. It has always been this way. There is nothing left but everything to fight for. Still, who dares imagine this a virtue? He lifted hands to his scarred, mangled face. The aches never quite faded away. He could still feel her grimed fingers along the line of his jaw. Motion caught his eye. He quickly stood and faced it. 2 figures were walking into the camp. The heavier of the 2 reached out to stay his companion, and then strode towards Nared. He is not Tisti. He wears the guise of a savage. But the one who waits behind him, he is Tisti, Andii. The huge stranger halted before Nared.
"Forgive me this,"
he said, in a low, rumbling voice.
There is heat in the earth beneath us. It burns fiercest beneath your feet.
He paused and tilted his head.
If it eases you, consider my friend and me as moths.
The others in the camp had awakened, were sitting up, but otherwise not moving. All eyes were fixed upon Glyph, who had risen and was joining Narad. The stranger bowed to Glyph.
Denier, will you welcome us to your camp?
It is not for me,
Glyph replied.
I am the bow bent to the arrow. In this matter, Azathanai, Yadan Narad speaks for us.
Narad started. I've not earned any such privilege, Glyph.
This time of night belongs to you,
Glyph replied.
This is not where you stand, but when.
Narad returned his attention to the stranger. Azathanai.
You are not our enemy,
he said slowly, flinching at the faint question in his tone.
But the one behind you, is he a Legion soldier?
No,
the Azathanai replied.
He is Lord Anamandarik, first son of darkness.
Oh. The Lord then stepped forward, his attention fixed not on Narad but on Glyph. We need not linger, if welcome is not offered. Denier, my brother, haunts this forest. I would find him. Narad staggered back, his knees suddenly weak. A moment later he sank down onto his knees, as the words of the evening just past returned to him.
Coming from where?
From a holy shrine, from an altar black with old blood.
He felt a hand upon his shoulder, a grip both soft and yet solid. With his own hands he had been clawing at his face, but now all strength left him, and they fell away, leaving him nowhere to hide. Shivering, eyes bleakly fixed on the ground before him, he listened to the storm in his skull, but it was a roar without words.
We know him,
Glyph replied.
Look north.
But the Azathanai spoke then.
Anamander, we're not done yet here.
We are, the Son of Darkness replied.
We will walk north, Caladan,
unless this denier lies.
Oh, I doubt that,
Caladan replied.
Still, we are not done yet. Bent bow, your watch suffers some unknown anguish. Does he refuse us welcome? If he does, then we must quit this forest.
No, snapped Lord Anamander. That we shall not do, Caladan. Look at this Yadan. He is not one of the forest dwellers. He bears a Legion sword for Abyss's sake. More likely we have stumbled into one of Urusander's famous bandits, his very reason for invading the forest. I can now imagine them as godless as Urusander's own, and a pact forged between the two. Narad closed his eyes.
A fine theory,
Caladan said.
But alas, utter nonsense. My lord, understand me. We walk lightly here, or not at all. We will await the word of the watch, no matter how long it takes.
Your advice confounds, Anamander said in a growl. It is of a kind with all that now crowds me.
Not the advice that confounds, Lord, but the will that resists it.
The hand on Narad's shoulder was not a man's hand. For this reason alone he dared not open his eyes. Welcome to these two? How can I, without uttering the confession that now struggles to win free? Brother of the husband-to-be. I was the last to rape your brother's would-be wife. I alone saw the light leave her eyes. Will you leave me, good sir, to seek redress? When Glyph spoke, the voice came from a few strides away.
His torment is not for you, Azathanai.
Not for you, Lord Anamander. Dreams make the path to waking, for the time of the watch. We know nothing of that world, only that its shaping is given form by anguished hands, and one of you, Azathanai or Lord, now rattles that thing in his soul. Then name our crimes, Anamander said. For myself I will face them, and deny nothing that I have done. Narad lifted his head. but refused to open his eyes.
This... Zathanai, he said, you are welcome here.
Hunters now stirred, rising on all sides, taking hold of weapons. Anamanda said, "So, I am denied, then?" Narad shook his head.
"First son of darkness, the time is not yet for our welcome, but I will promise this, when we are needed, call upon us."
At last Narad heard the voices of his fellow hunters, their murmurs, their curses. Even Glyph seemed to hiss in sudden shock or frustration. But Anamanda was the first to reply. "Yadan Narad, this civil war does not belong to you, though I can see how your companions might like to witness what vengeance I may deliver in the name of the slain people of this forest."
"No,"
said Narad, and his shuttered eyes offered him nothing but a silvered realm, mercurial and flaring as if with unseen fires. That seemed fitting enough.
"That is not our battle. You are right. Not how we will fight our enemies. I speak of something else."
"You stumble." Caladan cut off the Son of Darkness with a harshly rasped, "Stifle your mouth, you fool."
"When the fires take the sea,"
Narad said, seeing once again that terrible shoreline where he had walked. The hand on his shoulder held him with a savagely tight grip now, sending pain lancing through him.
"Upon the shoreline," he said, "there, when you ask it of us, we will stand."
"In whose name?" Caladan asked.
"Hers,"
Narad replied. The deniers shouted in fury, in outrage. But Narad opened his eyes and met Lord Anamanda's startled gaze, and said, a second time,
"Hers."
He watched as Caladan reached out, grasped hold of Lord Anamanda's left arm, and dragged the Son of Darkness out from the camp. As if a single additional word might shatter everything. In moments both were gone, vanishing among the burned bowls. Glyph stepped in front of Narad, his face contorted.
"You pledge us to Mother Dark?"
"No,"
Narad said.
"But I heard you. We all heard you. Your words to the first Son of Darkness."
Narad studied Glyph, and something in his expression swept the rage from Glyph's face.
"She was not in my dream, Glyph,"
he said, attempting a smile that made the hunter recoil before him.
"Then—"
Glyph paused and looked away, as if seeking one last sight of the two who had come among them. But they were gone.
"Then, brother, he misunderstood you."
"But the other one did not."
"The Azathanai? How can you know?"
Narad smiled again, although it was a hard thing to manage.
"Because of what he did, Glyph. How fast he took Anamanda away. No explanations, you see, no chance for clarification."
"The Azathanai chose to deceive the Son of Darkness?"
"Yes, but that is between them."
"Not our concern,"
he said, turning on his knees to find his bedroll.
"When Lord Anamanda calls, will we answer?"
Narad looked across at Glyph.
"He won't have to, Glyph. That place I described, I fear we will already be there,
standing fast upon the shores of peace, in her name."
"Glyph."
"Yadan Narad?"
"Your old language. Have you a name for a shoreline?"
The hunter nodded.
"Yes."
"What is it, then?"
"Ermelan."
"Yes, there."
Chapter 5. And here the tale's tone must change. A war upon death, the wayward adventures of the Azathanai, foolish youth and bitter ancients. Raise a skeptical brow, then, and let us plunge into the absurdity of the unimaginable and the impossible. I'll not gainsay the prowess of the Azathanai, nor seek to diminish the significance of their meddling. Draconis was not alone in his headlong careering into disaster. The question for which there remains no answer is this: are they gods? If so, then childish ones, stumbling with their power, careless with their charges, worthy of worship? You would well guess my answer. You are curious, I gather, and indeed led into bemusement by my fashioning this tale. In your mind, I am sure, the place of beginnings lacked the formality of territories, shorelines, the hinting of a discrete and singular world upon which myths and legendary entities abound. Dare I suggest that what clashes is within you, not me. The deep past is a realm of the imagination, but one made hazy and indistinct with mystery. Yet is it not the mystery that so ignites the fire of wonder? But the unformed realm is a sparse setting, and little of substance can be built upon the unknown. I give you places, the hard rocks and dusty earth, the withered grasses and besieged forests, the cities and encampments, the ruins and modest abodes, the keeps and monasteries, enough to yield comforting footfalls, enough to frame the drama. And in so doing, alas, mystery drifts away. If I was to speak to you now of countless realms jostling in the ether, and perhaps setting each one as an island in the mists of oblivion, might the imagination spark anew? Draw close, then. The island that is curled Galen and wise Kharkanas abuts realms half seen, rarely sensed, within which mystery thrives. Let us unfold the world, my friend, and see what wonders are revealed. A war upon death, the wayward adventures of the Azathanai, foolish youth and bitter ancients. In a place where the gloom never eased, there stretched a plain of wind-blown silts. Lying half-buried in beds of the dun, fine-grained material, the detritus of countless civilizations cluttered every possible view, reaching out to the horizons. Godly idols crouched with their backs to the incessant wind, shouldering high dunes that curled round to make empty bowls in their laps. The statues of kings and queens stood tilted hip-deep, with arms upraised, or one hand reaching out as if to grant benediction. The tall backs of thrones thrust like tombstones from the flats. Here and there foundation walls from crumbled palaces and temples made ridges and lines, rooms sculpted hollows, and cracked domes rose in polished humps. Wings folded, the Azathanai, Skillen Dro, followed the set of tracks wending its way across this eerie, despondent landscape. Flight was out of the question, as the air was caustic above the plain, and riding the high, grit-laden winds was too excoriating even for one such as he. Instead, the tall, arched figure plodded shin-deep through the desiccated, lifeless silts, his reptilian eyes fixed on the ragged trench made by the one who had walked ahead of him. His mysterious predecessor was dragging something that did little more than glide over the deep furrows carved by its thick, bandy legs. It had been a long time since Skillen Dro last visited this realm. Since then, the wreckage and ruins had proliferated. Most of the idols he did not recognize, many of the statues portraying emperors, kings, queens, and child gods, revealed features that were alien, and at times disturbing to Skillen's sensibility. And he could feel the push and tug of the wayward currents of invisible energy that he knew as the Sidle Ways, although he was not the Azathanai who had coined that name. Forgotten monuments rode the Sidle Ways, inward from other realms, like flotsam fragments washed up here, as if this plain served a singular purpose as the repository of failed faiths, abandoned dreams, and broken promises. Perhaps it was, as some of his kin believed, the corner of the mind, and the mind in question was the universe itself. It was difficult to decide if the notion pleased or irritated him. If indeed the universe possessed a mind, it was a cluttered one, and if corners such as these thrived in that mind, then the custodian was asleep or perhaps drunk.
This river of semi-consciousness abounded in musing eddies and swirls, in spirals of relentless notions, spinning and spinning until they devoured themselves. Ideas rushed forward, only to recoil from boulders in the stream, curling off to the sides and dissolving in the churning tumult. No, this was a mind in hibernation, where only vague memories and flashes of inspiration made the waters restless.
But mine is not the mind to impose rhythms upon the cosmic storm. This flesh does not yield itself to a surrendering to what waits beyond it. I only play with the words of others, my throat tickled by some imagined instinct, spitting up the dregs of the countless poets I have devoured. This plain is silent, mostly. These statues, once painted, now lean, weathered, and weary. The gods squat and pray for a prayer, yearn for a whisper of worship, and, failing all that, would be content enough with a pigeon settling to rest atop the head. But even that modest blessing is denied them here, in this corner of the mind, this vault of the sidleways.
Through the rack, he could make out something ahead. A structure of what looked like stone rose from the general ruination, enclosed by a low wall. The silts surrounding all of this seemed preternaturally level. Skillen could see what looked like a gatehouse to the right, an ornate arch of elegant panelled stone. But he was approaching from one side, following the tracks that led to the stone wall directly before him. Spreading his leathery wings, Skillen beat at the air for a moment, raising clouds. The Azathanai slipped forward, lifting higher with sharp, hard flaps, and then swiftly gliding closer. He saw the tracks resume in the yard of the house, wending round in a haphazard pattern to eventually intercept the stone-lined path from the gatehouse. And there, huddled upon the raised steps of the building's entrance, was a lone figure that appeared to be brushing itself off, puffs of dust surrounding it. Skillen glided over the wall and settled lightly on the pathway. At his arrival, the seated figure looked up, but its face remained hidden beneath a heavy hood of coarse wool.
Skillen Dro, I did not think you would come.
Not yet choosing to reply, Skillen turned to face the gatehouse. A sidleways current was pouring through it, although the torrent of energy stirred not a grain of dust or silt. After a moment feeling its power burnishing the scales of his brow, cheeks, and needle-fanged snout, Skillen faced the house once more. The stream swept round him and flowed into and through the huge wooden door behind the figure seated on the steps. The hooded man might have nodded then, as the hood shifted slightly.
I know. It is an answer of sorts.
One pale hand gestured back to the house behind him.
Drains, repositories, bottomless, it seems. Possibilities forever rushing in, vanishing. Who can say? Some thoughts, he continued in a musing tone, escape the peculiar, evade the particular. They tear free and so cease their private ways, and the river swells and swells yet more. Skillen, old friend, what have you been up to?
It is risky,
Skillen ventured, in a wave of scents and flavors. The seated hooded man sighed.
I imagine so. All that you offer while in that dread stream, will it simply fill the house, do you think? Your manner of speaking here, flowing past me and through this absurd wooden door, your words, do you fear their immortality as they seep into mortar and stone?
Karul, why here?
No reason, Karul replied. Rather, no reason of mine. You saw the tracks. A builder found me. I was exploring.
He paused for a moment, and when he resumed, his tone changed, seeking something more conversational.
Mostly I am ignored, but not this time, and not with this one.
Carul waved at himself. It dragged me here. Well, at first it dragged me about the yard, as if wanting to leave me there, or perhaps there. No place seemed to satisfy it. In the end it left me on the doorstep, as it were. And then, why, it vanished. Carul rose and brushed more dust from his robes. Skillen, you might find an easier converse if you stood not on the path. This sidleways is particularly potent, is it not? Skillen glanced about the yard, noting those smudged places where the builder had deposited Carul. There was no discernible pattern in that map. After a moment, he edged off the stone pathway.
What waits inside?
Carul shook his head, the motion making the hood fall back, revealing a drawn, bloodless face. Like the others, I would imagine. The room's upside down. One walks upon an uneven ceiling, a confusion of buttresses, and steep ramps leading down, or is it up? To wander within is to know inverted thoughts. The displacement of perspective may well hold a message, but it is lost on me. But Skillen barely heard the words, so appalled was he by Carul's condition.
What afflicts you?
Ah, you have travelled far, then. Is isolation such a comfort? Forgive me that question, Dro. Of course, there is peace to be found in not knowing, in not being, in not hearing, in not finding. Peace in the way of becoming forgetful, while to others mostly forgotten. Carul managed a wan smile. But still, I would know. If you have been, then where? And if not, then why?
I found a world in argument with itself. The delusion of intelligence, Carul, is a sordid thing.
And this towering form you now present to me, do you wear the guise of these creatures?
One of their breeds, yes. I played the assassin, Skillen replied. Subtlety is lost on them. They raise a civilization of function, mechanical purpose. They are driven to explain all, and so understand nothing. They refuse artistry, but artistry hides in the many shades of one color. They have rejected the value of the common spirit in all things. They cleave to one color, and heed but one shade. The rational mind can play only rational games. This is the trap. But I did take note, Carul, of the arrogance and irony implicit in their worship of demonstrable truths.
He paused, and then added,
They are coming.
Carul barked a laugh, harsh enough to cut the air. Do you recall I once spoke of possibilities? Well, I have made a gift of them. Or rather, gifts. Magic, requiring no bargaining with the likes of you or me. And already those gifts are being abused. Skillen waited, withholding every scent, every flavour. There was sorcery in the spilled blood of Azathanai. Carul had very nearly bled himself dry. The gesture was that of an unbalanced mind. The man before him made an ambiguous wave of one hand, and said, Erastus seeks to usurp command of these gifts. He cocked his head and studied Skillen, and then added, No, command is not, I now think, the right word. Allow me to offer you one that you, in your present state, might better comprehend. He seeks to impose his flavour upon my gifts, and from that a sort of influence. Skillen, I do not think I can stop him.
What else?
Starveld Demolane, Carul said. The dragons are returning. Skillen Dro continued to stare at Carul until the man looked away. The loss of blood, so vast, so profound, had broken something inside this man. The notion made Skillen Dro curious in a morbid way.
I heard your call, Carul, and so here I am. I preferred you as a woman.
My days of birthing are done, for a time.
but not, it seems, your bleeding.
Karul nodded. The question is, who will find me first? Eristus, or should she emerge from Starval Demelane, Tiam? Skillandro, I need a guardian. You see me at my most vulnerable. I could think of none other than you. None other so determined to remain apart from our worldly concerns. And yet what do you offer me? Only a confession. Where have you been? Elsewhere. What have you been doing? Setting traps. Still, I do ask, Skillen.
I am to blame for the dragons.
Hardly.
And I do not fear Eristus or any other Azathani.
Karul answered that mockingly. Of course you don't. Skillandro made no reply. Karul shook his head. Please, excuse that, Skillen. At the very least, I must tell you what he has done. Skillandro released a sigh, heavy with indifference.
As you will.
Will you protect me?
Yes, but know this, Karul. I still preferred you as a woman.
It had begun with a conversation, in the way that the uttering of words on easy breath, lodged like seeds, grew and then ripened in the minds of all who would later claim to be present. A conversation, Hanako reflected, to elucidate the absurdity of everything that followed. This was the curse among the Thelakai, where only silence could stop the onrushing flood of those things, countless in number, upon which the battered survivors might look back, nodding at the signs, the precious omens, and all those casual words slipping back and forth. But silence was a rare beast among the Thelakai, and from this tragic truth the lifeline of an entire people trembled to 1,000 cuts. Surely, before too long, it would snap, even as he and his kin tumbled down in helpless mirth. Too often among his kind, laughter, unamused and disabusing, was the only response to pain, and this notion twisted Hanako round once again to the clear-eyed affirmation of the absurd. He sat upon the sloped side of a boulder, streaming blood from more wounds than he dared contemplate. His heaving chest had slowed its frantic gasps. The blood he had swallowed, his own, was heavy in his stomach, boiling like bad ale. From the huge boulder's other side, and so out of sight, Erlen Creed was working his knife through tough hide, humming under his breath that same monotonous and tuneless scale of notes, like a cliff singer slapping awake his vocal cords, making the sounds of stretching and tightening, bunching and tickling. Creed was known to drive village dogs mad whenever the fool was busy at something. The hand with the knife had a voice. The other hand, pulling away that rank skin of fur, answered with its own. The sob of sagging muscle and folds of fat made a wet chorus. Of all creatures known to Hanako, only flies could dance to this song, were any bold or desperate enough to brave this chill mountain air. Before Hanako, on the roughly level terrace that had marked their camp, Lassa Rook was only now gaining her hands and knees, her fit of laughter finally relenting. When she lifted her head to look at him, he saw the thick glitter of tears in her eyes, the wet streaks that ran down through the dust on her rounded cheeks, and the now dirty mucus tracking down from her nostrils. "What?" she asked brightly. "Still nothing to say? A pronouncement, if you please. The moment begs for a word, if not two. I beseech you, Hanako. 'Twas but a slap or two from the Lord of Temper, and still you bridle." "I could but wince," he said, sighing, "at seeing the stitch in your side." "It was your seeming impatience that so struck me," she replied, drawing a muscled forearm across her mouth to sweep up the mucus and dirt, leaving it to glisten in the fine, almost white hairs of her wrist. She then lifted and swept back her mass of wavy golden hair. "But that is the curse of youth, after all. Berate me for my insensitivity, Hanako, and we can shudder down into our familiar roles."
From behind the boulder, Erlen Creed's perfidious song ended abruptly. Stones grated underfoot, and then the warrior emerged, dragging the cave bear's skin behind him.
"You complained of the night's chill, Hanako," he said. "But now, in the months and perhaps years to come, you will be able to keep warm at night as you chew the Lord's hide into suppleness."
Lasser snorted, and so was forced to clean her nose yet again.
"A suppleness the Lord knew well, as well as his own skin. But years, Erlen? More like decades. The Lord's manifestation here, Hanako, is unmatched in my memory. It's a wonder he managed to find a cavern big enough to home him."
"More the wonder that we did not even see it," said Erlen, "since it lies not 20 paces above us."
"And so the boulder that would so hide Hanako's morning toilet did proffer the Lord a most squalid gift upon the very threshold of his abode."
Even as she said this, she offered Hanako the breathtaking smile that had already ensnared 3 husbands.
"I proffered no such gift," Hanako replied. "That unleavened loaf now resides in my left boot."
This comment made Lassa Rook fold over once again, her laughter so intense that she struggled to breathe. Stepping past Hanako, Erlen slapped a bloody hand down on the young warrior's shoulder.
"Next time you decide to wander off, Pop, at the very least carry a weapon. You've not the claws or fangs to equal a bear. Still, the rolling embrace was a fine mummery to start this day."
He then thrust something in front of Hanako's face, making him flinch back.
"Here, the Lord's lower jaw. It pretty much fell away. You came as close to tearing it off as to make a cutter hesitate to coin."
Sighing, Hanako accepted the trophy. He stared down at the jutting canines, remembering how they felt as they scored across his scalp. The thin white rings of the tongue nest, lined up in parallel rows, were delicate as seashells.
"As for the tongue,"
Erlen continued,
"why, we have us breakfast."
With that, the warrior continued on, stepping round the prostrate form that was Lassa Rook, and crouched down before the hearth. He had tucked the thick severed tongue through his belt, and now he drew it out to settle it atop a stone of the hearth, where it began sizzling.
"The Lord of Tempers ran out of things to say. Ha ha ha."
There were many misfortunes to take and give shape to a Thalakai's life, but Erlen Creed's feeble witticisms were among the cruelest of curses. They were enough to dampen Lassa's ground-kicking mirth, and once more she sat up, her reddened eyes fixing upon the slab of meat now sizzling on the rock, her expression settling somewhat. Stifling a groan, Hanako pushed himself upright.
"I am for the stream," he said. "Then we'll see what needs threading," Lassa said, nodding. "Impatient youth. Yes, I see that, Lassa Rook. Given our purpose, and that joyous decision that so started us on this march, the bear might well have saved me the journey."
Sighing yet again, Hanako skirted his way along the terrace until he came to the tumbling fall of water, and its momentary pool that filled the bowl it had worn in the stone shelf. His few clothes were sodden rags now, and he left them on the ground as he stripped down. The water was clear, clean, and stunningly cold. The shock against the lacerations covering most of his body quickly gave way to blessed numbness as he stood beneath the falls.
Hanako, who so hates the cold these days, so quickly chilled by an unseasonal breath of wind. Hanako, who once crawled across a frozen lake, what has become of you?
There was an old saying among the Thalakai. Born in the mountains, she longs for the valleys. Born against the sea, she longs for the plain. Born in the valley, she sets eyes upon the snow-clad peaks.
And so on, as if the point already made could never be made to perfection, and the axe swings eternal against the tree, until the leaves raining down bury us. There we stand, senseless to the tremble in our hands, blind to the mulch against our eyes. Thelakai, you are brutes among flowers.
The cold water washed away the blood, slowed the ooze from the wounds. Naked and chilled down to his aching, bruised bones, Hanako returned to the camp. He found both Eralan and Lassa crouched at the fire, slicing greasy strips from the charred meat. Lassa's brows lifted upon seeing him. "So, this was tongue, after all," she said as she licked her fingertips, and then she cocked her head. "Leaving me to wonder at my ambivalence." Eralan frowned up at him.
Have you no other clothes?
"I have some few scraps," replied Hanako, "but I need sewing up."
Lassa rose and drew close. She set to examining his wounds, touching here and there, standing all too close, close enough to have something brush her thigh. Glancing down, Lassa hummed under her breath. She lifted her gaze and arched one brow.
"Not a mountain's mantle of bitter snow can shrivel bold Hanako. I pronounce you fit and in no need of awl and gut." "Do you mock me?" he asked. "If one scar entices," she said, stepping back, "then your 1,000 will win you a launching of lust such as the world has never before seen. See how I struggle to constrain myself, young warrior, and I, a woman with 3 husbands." "You would keep me at your knee, Lasaruk." Her eyes widened. "Ah, now you are right to chastise me. You have indeed grown. Why, from thigh to knee, I should say, and more."
Erlen Creed laughed, but it was an uncertain laugh. With a bright, sidelong glance, Lassa turned away.
"We should be going. I will make a play of purpose to this wayward impulse, and shake the reins of my 2 workhorses."
Frowning, Hanako knelt at his pack, and drew out what little spare clothing he'd thought to bring with him. Overhead, the morning sun was already warm upon his torn back, making each gash sting. Yes, she was right to call them hers, although thus far neither he nor Eralan advanced any claim to an inviting caress. 3 husbands left behind, and Lasaruk was yet to betray any greed to add others to her night beneath the firs. Workhorses, indeed. Gingerly he drew on a worn hemp-woven shirt, and then leggings of the same coarse material.
"Be sure to bring that fur,"
Eralan Creed said, as Hanako gathered up his gear.
"It is a warrior's way to wear their conquests, and to accept gifts from the lord and ladies of the wild. By that cloak, Hanako, you honor the slain."
Lassa kicked her way through the coals of the hearth, stamping each one underfoot.
"Your way, Creed, and none others. You'll wear honor as if it fits, even as it stretches and tears to the swell of pride. The slain crowd your wake, and their realm is no more and no less than resentment. That you breathe in their stead, that your hearts still pound in your chest, that you move in flesh and blood and make nothing of the ghosts that haunt you. All of this gnaws their souls without resolution."
But Eralan was humming again, as he tied up his bedroll. Drawing close to Hanako once more, Lasaruk dropped her voice.
"Oh, do take the fur, Hanako. You wrested it off the Lord, after all, and all for want of a decent night's sleep."
"I would have yielded," said Hanako, "had he given me the choice."
"It's said that fear eats at a soul, but I would say differently. Fear eats away at the choices before you, Hanako, until but one remains. The Lord of Temper knew that fear."
"He emerged to find me blocking his escape from the cave, Lasaruk." She nodded. And in nature he is no different from us. We do not understand the notion of retreat." She turned then to study the way ahead and below. The mountainside tumbled away in ridges down into a forested valley. A glittering lake was awakening to the rising sun in the valley's deep basin. "Even this march," she continued, "is ridiculous." The thought brought a bright smile to her as she swung back to grin at Hanako. "What direction? Where lies death, brave young warrior? To the east, where the sun is reborn each dawn? To the west, where it falls away each dusk? What of the south, where fruit rots on the branch and insects swarm without rest upon the ground, in daily tasks of dismemberment? Or perhaps the bitter north, where a sleeping woman awakens to find the corpse serpent has stolen half her body? Or awakens not at all, and lies unchanging for all time? In each direction, death stands triumphant. We seek to join the Jaghut with ashes in his heart. We march here to join his march there. But where is there?" Hanako shrugged. "This I would know too, Lasaruk. I would see how this Jaghut answers." "Is it a worthy war?" He glanced away, down into the verdant valley, down to that silver blade of a lake, remembering the conversation that had begun this journey. The tale, arriving on unseen wings, of a grieving Jaghut, railing against the death that took his wife, and the terrible vow that came of that. Was it not the fate of the living to struggle with the feeling of impotence that came in the witnessing of death? Was there not, in truth, nothing to be done, nothing but weathering the weight, the clawing anguish, the fierce anger? How bold could this Jaghut be in declaring war upon death itself? There had been mocking laughter, as if all present would test each other, would beat as if with swords on the metal of the Thalakai, and their perverse appreciation of delicious, maddening absurdity. And yet, how quickly the derision gave way to that dark current in their souls, as remembered grief rose like ghosts in the night, as each and every instance of impotence bled anew. And so the conversation curled in, and on itself, all humour lost, and in its place emerged a blackened, scorched gleefulness, a delight sweeter than any other, a burgeoning astonishment at the Jaghut's glorious audacity. Many dreams were offered up, beckoning, inviting a soul to follow. Few were mundane, fewer still were even possible. But in each, Hanako knew there was a taste of something like hope, sufficient to lure one onto that path, if only in the realm of the wishful. Dreams were to be tolerated, year after year, the flavour dulling with pity and diminished by bitter experience, until they burned holes in the gut. He knew that all too well, even when he was mocked for his youth, since when, after all, did dreams belong only to the old and wise, who knew them solely by the disappointment left behind? Was it not the realm of children that still beckoned, crowded as it was, to the heavens with dreams? Dreams not yet slashed to ribbons, not yet torn down or rotted from within. Death was the reaper of ambition, the devourer of hope. So muttered the ancients in every village, around the night's hearth-fires with the flames animating the death masks of their faces. Only memories could live in such faces, when the nights ahead promised so little. Still, born with ambition and knowing only hope, children knew nothing of death. Conversations such as the one Hanako had witnessed in his village had no doubt burst up like wildfires among all the Thalakai settlements, from mountain to coast, and in all the valley settlements that huddled between the two. The Jaghut had called for an army in the name of a war that could not be won. The Thalakai gave their answer with the drumbeat of heavy, bitter laughter, and said, "That is a war we can wage." The pathos of such a claim was enough to make one drunk. He felt that loose, wild surge rising up again in his chest as he pondered Lasaruk's question. Its taste was a fool's triumph. A worthy war. It is, I think, the only worthy war. Her laughter was low, with a kind of intimacy that made Hanako's skin prickle with sweat beneath his clothes. "You will speak for me, then," she said, "in my defense." He frowned. "I do not understand. Your defense against whom?" "Why, my husband's, of course, once they figure out where I went." She turned then and squinted expectantly back up the mountain trail, before once again flashing him that smile. "But let us lead them a fair chase. What say you, bold slayer of the Lord of Temper?" Hanako looked across to Erlen Creed. The huge warrior appeared to have been stricken by Lasaruk's revelation.
"Damn you, Lasaruk!"
he growled. Her brows lifted. "What have I done now?"
"Leave it to you," Erlen said, "to make even this war a complicated one."
In a sudden surge of appreciation, Hanako smiled across at Erlen Creed, and then he burst out his laughter. Upon seeing the flare of pride in the warrior's eyes, Hanako's laughter redoubled. A war upon death. Why, what could be complicated about that? "Follow me, my brave guardians," cried Lasaruk. "I will swim in that lake by noon." Even after centuries, in which the chaos of the love between them coruscated in wild ebbs and flows, the fever of desire could take them in an instant. In hissing savagery, talons scored deep, tearing loose scales that spun earthward, jaws snapped and sank fangs into the thick muscles of the nape. The wings hammered in confusion, and Dalk Tennis, gripping tight, would feel her terrible weight, dragging them both to the mountain peaks far below.
"Beloved wife, I felt you twist away. Once the fury was spent in us both. I saw you slide along a strong current, finding at last an updraft that sped you away. Moments later, Iskari Mokras, you were little more than a speck. But still I trembled to your heat, and knew that you did the same to mine, as it lingered on within you. We are fragments of Tiam, something like children, but too wise for that title. We preen with the air of ancients, but remain too foolish to hold that pose. The winds we ride, this sea of endless sky, hold us aloft, neither too high nor too low. We are in the middle of our lives, in the age of walking backwards."
Since the opening of the gate, since that sudden torrent that was either escape or a summons that could not be denied, Dalk had flown a wild cavort, striving to distance himself from his dragon kin. There had been clashes, mindless as ever, as each dragon raged against its own splintered nature. The histories and bloodlines that bound them all, heavier than any chain, tighter than any skin, made a fever of companionship. Yet he had taken his lover anyway, high above these mountains, and after weeks of stalking, and he had then left her to fall away, satiated and wounded, wanting only to sleep in some solitary place, where she could heal and muse on the snarling spawn to come. Was this instinct, this need to so claim a new world, so the rocks and earth would tremble to the sharp cries of the newborn, to make a home of the unknown? Or was every desire no less than the caged soul deafened by its own cacophony? Instincts could make for a host of regrets, and Dalk was still undecided on what flavor this deed would take. The voice within the mind that spoke to some other, and that other none but itself. In spiraling dialogue of endless persuasion, entire realms could be swallowed up, encompassed, mapped with delusions, and so claimed for one's own. And yet, for all this, the cage door does not open. And so we rule what we have always ruled, and every border beyond the limits of our skull is but an illusion. Now watch us fight for them, watch us die for them. This is not majesty that fills graveyards, but sophistry. We are new in this world, and yet have nothing new to offer it.
My eyes guide me from one unfamiliar place to the next, but I cannot escape the place behind my eyes, this cage of self, and these words, these endless words. Escape or summons? The matter was yet to be determined. Magic burned bright in this strange realm, but flowed untethered. Currents charged nowhere, clashed without purpose. In hissing savagery, talons scored deep, tearing loose scales that spun earthward. Jaws snapped and sank fangs into the thick muscles of the nape. The wings hammered in confusion, and I, gripping tight, felt her weight. He would hunt anew. I shall make this sorcery mine. Moments later, as he sailed the high winds rising from the walls of mountains that faced the western sea, Dalk Tennis caught the scent of freshly spilled blood. Turning, he banked, and then began a lazy spiral earthward. Desire's spending made for fierce hunger.
"There is some witchery in a wife's silence," said Garalko.
"It was the lure of a few more moments in bed," Ravast replied, nodding. "Had she forgotten us? Did she tend the garden, unmindful of how the morning lengthened? Why charge this sleep, so gleefully snatched, with her curse that is our guilt? I was restless in my somnolence." Tathanel laughed behind Ravast. "But not enough to prise open an eye. To look about, wondering, flinching at the cold hearth, hearing, with burgeoning consternation, the snores of Garalko." "Ah, but those I am used to," Ravast said. "No more jarring than your beastly grunts. Still, what you say is true enough. We rejected the signs of amiss."
"Husbands live under that cloud with unceasing trepidation," Garalko said, as he led the small troop down the steep rocky trail. "As upon a frozen lake, the ice beneath us is of unknown thickness, as in a forested trail, with the scent of cat all about, where every tautberry glows feline eyes to our overwrought imaginations, as upon a cliff's edge, with the dread shadow of some winged monster sliding over us." At that last observation, Ravast snorted heavily. "So you go on about that, an event neither I nor Tathanel did witness. The sky was clear, the morning fresh, and if there was indeed a shadow, then some condor mistook the top of your head for a rival's nest. But upon closer inspection, the shadow that made you start, the wise bird saw no eggs worth mentioning." "We are men," grunted Garalko. "Eggs are for breaking."
"We are husbands," corrected Tathanel. "Eggs are for juggling." Ravast sighed. "Amen to that. I was speaking of the witchery of a wife's silence, my beleaguered brothers. Have you not seen her standing at the door, her back to you? Did your knees not tremble as your mind scampered like a stoat back through the day? Or was it last week, when you might have, with blind bliss, committed some slight?" Ravast shrugged. "The heart that questions its own love will stew in the mildest season. Our bellies have been on fire for months now." "Back to that again, Ravast." Tathanel drew closer and slapped Ravast on one shoulder, the one that did not bear the weight and show the edge of the slung battle-axe. "Her love for us is gone. Your moans will make felt from handfuls of wool, and so suffocate the very virtue whose death you fear." "I wish you'd not mentioned wool," Ravast said in a growl. "Stapp was too eager to promise taking our flocks into his care. I do not trust that man."
"And when she stands beside you," Garalko resumed, "yet says nothing, is that the warmth and comfort of companionship? Shall we bathe in her moment of sentimental foolery, that roaringly impossible instant when she's forgotten all our past crimes? In saying nothing, she wields a menagerie of power. For me, Why, I'd rather the whip of her words, the tirade of her temper, the crash of crockery against the side of my skull.
You are a beaten dog, Tathnall said, laughing again. Garalco, first of her husbands, first to her bedding, first to flutter and fold to the slightest wind of her displeasure. Let us not speak of her displeasing winds, said Ravast. Why not? Tathnall asked. A subject we three can share in a welter of mutual sympathy. The true curse of our union is her love of cooking, so dispiritingly mismatched to her talent. Have we not eaten better these 3 nights upon the trail? Is this not why not one of us has suggested we hasten our pace and so catch up to her? Are we not, in fact, reveling in the glory of well-made repast? My stomach is too dumb to lie, and my, how easy it sits right now.
Women, said Garalco, should be barred from every kitchen. Our wife's enthusiasm keeps her slim, when better she wallow in fat, with grease painting flabby lips.
Ha! growled Tathnall. Even Lasse cannot bear too much of Lasse's cooking. This is none other than her conspiracy that ensures her svelte demeanor. You have the truth there, Garalco. Should we ever catch her, we'll turn this table. We'll truss her up and chain her well away from the kitchen. We'll give her a taste of decent food and watch how she billows to our ministrations. This seems a worthy vengeance, said Ravast. Shall we vote on this course of action? Garalco halted on the trail, forcing the other two to do the same. He swung round to face them, offering up an expression of disdain. Listen to you bold whelps. A vote, no less. A course of action. Why, with such resolve, we 3 could throw back 1,000 charging Jellican. But see her regard slide over us, and all resolve crumbles like a well-made pie. He wheeled round again, shaking his head as he resumed the march. The courage of husbands is directly proportionate to the proximity of the wife. It need not be that way, Garalco. Ah, Ravast, you are a fool. How things need to be weigh as nothing to how they are. Hence our bowed dispositions, our hurried reflections, the flighty birds of our eyes. Not to mention your Nestle hair. Assuredly that too, Tathnall, and it's a wonder I have any left. Less a wonder than a nightmare. Were you prettier in your youth, Garalco? It must have been so, since I am still waiting to witness a single moment of pity in our wife. Before marriage, Garalco said, I was desired far and wide. I caught the eyes of mothers and daughters alike. Even our man-lover of a king could not keep his hands from me. And who among us could deny his eye for beautiful men? He's the lucky one, muttered Ravast. Or was. Famous lovers should never grow too old. Better they die of burst hearts in a thrash of supple limbs and leaking oils. Such swans creep into the sordid. And still he preens, said Tathnall, and so embarrasses us all. Garalco threw up a dismissive hand. The fate of every aging king, or queen for that matter, or, to be fair, every hero. Bah, retorted Tathnall. It is the fate of the young who cease being young, and so it is all our fates. And this is what now haunts our wife? Ravast asked. Does she so fear the loss of her wild beauty that she would make death stand in the place of aging? Suicidal defiance, mused Tathnall behind Ravast. There is a certain charm to that. Charm and Lasaruk do not sit well together, said Garalco. Slovenly lust, yes. Seduction and the promise of manly dissolution, of course. Manipulation and sudden vengeance, absolutely.
That smile and those eyes that could make even a man-loving king tremble. Oh, we've seen it ourselves, have we not? Why, I do not imagine—"
Garalko stepped round a sharp bend in the trail at that moment, and the scene before him cut the words from his tongue. Following a step behind, Ravast looked up and halted. Before them, on a broad ledge, a reptilian monstrosity had been feeding on a massive skinned carcass, and now it lifted its gore-smeared head to face them. The beast's hiss sprayed all three Thalakai with a fine mist of blood. As the creature's long neck curled, raising the head high, Garalko brought round his iron-shod staff from where it had been slung across his back, and leapt forward. Reptilian jaws stretched wide, and the head lunged down. Garalko slipped to one side and drove the heel of his staff into the beast's right eye. Roaring, it pulled its head back. Battle-axe in his hands, Ravast ran up onto the sloped side of the boulder, gaining height as he did so. Seeing the creature lashing out with an enormous taloned hand, Ravast launched himself from the boulder. The axe blade met that sweeping hand, the edge driving between two fingers, slicing through the webbing and then deep between the bones. Recoiling, the beast stumbled back, tearing the axe from Ravast's grip, and then rolled onto the carcass on which it had been dining. The stripped cage of the carcass's ribs splintered and collapsed like brittle sticks, carrying the creature over onto its folded wings. Tathanal raced past, between Ravast and Garalko, swinging his blunt-tipped, two-handed broadsword, chopping deep into the thrashing beast's left thigh. The creature continued rolling until it slammed into a massive boulder. The impact lifted the rock and sent it tumbling off the ledge beyond. A moment later, the beast followed, vanishing with trailing tail from sight. Concussions shook the ground as the boulder made its wild descent to the tree line far below. Then there was a thundering, snapping sound, and they saw the monster sailing out on its broad wings, skimming over the forest's canopy. Its flight was erratic, as the head was strangely tilted. Ravast's axe gleamed bright in the sunlight, firmly wedged between the talon-clad fingers of one hand. Tathanal lifted up his sword to show the others the three scales still clinging to the blade's edge. "Very well, Garalko," said Ravast. "Not just shadows."
"Lassa camped here,"
Garalko pronounced, scanning the ledge.
"Look, see how she kicked out the hearth's coals, same as she does at home. Our wife's habits make a trail we need no hound to follow."
He slung the staff over onto his back once more, and set off down the trail. The others followed.
"Oh no,"
Garalko continued.
"As I was saying, there is little charm in our dear wife. Deadly allure? Oh, indeed. That whimper-enticing heft of her thigh when sitting with folded legs, so smug an invitation for a man's hand? How could we deny that? And what of the—"
The conversation continued, as the three husbands made their way down towards the forest. It was nearing midday. "My husbands are in no hurry, it seems," said Lassa Rook, "and for that they will pay dearly. Am I not enticing enough? Desirable enough?" She edged close to Hanako, until their shoulders were pressing. "Well?" "You are these things, Lassa, and more," said Hanako, struggling to keep his eyes on the trail. "Of course," she went on. "They are angry with me, and rightly so." Behind them, Erelyn said,
"You did not even leave them a note."
Not what I was thinking about, to be honest. Thrice now I've almost burned down the house. There is a careless imp in me. Oh, do not look so shocked, Hanako. I will admit to my flaws, no matter how attractive and endearing they might be. In any case, the imp has a temper, too, as each night it and I must witness yet again my 3 husbandly oafs shoveling down the wretched fare I set before them. Have they no taste?"
"They must have,"
objected Erelyn,
since they married you.
I am ambushed. Then I shall say it so. In the years since their lucid moments of appreciation, they have let themselves descend into dullardly obtuseness, into vapid venality. Their palates belong to dogs, their grunts are those of pigs. Is it any wonder the imp snarls and kicks at coals until the rugs smoulder on all sides?
What caused this vengeance of yours? Hanako asked.
Her shoulder pushed him hard enough to make him stumble. So spake the virgin to marriage?
Erelyn laughed his uncertain laugh, and Lassa rounded on him.
And you, O warrior who wears everything he conquers, where is your wife? What? None ever waved an inviting hand? How is it we supple reflections have not swooned in answer to your stolid prowess, your pride of glory, and the rotting trophies you hang from your person?
Hanako dared not glance behind him to see the effect of her tirade on Erelyn Creed. He was thankful enough that she'd already dismissed him.
Your wit is a song to my ears, Lassa,
Erelyn said,
and so I laughed.
You've not met my wit,
Lassa warned in a low tone,
and you should thank the hoary rock gods for that.
She swung round again.
Bah! I need a bath. Hanako, dear youngling, when we reach the lake, unless it was ever a mirage designed solely to haunt a woman's need for a decent toilet, will you indulge my body with soap and oils?
What of your husbands?
Well, they're not here, are they? No, the fools are probably well off the trail I set them, picking berries, perhaps, with lips of blue, as they natter endlessly about everything and nothing. Or they have found slabs on which to lie in the sun, as they often do when guarding the flocks. To think they imagine that I can't see them up in the hills. I have the sharpest eyes, Hanako, the sharpest. No, they are indolent and smug, slovenly and lazy.
I will attend you at the lake, then, said Hanako.
She pushed up against him once more.
Will you now?
You tease me unduly, Lassarook.
I but tease out what hides in you.
Is it any wonder I remain wary?
She waved a hand.
I will brush aside your temerity, Hanako, of the scars, slayer of the Lord of Temper. My husbands can rot. I will take a lover to spite them all. I might choose you, Hanako. What do you think of that?
I see 3 deaths awaiting me, since surely my dying once will not be enough.
What? Oh, them? Think on that some more, youngling. They already know I travel with company. Oh, Erelyn would give them no cause for jealousy, as his only love is the warrior's vanity. But you, Hanako, young, handsome, and are you not the tallest brave in the village? The strongest? Did you not just this morning tear the lower jaw off the Lord of Temper, and then break his neck? No, dear lover-to-be, it seems even you cannot light a fire in their heels. But look, is that a glimmer ahead through those branches? Is the sun not directly above us?
There is no way to—
Hush! It is my blessing to experience synchronicity in life. Perfections meet wherever I make my island. Smile sweetly, and show sure hands in the spreading of soap and oil, Hanako, and I might let you walk upon my shore.
There to fetch up like a half-drowned man. I fear that lake will be as cold as was the stream.
A challenge to your manhood, then?
A moment later, she halted and raised a hand.
Company ahead. Well, It seemed a decent lake. Perhaps the dog runners have made a camp upon its shoreline.
Erelyn edged up to join them, and then, drawing his long-handled mace, moved ahead in a low crouch. Glancing across at Lassa Rook, Hanako saw her meet his gaze in the same instant, and she rolled her eyes. They set out after Erelyn Creed, stepping carefully. The treed trail ended a dozen paces ahead, pushed up against a scree of low boulders crowded with the leavings of high floods in the past. Erelyn had crept up against this bulwark and was peering through a skeletal skein of branches. From the shoreline just past him, something was thrashing in the shallows, and it sounded big. Hanako reached for his father's sword, which he had foolishly left near his bedding as he ventured off for his dawn meeting with the Lord of Temper, which now formed the spine of his bedroll. Sliding it from its scabbard, he studied its dull, pocked length. The single edge was ragged, notched. There was a distinct leftward curve visible along its backed reach. The history of this blade was one of successive failures. It was no wonder he hesitated unsheathing it. Lassa Rook settled a hand on his scabbed, slashed, and swollen forearm.
"Leave this for Erelyn," she whispered. "See how he charges himself with delight."
They drew closer, until they fetched up alongside their warrior companion. Through the latticework of tangled brush, Hanako looked out upon a winged, scaled monstrosity. It favoured one forelimb and bled from a haunch as it staggered clumsily in the shallows. The massive head, at the end of its long, sinewy neck, was pitching wildly, tilting to one side. Erelyn's eager words came in a hiss.
"Blinded in the right eye. I but wait until it makes itself blind to the shore."
"Why not leave it be?"
Hanako asked. Erelyn grunted.
"See that axe, there, upon the strand, torn out from that forefoot?"
Lassa gasped.
"Oh dear, that weapon belongs to my beloved Ravast."
"Look, then,"
Erelyn continued in a rough growl,
"to the blood on its maw, the gore slung between fangs."
"My husbands have been devoured, and not by me."
Erelyn straightened suddenly.
"This warrior avenges you, Lassa Rook."
Leaping up onto a boulder, he readied his mace, and then jumped down onto the pebbled rack and raced forward. The monster heard nothing as it slapped at the water. Its blinded eye was turned to the shoreline, and so it saw nothing of Erelyn's furious charge. The heavy mace struck the beast's head just behind the blinded eye. The impact was sufficient to crush its orbital, its flared cheekbone, and one side of the creature's skull. Blood sprayed from its nostrils, and it lurched away with a drunken stagger. Erelyn struck again, this time with a blow coming from high above, straight down onto the flat of the creature's head. The mace buried its striking end in the skull, halted only by the weapon's bronze-sheathed shaft. Pitching suddenly onto its side, the dying beast coughed out a heavy gush of blood. Legs kicked fitfully as Erelyn wrenched free his mace. He clambered onto the monster's back, perching atop one shoulder, and swung a third time. The snap of the bones of the neck was sharp, echoing out across the lake's waters. The creature slumped in twitching death. Hanako set out, Lassa following, arriving on the pebble-strewn beach in time to see Erelyn draw out his gutting knife and begin carving into the carcass's chest.
"He seeks the hearts," said Hanako, "in keeping with his warriors."
"Host to every manly fever,"
Lassa Rook said in a bitter tone.
"His antics leave us cold. My husbands—"
She fell to her knees at the axe lying on the stones.
"Ravast, so young, so fresh to my bed. I see the fury of your battle, the bravery of your stand. Who was first to dive down the fiend's maw? Garulko, too slow, as always, too old in all his creaking ways. Tathanel, did the beast toss its head in swallowing you down?
like a sliver of flesh, like a fish down a heron's gullet. Did you complain all the way? Oh, my heart grieves. Ravast!
Having carved a gaping hole in the creature's steaming chest, Erelyn barked triumphantly as he struggled to pull free an enormous blood-drenched mass of muscle that still trembled.
See, I have the first one. Ha!
He fell back onto the gravel, knees crunching in the polished stones. Raising the heart high above his head, he leaned back, letting the draining blood wash down over his face and filling his mouth. The visage he swung over to Lassa Rook was ghastly.
I am your champion, Lassa.
Then Erelyn's eyes widened amidst the sea of red.
Iskari Mokras Arak Rashanas, my foul brother, lusts after you. I pursue him. Too many insults, too many betrayals. There were crushed eggs making a path to your high perch. He leaves you to yearn and doubt my seed's power. I will kill him.
Rearing upright, the beast's heart tumbling out from his grip, Erelyn staggered a step, and then clutched the sides of his head.
I took her again, Arak Rashanas. She will yield my spawn in this new world. They are born with the hate of you in their hearts. This I swear.
He stumbled into the water.
This fire, this pain, Latal, mother, heal me.
Erelyn fell, as if in a swoon, and the waters closed around him in a bloom of blood. Hanako rushed into the icy shallows. Reaching Erelyn, he lifted the warrior under the arms, saw with horror the pink water draining from Creed's slack mouth. Wounds reopened across Hanako's body as he dragged Erelyn back onto the shore. Lassa had not moved from where she knelt before Ravast's axe, but her face was ashen as she looked across at Hanako's struggles.
Is he dead?
She asked. Hanako did not yet know the answer to that, so he said nothing as he rolled Erelyn onto his side. He pressed a hand against the warrior's neck and felt in the veins there the thundering, panicked beat of the man's hearts.
He lives, but I fear his chest may burst, Lassa.
Then Erelyn spasmed. His boots kicked gouges through the pebbles. His hands waved blindly, but still managed to push Hanako away. Erelyn fell over onto his back, his eyes wide as they stared skyward.
She sings my name in the ache within her. My love sings my name.
What do you mean? Hanako asked.
Erelyn. Dalk. Erelyn.
Something flashed to life in Erelyn's eyes, and they fixed suddenly on Hanako. Horror and terror warred in that wild stare.
Hanako,
he whispered.
I am not alone.
His belly filled with berries, Ravast dozed in the sun. They occupied a clearing they had spied off to one side of the trail, in which huge slabs of stone lay strewn about, marking some fallen temple, perhaps, or the gutted remnants of a looted barrow. No matter. The midday sun bathed the glade with sweet warmth, and the travails of the world seemed far away. Tathanel was pottering among the menhirs, while Garalko snored loudly from his own bed of stone.
Gravast, I proclaim these as Zathanai.
Fascinating.
You are still too young, Tathanel said. Nothing of the profundity that accompanies antiquity is to be found in your squealing pop of a soul, while I, who have known a host of wretched decades, not as many as Garulko, let us be sure, I, then, am grown into the appreciation of our brief flit of life in the midst of this grinding, shambling, plodding march of pointless time. Did I say pointless? I did, and heed that well, Ravast.
Your words are as a song to lull this child into sleep,
Ravast said. Like birds, my wisdom flaps about your skull, despairing of ever finding a way in. The Azathanai are most ancient folk, Ravast,
Mysterious, too. Like an uncle who dresses strangely and has nothing to say, but offers you a knowing wink every now and then. Yes, they can be maddening in their obscurity, and such knowing regard would wordlessly tell us of outlandish adventures and sights seen to steal the breath of lesser folk. Blinking against the glare, Ravast half sat up and peered across at Tathanel. The man was seated on one dolmen, the index finger of his right hand tracking the unknown words carved into the stone's facing. "You speak of Canaan Thrall? Who then wandered off again? Years now, since last we have seen him, or known of his whereabouts. But now, at last, I am beyond caring. He but served as an irritating example. I was speaking of the Azathanai and their obsession with stone. Statues, monuments, ringed circles, chambered tombs, always empty. And their madness reaches yet further, Ravast. Stone swords, stone armor, stone helms, which will serve only stone heads. I imagine they shit stone, too. Well, we've seen enough suspicious pebbles on this trail. You mock me, but I tell you, there is no place in all the world which they have not seen, have not explored, have not interfered with. The Jaghut were right to oust the one they found hiding in their midst. You might think us Thelakai immune, but there is no telling if an Azathanai hides among us. They choose the flesh they wear, you know. Well, that is nonsense, Tathanel, said Ravast, leaning back again and closing his eyes. Were they, as you say, they would not be mortal. They would be gods. Gods? Well, why not? We worship the rock gods. No, we don't. We just blame them when things go wrong. And when we are blessed, we thank them. No, when things go right, we congratulate ourselves. Oh, cynical child. Does this fresh world so weary you? Are you left exhausted after uncovering all the world's truths? Will you slouch and slide your jaded eye upon all the fools whose company you are cursed to endure? You mock my tolerance. It is only my youthful vigor that sustains me. The Azathanai built this, only to knock it down. Not even a Thel-Akai could so push these stones, uprooting them like this. I see about us the echoes of old rage. For all we know, our very own rock gods were Azathanai. Then it is well that we lost faith. She hasn't. Ravast frowned at that, and then sat up. I would venture the opposite. It is no faith that makes anyone face death and only death. It is, if anything, surrender. Abjection. There is not a fool to be found who would worship death. Ah, but she marches not to kneel before the Lord of Rock Piles, but to war against him. Might as well beat against a mountainside. Just so, Tathanel said, looking at the rubble around them. There will be no Azathanai among the Jaghut's company, Ravast said. I suspect no more than a handful of fools. Other Jaghut bound only by some kind of loyalty to the grieving brother. Perhaps a few dog-runners, eager to find a song in the deed. And we Thelakai, of course, for whom such a summons is too outrageous to refuse. We refused it? In the name of flocks to keep, gardens to tend, nets to weave. And yet, Tathanel, look at us, here on this trail. We pursue her to bring her back. With weapons of reason, we will convince her. Ha! Idiot! She's but extended our leashes, and knows the patience of the mistress. Look at us here, playing at freedom. But soon we will resume this trek, and she will take up the slack. There was a loud grunt from Garalko, and they turned to see the man bolt upright, eyes wide. Ah! He cried. I dreamed a dragon. That was no dream, you fool, Tathanel said. We met this beast this morning and saw it off. Garalko squinted across at Tathanel. We did? Then it was all real? Ravast stared at Tathanel. That was a dragon? What else could it have been? I don't know. A giant lizard.
winged, with a long neck, snaking tail, and scales. The other two husbands were now studying him, with little expression. Ravast scowled. "By description," he muttered, "I suppose the comparison is apt." Groaning, Garalko stretched.
"This fusion of dreams and truth has left me out of sorts. For all I know, I've not yet wakened, and it is my curse to see both of you haunting me even in my slumber. Pray there comes a day when there are as many girls born among the Thelakai as boys. Then a husband can stand alone, face to face with his wife, and there will be peace and everlasting joy in the world."
Tathanel laughed. "You dodder, Garalko. The Tisti make such marriages, and are no happier than us. The curse of your dreams has you yearning for the madness they espouse."
"Then wake me, I beg you."
Sighing, Ravast slipped down from the slab. "I feel the leash grow taut, and would not welcome a whipping." "You are long since whipped well and truly," said Tathanel. "Oh, roll over, will you?" The three Thelakai readied their gear once more, and in so doing, Ravast was reminded again of his lost weapon. To a dragon, no less. Few would ever believe him, and the exhortations of his fellow husbands held little veracity. It was, in any case, an unpleasant notion, this proof of legends and old half-forgotten tales. Words momentarily exhausted, they made the trail in silence and resumed their descent. "Beyond you, I am in need of allies." Skillen Dro glanced over at the cloaked figure trudging alongside him. "You will find few." "There is a caustic sea, the essence of which is chaos."
"I know it."
"Mail does not claim it," Karul said. "Indeed, none of us does. Our data has ventured there, to its shoreline, and contemplates a journey into its depths. There is some risk."
"Is she alone?"
Karul hesitated, and then said, "I cannot be certain. Ardata guards her realm jealously. It is my thought that we could appeal to that possessiveness."
"I will defend you, Karul, but we are not allies. You have foolishly made yourself vulnerable."
"Very well."
"I will make this plain to her."
"Understood, Dro." They walked now along the edge of a vast pit. Its sheer walls were cracked, shattered as if from the blows of some giant hammer. The dusty floor of the crater showed crystalline outcrops that glittered with blue light. A steep ramp had been carved into the opposite cliffside, curling round until it was out of sight, somewhere against the edge they skirted. Thus far, Skillen Dro could not see where the ramp debouched. There was something strangely protean about the dimensions of this pit, and the landscape surrounding it. They had been edging along it for some time now.
"This is a quarry, Karul."
"The builders, I would think. They have, they tell me, reduced entire worlds to rubble, leaving them to float in clouds that ever circle the sun. A sun not our own, one must assume."
"The pit is devoid of sidle ways.
"Its air is
Still, there is no energy left in it. To descend, Karul, is to die."
I have no answers to their endeavors, Dro, or the means by which they wield their power. The houses they build here disappear shortly after their completion.
Only to reappear elsewhere, as if grown from seeds.
"Something drives them to do what they do," Karul said, pausing to cough for a moment. "Or, indeed, someone. We share that, at least, with the builders, the mystery of our origins. Even the force that casts us down upon the realm to find flesh and bone seems beyond our ken. Have we always been? Will we always be? If so, for what purpose?" Skillen Dro considered Karul's words for a time. Beneath the gloomy sky they walked on. Their pace was slow, as Karul seemed to have little strength. If he still dripped blood from his sacrifice, the crimson drops did not touch these dusty silts. No, they bled elsewhere.
It is our lack of purpose, Karul, which drives us onward. Sensing absence, we seek to fill it. Lacking meaning, we seek to find it. Uncertain of love, we confess it. But what is it that we confess? Even a cloud of rubble will one day accrete, making something like a world.
Then, Skillen, if I understand you, beliefs are all we have?
The builders make houses. From broken stone they build houses, as if to gift the disordered world with order. But Karul, unlike you, I am not convinced. Who, after all, broke the stones? It is my thought that the builders are our enemy. They are not assemblers of reason or even purpose. Their houses are built to contain. They are prisons. The builder who dragged you to that house sought to chain you to it, in its yard so perfectly enclosed by that stone wall.
Karul halted, drawing Skillen around. A pale hand reached up into the shadow of the hood, as if Karul was setting fingers to his brow. And yet it failed.
Perhaps you were still too powerful. Perhaps the house was not yet ready for you.
We have kin who worship such houses.
Lacking meaning and purpose, they seek to find it. In the ordering of stone, does that surprise you, Karul? Are the builders our children, or are we theirs? If we are but generations, one preceding the other, then which of us has fallen from our purpose? The builders are building worlds of denial, Karul. The question you must ask is this: for whom are they meant? And it follows, is it our task to oppose them, or simply watch, decrying the entropy that is their monument? Worship. Only a fool worships what is already inevitable. If I cared, if I thought it would prove efficacious, I would tell our kin this. Your obeisance is pointless, your adoration kisses a skull, and where you kneel, there is only dust. Your faith is in a god with no face.
Once again, Karul passed a hand over his hidden visage. Skillen Dro, you name me a fool, and rightly so.
What inspired your gift, Karul?
Does it matter? Skillen shrugged his sharp, protruding shoulders.
I cannot yet say.
Sighing, Karul resumed walking, and a moment later they strode side by side again, skirting the endless crater. I sought a breaking of the rules, Skillen. Oh, I know, what rules. Well, it seems to me that they exist. More to the point, they do not answer to us. Look well on each of us, we Azathanai, on our habits, our proclivities and predilections, and how they serve our need to distinguish each of us from the others. But rules precede us, as cause precedes effect. Some things we do share. For one, the habit that is our possessiveness, when it comes to our power. I admit I found inspiration in the suzerain of night, when from love he gave a mortal woman so much of his own power, and once it was done, well, he could not take it back.
I was unaware of this. I am shocked by this news. I did not think Draconis so careless. Tell me of his regrets.
I do not know that he has any, Skillen. There is, I have found, something almost addictive in surrendering power. To become drunk on helplessness, well, it has ceased being so strange a notion. I heeded the suzerain's gift, and deemed it in the end too modest. That has since changed, as Draconis has gone yet further, but of that I will tell you later.
I fear tragedy in that tale.
Again, a modest one, if not for what I was driven to do. So, together now, Draconis and Karul, we come to threaten the realm with devastation. By our gifts, by the helplessness we so coveted, Understand, it did not seem that way, not to begin with. The acts were generous. Was this in fact our purpose? The mystery of our existence, solved by simple sacrifice, by yielding so much of ourselves?
You have given to mortals the gift of sorcery, but it is not mortals who now threaten you, is it? You spoke of Aristus, and the flavor of influence he seeks to impose upon your gifts. You say that you cannot stop him. If that is true, what do you now hope to achieve?
Ah, and this, old friend, is why I sought you out. I admit, I considered your remorse, the burden of regret you carry, so fierce as to drive you from our company.
You would use me so?
I would rather you did not see it that way, Skillen. Consider this instead yet one more gift, from me to you. Nothing substantial, as we might measure it, but sufficient to give purpose.
You offer me purpose, born of old crimes. Name me this gift, then, and consider well before you speak, since I am contemplating rending you limb from limb for your temerity.
Redemption. Skillen was silent, even in his thoughts, as his soul seemed to recoil from that word. Rejection and disbelief, denial and refusal, such impulses needed no language. Carul seemed to comprehend at least some of that, for he sighed and said, Aristus seeks to impose a kind of order upon my gifts, and make of chance a secret assassin to hope and despair. Dro, there are gates now. They await guardians, suzerain powers. But I cannot look to the Asathanae. Draconis would seek them among the Tisti, but I deem that dubious, and indeed fraught. No, I knew I must look elsewhere. He hesitated, and then said, Old friend, Starvald Demolane has opened unto this realm twice now. There are dragons among us, the boldest of the kin, no doubt, ambitious, acquisitive.
You would bargain with them. Carul, you are a fool. To think they would welcome my presence. I am the last they would yearn to see.
I disagree, Dro, Carul replied, with anger in his tone now. I told you, I am not done with my gifts. This yielding rises from a tide to a flood. We need no other treasure to dangle in the bargain. In all instances but one, Skillen, the dragons will fight for what we offer.
You would unleash such battles? Will you see Tiam herself manifest on this realm?
No. We will find them as they are, singly, dispersed, and eager to keep it that way. As for Tiam, again I have an answer, a means of preventing her. I believe it will work, but once more, in this I will truly need your help. Indeed, our powers must be combined.
I see now, your gift of redemption to me, and from this my gratitude to you, and from that my power conjoined to yours. You have thought far, Carul, with me like a loyal hound at your heel every step of the way.
I considered only the means by which I could win your allegiance.
And have you contrived similar manipulations for those others whose alliance you seek? What of Ardata, then? Ah, of course, the chaos of the Vitter, so close in substance to the lifeblood of dragons.
Chaos is necessary, Carul said, to balance what Aristus seeks.
Who else waits unknowing in the wings? Male? Grizzin Fowl? No, not him, unless it is to send him among your enemies. Kilmandaros, Night Chill, Foranda Tarag. What of Caladan Brood? I would have thought that the High Mason, above any of us, would have been your first choice in this. With Brood at your side, not even Aristus could—
Caladan Brood is, for the time being, lost to us. Skillen studied Carul. They had, at some point in the past few moments, halted once again.
In what manner is he lost, Carul? Does he play High King somewhere? Then I will fly to him and drag him from his pathetic throne. What of Mael? Does he hide still beneath the waves, building his castles of sand?
Caladan Brood yields not to earthly ambitions, Dro, but he is bound to another cause. It may walk in step with our own, but no more in the manner that Draconis does, with his own singular efforts. As for Mael, well, we are not on speaking terms for the moment.
Skillen's laugh was a hiss, harsh and almost painfully dry. So, I am third among your choices.
No. Without you, Skillandro, I have no hope of achieving what I seek.
That much I do comprehend, Karul. Very well, you have made me curious. Tell me, what scheme have you concocted to keep each and every dragon from charging into battle with me upon first sight?
None.
What?
Abyss Taker, Skillen. Name me one dragon that could defeat you in single battle.
Then you see me fighting each and every one.
Not necessarily. And if so, be sure not to kill them. No, Skillen, you still don't understand why I so need you. When we step onto the mortal realm, they will know that you are among them once again. Skillandro, I need you as bait.
Skillen reached out and down, closing a massive scaled hand around the front of Karul's cloak. He lifted Karul up until his companion's face was close to his own. The hood fell back, and Skillen was pleased to see the faintest flush fill Karul's thin cheeks.
I'd rather you not drop me from this height,
Karul said in a tight, strained voice. You said Starvel Demolane has opened twice. How many dragons are we talking about?
Oh, the first time yielded but one dragon, and it is already dead.
Dead?
Well, as dead as dragons are able to get.
Who killed it?
I'm not sure. Its carcass rots on the shore of the Vitter.
Which dragon? Name it.
Korabas Otar Tantaral.
Korabas?
But don't worry, said Karul. I'm not done with her just yet.
Chapter 6. The nails on Gothos's hand, where it rested on the stained tabletop, were amber-hued and long, more like talons, and as they tapped a slow syncopation, one falling after the other, Arathan was reminded of stones in the heat. The vast table had been dragged in from some other, now abandoned abode. Devoid of accoutrements, it stretched out like a weathered plain, with the sunlight that played out across its surface, making a slow crawl to day's end. Arathan stood near the entrance, leaning against the doorway's warped frame, to gather as much of the courtyard's chill air as he could. Within the chamber, braziers had been laid out, 4 in all, emanating a dry heat, caustic and enervating. Against one side of his body he could feel winter's breath, while upon the other the brittle heat of a forge. Gothos had said nothing. Beyond the clicking of his nails and the almost mechanical rise and fall of his fingers as they tapped, he yielded nothing. Arathan was certain that Gothos was aware of his arrival, and by indifference alone offered invitation to join the Jaghoot at one of the misshapen chairs crowding the table. But Arathan knew that no conversation would be forthcoming. This was not so much a mood afflicting Gothos, as yet another of those times characterized by obstinate silence, a belligerent refusal to engage with anyone. One could, unfettering the imagination, conjure up a chorus of bridling emotions to fill such silences: condescension, arrogance, contempt. In its company it was easy to wince in the bloom of shame, with the sting of irrelevance at its heart. Arathan suspected that the Jaghoot's bitter title, Lord of Hate, was derived from these spells, as in frustration fellow Jaghoot threw up walls of indignation, pocked with murder holes, from which they might let loose their own missiles, and make the whole thing a clattering war, a feud raised up against a multiplying nest of imagined insults. But whatever barriers the silence posed, there was nothing personal to them. They stood not in answer to any particular threat, They faced out upon every imaginable quarter, standing fast against both presence and absence. This was, Arathan had come to believe, not the silence of an embittered man. It accused no one, acknowledged not a single enemy, and because of this it infuriated all. A month had passed since Lord Draconus, his father, had left Arathan in the keeping of the Lord of Hate. A month spent struggling with the endless, impossible nuances in the Jaghut language, its written form at least. A month spent in the strange, baffling dance he'd found himself in with the hostage Coria Delath. And what of this army camped beyond the ruined city, the gadflies to Hood, as Gothos called them? Each night, it seemed, another few figures marched in, Thalakai from the north, dog-runners, and Jek from the south. Upon the strand of desolate beach 2 days to the west, long wooden boats had pulled up, disgorging blue-skinned strangers from some offshore strew of islands. There was a war among those islands, and the ships, Arathan had been told, were battered, fire-scarred, the wooden decks stained black with old blood. The men and women wading ashore were, many of them, wounded, flat-eyed, and too exhausted to be wary. Their leather armour showed damage, their weapons were notched and blunted, and they walked like people who had forgotten the stolid certainty of unmoving earth beneath their feet. A dozen Foralkan numbered among the 1,000 or so now crowding the camp, and here and there, startling to Arathan's eyes, could be found Tisti. He had made no effort towards any of them, and so knew nothing of their tale. Only one among them bore the inky stains of a sworn child to Mother Dark. The rest, he surmised, were deniers, dwellers from the forests or the hills bordering the realm. Sorcery seethed through that sprawling camp. Foodstuffs were conjured from earth and clay. Boulders leaked sweet water without surcease. Fires burned without fuel. In the cold night, voices rose in song, bone pipes made hollow music, and taut skins were drummed to raise up a surly chorus beneath the glittering stars. From atop the Lord's Tower, in the lee of the looming Tower of Hate, Arathan could look out upon that glittering, red-hazed camp. An island of life, its inhabitants eager to sail out from its safe shore. Dead is the sea they seek, its depth beyond comprehension. The songs were dirges, the drum beats the last thumps of a dying heart. The bone pipes gave voice to skulls and hollow rib cages. "They attend their own funeral," Coria had said, venting her frustration at Hood's benighted gesture. "They whet their swords and spear points, make new straps and stitches in armour. They game in their tents and take lovers to their furs, or just use one another as a herder his sheep. Look on them, Arathan, and divest yourself of all admiration. If this is all that life can offer in defiance of death, then we deserve the brevity of our fates." It was clear that she did not see what Arathan saw. All deeds could be seen as sordid in the flipping of a stone or the stripping away of hides. The proudest candle vanishes unseen into a raging house fire, with none to recount the beauty of its delicate glow or the dignity of its desire. This was nothing but one's own bitter cast of mind, the well-set frown with every muscle bent to its will, to make a face eternal in its disapproval. Arathan wondered if he would one day see that twisted pattern upon Coria's visage, when youth surrendered to decades of sour misery. She saw nothing of the glory that, in the contemplation of Hood and his heartbreaking vow, so easily took away Arathan's breath, and left him feeling humbled with wonder. Madness, pointless, the railing of a fool. The myths are not literal. There is no river to cross, no whirlpool to make a hole in a lake or the sea. There are no throws to mark the threshold of imaginary realms. This is all ignorance, Arathan. The superstitions of the deniers, the dirt-eating of the dog-runners, the grinning rock-faces of the Thalakai. Even the Jaghut, with all their talk of thrones, sceptres, crowns, and orbs, allegory, metaphor. The poet speaks what the imagination paints, but the language belongs to dreams, and every scene is conjured up is but a chimera. You cannot declare war upon death. And yet he did. With hand made into fist, Hood hammered words from stone. Mountains were pounded into rubble, dreams burned like cordwood in the forge, each one cast in like an offering. Warriors and soldiers collected up their gear, left behind their petty squabbles and the fools who would order them about, and set off on what all knew would be their final march. Sacrifice, Coria. Dismantle the word and see the sacred in giving. The blessing that is surrender. Hood's army assembles, one after another. The warriors arrive and pledge allegiance not in the name of victory, but in the name of surrender. Sacrifice. To win its war, this army must begin defeated. He would not speak his thoughts on this, not to anyone. The details of his life thus far were his own to keep, and the scars they left in him were written in a secret language. His life was accidental, a discarded tailing to a few moments of desire. Unwanted, he'd been left to obsess over an endless and growing list of wants. He met my eye and called me son. A want appeased, yes, only to be answered with abandonment. You gain by losing everything. Family, the love of a woman, the fathering of a child, the fashioning of a home, the mapping of private rooms in measured pace. The understanding of love itself, here, with the Lord of Hate. There is nothing confusing about Hood and his vow, or this grim army yielding up songs every night. Loss is a gift, surrender is victory. You will see, Coria, if you stay with me in this. You will see, and at last perhaps you will understand. The scuff of boots from across the square. Arathan glanced over to see Haut, Varandus, and another Jaghut approaching. They were heavy in their arcane armor, iron painted with frost. It was unusual to not see Coria at her master's side, but something in Haut's demeanor spoke of a bitter argument just left behind, and Arathan felt a pang of sympathy for the old warrior the others named Captain. Shifting around, Arathan fixed his gaze on Gothos, but nothing had changed there. The clawed fingers tapped, the sun's light crawled, and the dull gleam in the Lord's eyes remained motionless, like dusted glass.
"For Abyss's sake, boy,"
Haut said as they drew nearer.
"Hunt her down, throw her into the hay, and put us all out of our misery."
Arathan smiled. I have seen her future, Haut, and surrender does not dwell there.
He's within?
Asked the huge Jaghut, whom Arathan did not know. This warrior's visage was flat, seamed with scars. He wore his dark hair in long knotted braids, his tusks silver-tipped, but otherwise stained deep amber. Arathan shrugged. For all the good it will do you?
He calls us to join him,
the stranger continued, scowling.
I see us freezing in chilled company again.
Now, Burgust,
said Varandus.
He unmanned me long ago, so I will suffer no more in the frigidity of his obstinacy. Indeed, I find myself looking forward to the fury to come. Varandus claims a woman's forbearance, said Haut. So let us yield a moment of pity for the fool who tweaks his nipples.
He raised a jug into view.
I have wine to thaw the Lord's surly repose.
Beware the drunkard's wisdom,
Burgust said in a growl. Arathan edged back into the room to allow the three Jaghut ingress. The heat swirled against them all, eliciting a grunt from Varandus. At once their armor glistened as if with sweat. Haut moved forward to set the clay jug on the tabletop, and then dragged out a chair and sat. Varandus walked to a shelf and collected a host of pewter cups. Gothos gave no indication of recognition that company had arrived. Arathan found a chair and pulled it back to a wall close to the entrance, hopeful for a cooling draught. With the three guests now seated, Haut rubbed at his narrow face and then began pouring out the wine.
The great tome, that is the folly, goes poorly, I assume. Even reasons for suicide can grow long in the tusk at times, one concludes. Meanwhile, death waits on the throne of ice.
Ice,
snorted Burgust.
It has the patience of winter, and in our host's bleak soul that is a season without end.
We are called here,
said Vargas as he examined his ragged nails,
so that we might be disavowed of Hood's madness. The arguments will be assembled, every blade honed sharp by wit and what not. Steel your shoulders to the weight of contempt, my friends. To the assault of derision, the salvos of ridicule. We invite the siege like fools atop our horde.
The horde means nothing to Gothos,
said Baragast, drinking deep from his tankard.
The Lord of Hate is known to shit coins and gems and piss rivers of gold. There is no honest blood coursing through his veins. We are in the liar's lair.
Haut leaned forward, one hairless brow lifting to arch a mass of wrinkles on his forehead.
"Oh, dear,"
he muttered.
"Leave off the illusions, Baragast. Of all accusations one can level upon Gothos, and there are many to be sure, dishonesty is not one of them."
Baragast shook his head.
"I'll not divest myself of this chain, buckle, and greaves. There are two armies assembled here, the one we have just left, and the one lounging at this table's head. I am girded for war, and will remain so." "And will it serve you well on this day?"
Varundus asked.
"Already you drip, Baragast, to the drumming of his ink-stained fingers. We have locked our shields and await his reason, knowing well how it cut through us the day he slew civilization. With wine I assemble myself, praying that the grape serves me better today than armor and shield did yesterday."
"The drunk answers every assault with smirking equanimity,"
observed Haut, pouring his cup full again.
"All reasoned words thud like pebbles in the sand. Made immune, I imbibe the nectar of the gods."
"Death is at the heart of this scene,"
Varundus said, punctuating his assertion with a belch.
"There is no road to its border, he will tell us, no high walls to hammer against. The raids are always done by the time we arrive, the looters long gone, the rapists' gift of pain and horror fled the sightless eyes of every victim. We pursue a wake we can never hope to catch, much less breach. The echo of riders leaving only dust, fires only charcoal and ash. Hood seeks a direction," Baragast said, "but none offers itself with a righteous claim. Might as well war against the night sky, Gothos will tell us, or the rising sun."
"We are chained to time,"
added Haut.
"and yet death lies beyond time. The running sands are all stopped in that unknown place. Nothing moves, neither to advance nor retreat, and the absence shows us no face, no enemy arrayed before us. Are we to carve blades through indifferent waves, cursing the seas so deftly defying our pretensions? He will say this to us, knowing we have no answer."
"It is cause for fury,"
Baragast shouted, a fist thumping the tabletop.
"We have faced reason and have stared it down. We have withstood every argument and seen it off. This lord here spoke against all progress, all hope, all ambition. I now accuse him as death's own agent, seeking to turn us away, fogged by defeat, despondent and bemused and thoroughly disarmed before we march a single step. He is Hood's sworn enemy, love's scarred foe, the face of misery cursing every claim to delight. I will not yield to this despiser."
And with that he thrust out his cup, and Haut refilled it from the jug that never seemed to empty. Arathan leaned his chair back, tilted against the beaded stone wall. His eyes were half closed as he regarded Gothos, who sat as if still alone, still waiting, or not waiting at all despite those tapping talons on the old wood. Tension made the hot air brittle. A sound to his right made him twist round slightly, to see a blue-skinned woman standing in the threshold. She was squatter than a Tisti, her limbs solid, her face round, with eyes of brown so deep as to be almost black. A curved knife was tucked into her thin leather belt, over which bulged a belly that had known plenty of ale. Her accent strange. She said,
"There was word of a gathering. Hood's officers, I am told."
"His officers?"
Haut looked around, frowning.
"Why, of course. Here we sit, chosen and select, if only in our own minds. Yet observe this master of his own demise, and ours too, if his will prevails.
Friend from the sea, allow me to introduce the Lord of Hate, Gothos, who defies Hood in all things, and sets before us a fierce challenge against our solemn vow. Come in, friend. We fools will grasp with desperation your alliance in the face of this withering flood.
Uncertain, she ventured inside and took a chair on the other side of the table, almost directly opposite Arathan. Her dark eyes fixed on him, and she nodded a faint greeting.
"Yes," said Varandus, as he offered the woman a cup of wine. "He is the child who will march with us. So young to challenge death, so bold and so careless, with the long life promised him, the promise that belongs only to the young, of course. The rest of us, naturally, have since choked on its dregs and done our share of spitting out. Should we not talk him out of this? Well, if Gothos himself has failed in achieving that, what hope have we?" "If we tremble here," said Baragas to the woman, "do add your shield to our line. But tell us your name, and what of your story you would offer strangers."
She looked down at her cup as she drank, and then said, "I see no value in my name, as I am already surrendered to my fate. I ask not to be remembered." Her eyes shifted to the Jaghoot at the table's head. "I never thought I would find myself in the company of the Lord of Hate. I am honored, and, more to the point, I welcome his indifference." She paused and looked round at the others, ending once more on Arathan. "You have already lost this battle against Gothos, and every reason he flings at you to give proof to your madness. This sentiment is one you would do well getting used to, don't you think? After all, death will answer us likewise." Hout sighed.
Pray someone step outside and intercept the Serigal. And what agents of the dog runners might be on their way to this assembly? Snare the foreign speaker, too, with knotted cords about her ankles, and leave her lying on the cold stones. Whip the Jek into yelping retreat. I, for one, do not know how much more I can take. Here, Varandus, I will have the jug back.
They drank. They said nothing, the silence stretching. The clawed fingers made notches in the time that passed.
"He exhausts me," Varandus finally muttered. "Defeat has made me stupid, too stupid to heed his wisdom."
It is the same for all of us here, said Hout. Gothos has failed. Everyone rejoice. He looked down at the tabletop and added, "As you will."
Baragast was the first to rise, wobbling slightly.
"I will return to Hood," he said, "and report his rival's surrender. We have, my friends, withstood our first assault."
He raised his empty cup.
"See, I collect a trophy, this war's spoil."
Weaving, he made his way outside, clutching the pewter cup as if it was gold and studded with gems. A moment later Varandus stood and followed him out. Rubbing at his lined face, Hout nodded, as if to some unspoken thought, and then stood.
"Gothos, once again you are too formidable to withstand, and so I retreat. No doubt Coria waits in ambush. Is it any wonder I would run to death?"
As Hout strode from the chamber, the blue-skinned woman, who had been staring at Arathan with disconcerting intensity, now rose. She bowed towards Gothos, and then said to Arathan, "This last war should not be your first, boy. You miss the point." He shook his head, but said nothing. The surrender in his soul would remain private. Of all the vows breeding in this place, it was to his mind the only one worth keeping. Scowling, she departed. Alone with Gothos again, Arathan finally spoke. "I expected at least one Azathanai," he said. "They are in the camp, I'm told. A few, keeping to themselves." The fingers drummed. "I thought I would hear your final arguments," Arathan said, squinting across at the Lord of Hate. Abruptly, Gothos stood and turned back to face his desk, close to the lead-paned window with its burst webs of frost.
"Let it not be said," he muttered, "that I did not try my best. Now, Arathan, I need more ink, and another stack awaits you.
Arathan bowed his head in seeming acknowledgment, but mostly to hide his smile. The 3 blue-skinned warriors flung their gear to the ground close to the natural wall made by the huge boulder atop which Coria was perched. Peering down, wondering if they knew of her presence, she studied their long shadows in sinewy play over the frozen ground, flowing from and following the 2 women and 1 man as they set about preparing their camp. The shadows betray will. Ignore the flesh and see only how the will flows like water, like ink, enough to fill 1,000 empty vessels, 1,000 Mahabis. But no shadow can push a pebble, bend a twig or flutter a leaf, and a vessel thus filled remains empty. This, then, is the lesson of will. The man below had been carrying a small open stove of iron with 4 splayed legs, which he set down close to the wall. He now spilled coals from a lidded cup into its basin, and then began feeding in chunks of stone that looked like pumice. Green flames lifted into view, edges flickering yellow and blue. The rising heat startled Coria with its intensity. The rhythm of their speech was odd, but the words were understandable. This was a detail that had lodged in her mind, as something unusual and perhaps worthy of examination. For the moment, however, she was content to slip through the army's encampment, to perch and listen in, to make of herself something less than a shadow. One of the women now said, "A mob to make a city." The other woman, younger, smaller, was laying out the makings of a meal, mostly dried fish and seaweed. She shrugged and said, "Does it matter where we washed up? I saw Hyras floating in the bilge with an eel in his mouth, fat like a black tongue. Hyras had no eyes to see, but that tongue never stopped wiggling." "Someone said there were officers," the first woman said. "Command tent, or even a building." She shook her head. "Our self-proclaimed captains not saying anything, but that was a short briefing up at that tower."
"Makes no matter,"
said the man, as he moved back from the heavy heat cast off by the pumice stones.
"Defeat rides a failing wind once you get far enough away from the red waters. I saw nothing of what happened to us on the strand we found."
He paused and then added,
"We're safe."
"Left the ships to roll,"
said the younger woman.
"The tide'll take them out," the man said. "The sands reach out a league or more, not a reef in sight, not a killer stone to mark."
He seemed to glare across at both women.
"Fit for tombs, and nothing else now, anyway."
The younger woman snorted.
"You were quick to take the flame away, Cred, and with it the living claim."
"Quick and clear-eyed, Stark,"
Cred replied, with an easy nod. The older woman dragged a cask close. She twisted the dowel loose and tapped her finger against the water that splashed free. Stopping it again, she sighed and said,
"Salt needs sucking out. It's a problem."
"Why?" Stark demanded.
"Make blood and be done with it." "We're inland," the older woman replied. "There are faces to the magic here, more even than what's out at sea. Most of them I don't know."
She looked around, spread her hands, and said,
"We're poor offerings to make us a bargain." "Stop being so afraid," Stark retorted. "We need fresh water."
The older woman twisted to regard Cred.
"What do you think?"
Cred shrugged.
"We need the water, and a handful of salt wouldn't hurt us neither. Something to trade. Dog runners from inland will take it, for good red meat in exchange. Me, Brilla, I kept the coals alive. I've not had to face any of these strange spirits yet."
"But if you needed to—"
"Can't argue with need, Brilla. Drip some blood. See who comes."
This was the magic now roiling through this camp. 1,000 paths, countless arcane rituals. It seemed rules grew up fast, making intricate patterns, prescriptions, and not one warlock or witch seemed to agree on any of them. Coria suspected that none of those rituals mattered in the least. The power was a dark promise, and the darkness promised mystery. It's all writing in the sand, until that sand turns to stone. Haut had explained about the blood, the unseen torrents that now flowed through all the realms, the madness of a lone Azathanai named Karul, the sacrifice of a foolish god. Hood's grief and torment was nothing compared to what Karul had unleashed upon the world. And yet here, in this absurd camp, with its thousands of strangers now crowding close, Coria had begun to sense the collision now underway. Death is the world's back, turned on the wonder of living. No magic flows into that realm, and yet sorcery gathers here, and readies to march on the place where it cannot dwell. The enemy is absence, but this means nothing to Hood. Haut is right. No war is impossible, no victory is unattainable, no enemy is invincible. Name your foe, and your foe can fall. Call it out, and it must answer. There is sorcery here, too much, too wild, too undefined. What might it yield when guided by Hood, by a Jaghoot poisoned by grief? She watched Brella take a knife tip to the thumb pad of her left hand. A trickle of black. Peculiar draughts slipped past where Coria crouched, sweeping down to crowd invisibly around the sea witch. Something farther away, huge and ancient, groaned awake. Oh, that's not good. Coria straightened, standing tall atop the boulder. She faced in the direction of the awakener. What was it? Barely sentient, remembering some ancient sensation? An itch, a thirst. Heaving itself into motion, it approached. Using one of the braziers, Arathan brewed tea. Gothos sat at his desk, but had turned the chair to one side in order to stretch out his legs. His hands rested now on his thighs. The tapping was done, and the fingers curled as if waiting for something to grasp. His face was a clash of shadows. The sun outside was sinking, the light withdrawing as if inhaled, to mark the fiery orb's dying gasp, and the shadows flowed out from between abandoned buildings, spilling in through the doorway. Readying 2 cups, Arathan rose and brought one over to the Lord of Hate.
"On the desk, if you will,"
Gothos said in a low rumble. "You eschewed wine," Arathan said, setting the cup down and returning to his place beside the brazier. He thought to add something more, but nothing came to mind. Instead he said, "I feel filled with words, Lord, and still I can think only of my father, and the Azathanai blood within me." Gothos made a gesture of dismissal.
"Blood is not an honorific. You cannot choose your family, Arathan. When the moment comes, and by honor and by love you must face the choice, meet his eye and call him friend."
"Friend?" Arathan considered that for a moment, and then shook his head. "I see nothing between us to suggest friendship."
"Because you are incomplete, Arathan." "Oh, very well. A lesson, then, long overdue. I am rarely loquacious, so pay attention. I do not challenge the acuity of your observations, or your thoughts, such as you reveal to any of us. Among kin, we are one in a most familiar crowd, defined by how each family member sees us, and the manner in which they see us was carved out long ago in childhood. Theirs, yours. These are strictures, confining, resisting change. True, you may find friends among siblings, or even think of an aunt or an uncle in such a manner. But they are all simulacra. A family is a gathering of bloodkin, wielding fists, attacking, defending, or simply determined to make space amidst the tumult.
Arathan thought back on what little he knew of his own kin. The half-sisters who seemed chained to childhood, who had flitted through his life like vicious afterthoughts. The father who had ignored him for most of Arathan's existence, only to drag him to the forefront of a journey undertaken in the name of gifts, and who, in the end, made of Arathan himself a gift. Had Raskin been a friend? Rind? Ferren? After a time he grunted and said, "My horses proved loyal." Gothos snorted a laugh, and then reached for the cup. He sniffed at it, sipped, and then said,
This, then, is friendship, a family you choose. What you give to it, you give freely. What you withhold from it measures its depth. There are those who know only distant relations, associates, if you will. Then there are those who would embrace even a stranger, should that stranger venture a smile or nod. In each instance described we see facets of fear. The dog that growls should anyone come near. The dog that lies on its back and exposes its throat, surrendering to anyone with begging eyes and a demeanor made helpless.
You describe extremes, Lord. There must be other kinds, healthier kinds.
I would first describe the ones that damage Arathan, so that you may begin to eliminate past experiences insofar as friendship is concerned.
Sighing, Arathan said, I have but few experiences as it stands, Lord, and would rather not see them savaged.
Better to defend your delusions, then.
Comforts are rare enough.
You will come upon those who exude life, who burn bright. In their company how are you to be? Proud to name them friend? Pleased to bask in their fire? Or in the name of need will you simply devour all that they offer, like a force of darkness swallowing light, warmth, life itself? Will you make yourself a rocky island, black and gnarled, a place of cold caves and littered bones? The bright waves do not soothe your shores, but crash instead, explode in a fury of foam and spray, and you drink in every swirl, sucked down into your caves, your bottomless caverns. I do not describe a transitory mood, not a temporary disposition brought on by external woes. What I describe in fashioning this island soul so bleak and forbidding is a place made too precious to be surrendered, too stolid to be dismantled. This island I give you, this soul in particular, is a fortress of need, a maw that knows only how to ease its eternal hunger. Within its twisted self no true friend is acknowledged, and no love is honest in its exchange. The self stands alone, inviolate as a god, but a besieged god, forever besieged.
Gothos leaned forward, studied Arathan with glittering eyes.
Oddly, those who burn bright are often drawn to such islands, such souls, as friends, as lovers. They imagine they can offer salvation, a sharing of warmth, of love, even. And in contrast they see in themselves something to offer their forlorn companion, who huddles and hides, who gives occasion to rail and loose venom. The life within them feels so vast, so welcoming. Surely there is enough to share, and so by giving and giving, they are themselves appeased and made to feel worthwhile for a time. But this is no healthy exchange, though it might at first seem so. After all, the act of giving will itself yield a kind of euphoria, a drunkenness of generosity, not to mention the salve of protectiveness, of paternal regard.
Gothos leaned back again, drank more from the cup in his hands, and closed his eyes.
The island is unchanging. Bones and corpses lie upon its rack on all sides.
Arathan licked dry lips. She was not like that, he whispered. Shrugging, Gothos turned his head to study the dull, frozen fog on the window above the desk.
I do not know whom you mean, Arathan. When you find a true friend, you will know it. There may be challenges in that relationship, but for all that, it thrives on mutual respect and honors the virtues exchanged. You need no fists to make a space for yourself. No one clings to your shadow, even as they grow to despise that shadow and the one who so boldly casts it. Your feelings are not objects to be manipulated with cold intent or emotion's blind, unreasoning heat. You are heard, you are heeded, you are challenged and so made better.
This is not a tie that exhausts, nor one that forces your senses to unnatural extremes of acuity. You are not to be tugged or prodded, and your gifts of wit and charm are not to be denigrated for the attentions they earn. Arathan, one day you may come to call your father a friend. But I tell you this, I believe he already sees you as one.
What gives you reason to so defend him, Lord?
I do not defend Draconis, Arathan. I speak in defense of his son's future, as does a friend when the necessity arises.
The admission silenced Arathan. And yet, is he not the Lord of Hate? From where, then, this loving gift? Gothos reached out and ran his fingers, splayed out, down the ice-rimmed glass of the window.
The notion of hatred,
he said, as if catching Arathan's thoughts,
is easily misapplied. One must ask, what is it that this man hates? Is it joy, hope, love? Or is it perhaps the cruelty by which so many of us live, the unworthy thoughts, the revel of base emotions, the sheer stupidity that sends a civilization lurching onward, step by step, into self-destruction? Arathan, you are here, far away from the Tisti civil war, and I am glad for that. So, too, I suspect, is your father.
The shadows stole into the chamber, barring the strange bars of the sun's last light, streaming in through the streaks the Lord's fingers had left behind on the glass. Arathan drank the tea, and found it surprisingly sweet.
"It's done,"
Brella said dully.
"but the bleeding does not stop,"
Cred observed, edging closer.
"I know,"
she mumbled, head dipping.
"Too many here, too many, drinking deep. See the boulder,"
Stark hissed.
"it bleeds water."
The stove's heat made the rock's face sizzle as the streams whispered down.
"Brella!"
cried Cred, pulling her close in a rough embrace.
"Stark, tear some cloth, make bandages. It pours from her."
Coria stared down upon them. She could feel the spirits swirling round the three figures below. They flowed into the water trickling down the stone, raced to sudden death in the fierce heat of the stove. Their death cries were childlike. Others crowded about Brella, an eager mob. Twisting round, Coria glanced back across the fire-studded encampment. The monstrous emanation was drawing closer. She saw small fires dim in the broad swathe marking its passage. She heard distant shouts as the sensitive among the army, the adepts, recoiled from its passage. Brella was doomed. So too the fire spirits bound to the pumice stones in the stove, and possibly Cred himself. The spirit reaching for them held the memory of global floods, of cold, unlit depths and crushing pressure, of seas that boiled and ice that cracked and shattered. Mountains reduced to rubble filled its throat. It crawled. It heaved itself forward, desperate for the taste of mortal blood. "Karul, you damned fool! We stumble into this sorcery in ignorance. We imagine a world for the taking, filled with small powers eager to answer our needs. We are drunk on wonder, seeing salvation with no thought of the founts we find, or who guards them." The camp seethed with motion now. A panic seemingly without source, tightened throats, constricted chests, bringing pain to every breath drawn, every gasp loosed. She saw figures fall to their knees, hands at their faces. Fires winked out, snuffed by the growing pressure that it seemed only she could see.
"Oh, enough!"
Coria spread out her arms. "See this vessel, old one? Come to me, as a crab finds its perfect shell. I can hold you. I am your Mahabi, your home, refuge, lair, whatever." She saw a shape taking form, ghostly, ethereal, worm-like and yet shouldered behind the blunt, eyeless head. The arms were gnarled and thick, planted on the ground like forelegs, and they were the only limbs visible, as the body snaked out, its distant end vanishing into the earth. The emanation towered over the entire camp, big enough to make a modest meal of the 1,000 souls cowering there. "Shelter first, and then you can feed." The head lifted, questing, blind, and then somehow Coria felt the Old One's attention fix on her. It surged forward. Marhabi, a vessel to be filled. Was this to be her task in life? Deadly trap for every ambitious power, every hungry fool. "I will hold you inside. It's the curse of every woman, after all." Someone scrabbled up the boulder's broken side, but she had no time to see who would join her in this fraught moment. The Leviathan was coming, and she felt something inside her open up, gaping, widening.
"Stupid girl,"
a voice beside her said. Startled, she turned to see Haut. He stretched out one hand as if to push away the ancient power. Instead, he twisted the hand until it was palm up, uncurling his fingers. With a piercing shriek, the Leviathan lunged forward, swept down upon them like a toppling tower. Winds roared in Coria's skull. She felt the hard, wet stones slam against her knees, but she was blind now, deafened, and whatever had yawned wide inside her was now stoppered shut, ringing like a bell. Moments later, in a sudden disorienting shift, she heard the trickling of water, the faint hiss from the heat still bathing the boulder's opposite side. She opened her eyes, feeling impossibly weak. The roaring was gone, leaving only echoes that drifted through the emptiness within. The Leviathan had vanished. "What?" Reaching down, one-handed, Haut helped her upright.
"I prepared you for this." "Hardly. Here."
He grasped her right hand and brought it up to set something small, polished, and hard into its grip.
"Don't break it."
Then Haut moved away, clambering back down the rocky slope, muttering under his breath and waving both arms as if fighting off a chorus of unspoken questions. Coria opened her hand and looked down at what she held. "An acorn? A fucking acorn?" From below, Brella was coughing, but with vigor. And then Stark said, in a faintly wild tone, "Can we drink that water now?" Varandus stepped in alongside Haut when the captain returned from the outcrop, and they continued on, with Baragas trailing, towards Hood's tent.
"She's ambitious, this Tisty girl of yours," Varandus said.
"Youth is a thirst that will drink any old thing once," Haut replied. "It is that fearlessness we observe with bemusement, and not a little envy. She has grown sensitive, too. I believe she saw the thing, saw the truth of it."
"And yet," muttered Baragast behind them, "she invited it nonetheless. Foolish, precipitous, dangerous. I trust, Captain, she'll not be accompanying us on this march."
"I await an Azathanai to take charge of her," Haut replied.
"They care nothing for hostages," Varandus said, "nor prodigies. I can think of not one Azathanai who will accede to your wish."
They were passing among the warriors in their small camps. The sudden debilitating force that had descended upon everyone had left them shaken, confused, angry. Voices rose in argument, bitter with accusations, as men and women turned on the warlocks and witches in their company. Flushed with firelight, faces swung towards the 3 Jaghut striding past, but none called out. Overhead, winter's stars glittered, the sky-spanning band assembled like a belligerent host. At Varandus's assertion, Haut shrugged.
"Then a dog-runner, if the Azathanai will not have her."
"Send her home," said Baragast. "You never did well with pets, Haut, especially other people's pets."
Haut scowled.
"I warned Raist. Besides, in the end, he could not find dishonour in the tomb I raised for that idiot cat. In any case, this Tisty is not a pet."
Baragast grunted.
"What is she, then?"
"A weapon."
Varandus sighed.
"You leave it on the field and invite anyone to come and collect it. This seems irresponsible."
"Yes," Haut agreed.
"It does, doesn't it?"
Hood's tent was small, of a size to suit a single occupant, with that occupant doing little more than sleeping. It had been raised on the floor of what had once been a tower, the walls of which had collapsed long ago. The low foundation stones roughly encircled the camp, with a few scattered blocks drawn up to provide seats around a desultory hearth. Cowled against the chill, Hood sat alone.
"Hood,"
barked Baragast as the three arrived.
"your self-proclaimed officers are here, iron of spine and steeled with resolve. Our hands twitch in anticipation of sharp salutes, and what-not. What say you to that?"
"Ah, now, Baragast," Varandus pointed out, "an unseemly challenge rides your greeting." "Beloved Hood, Lord of Grief, pray do not let him sting you to life. The drama alone might kill us all."
"They but followed me here," said Hout,
sitting down opposite Hood.
"Worse than dogs, these two. Why, just yesterday I found them both upon the western shore, rolling in rotten fish, to hide the scent, no doubt."
"Ha!" said Varandus. "And what scent would that be?"
"A complex odour, to be sure,"
Hout allowed, adjusting himself atop the blockish stone.
"Hints of derision, mockery, smudges of contempt, the flavour of rooks on a leafless branch, looking down upon a raving fool, the glitter of sordid patience, flavours of sorrow, but already turned bitter, as if grief deserves not a face, not a purpose, and at the last wisps of envy."
"Envy?"
snorted Baragast.
"This fool would elevate his personal pain and make it a plague to take us all."
"This fool would stand for us in our stead against a most implacable enemy. That we now join him marks the honesty we have each faced, the thing in our souls that cries out against the void. Envy, I say, in seeing courage not found in ourselves. This is a wake I will walk, and so too will you, Baragast, and you, Varandus. The same for Gathras and Sanad, Suvalas and Belirium too. We, defiant, miserable Jaghut, alone in the futures awaiting us. And yet here we are."
Making a vaguely helpless gesture with one hand, Varandus lowered himself into a crouch close to the fire.
"Bah! There's no heat from these flames. Hood, you would have done better with a mundane lantern, or one of those fire-keepers who tend their charge. These flames are cold."
"Illusion," said Hout. "Light has its rival, and so too heat. We fend off darkness as a matter of course, and since when did an icy breath bother us?"
"They seek a commander for this enterprise," said Varandus. "Hood offers nothing."
Hout nodded.
"Just my point. This hearth and the light it yields not real, nor is the station of command neither real nor relevant. Hood pronounced his vow. Was it meant to be answered? Do we all gather as if summoned? Not by our Lord of Grief, surely, rather by the nature of the enterprise itself. One Jaghut gave voice, but the sentiment was heard by all, well, all of us here."
Baragast growled under his breath.
"How then to command this army? By what means are we to be organized?"
In answer, Hout shrugged.
"Do you need a banner, an order of march? What discipline, Baragast, do you imagine necessary, given the nature of our enemy? Shall we send out scouts, seeking the dread border, when in truth it is only found in our minds, between self and oblivion?"
"Then are we to sit here, rotting, befouling the land around us, until age itself creeps over us, stealing souls one by one? You call this a war?"
"Call it all a war,"
Hout said.
"Captain," Varandus said, "you have led armies, seen fields of battle. In your past you knew the privations, the brutal games of necessity. You won a throne only to flee it, stood triumphant on a mound of the slain only to kneel in surrender the following dawn. In victory you lost everything, and in defeat you won your freedom. Of all who would join Hood, I did not expect you."
"Ah, you old woman, Varandus. It is in that very curse, my most martial past, where hides the answer. To a warrior, war is the drunkard's drink. We yearn, unending, seeking the numbness of past horrors. But each time, the way ahead whispers of paradise. But no soldier is so blind as to believe that. It is the unfeeling that we seek, the immunity to all depravity, all cruelty. The only purity in the paradise into which we would march is the timelessness it promises. He shook his head. Beware the lustful ambitions of old warriors. It is our thirst that makes politics, and we will drink of mayhem again and again.
Baragast thumped his thigh in frustration and faced Hood.
Yield us a single word, I beg you. How long must we wait? I will see this enemy of yours.
Hood lifted his gaze, studied Baragast for a long moment, and then Varandus, who still crouched, and finally Haut, who sat opposite him.
If you have come here, he said, if you would follow. I cannot decide, said Baragast. Perhaps none of us can. A war is already being waged in our minds. Should reason win, you will find yourself alone.
Hood smiled then, without much humour.
If so, Baragast, then I will still tend to this fire here. The illusion of fire, the illusion of life itself. Just so. Then, Baragast looked to the others, what is it you mean to say? That you are already dead?
Hood spread his hands out, held them motionless in the flickering flames.
Then what is it you await?
Haut grunted.
An end to the battles within us, Baragast, is what Hood waits for. If indeed he waits for anything. Look inward, my friends, and take up weapons. Begin this night your war on reason. In ashes we will find our triumph. In desolation we will find the place where the march can begin.
Varandus sat down on the cold ground, leaning back on his hands with legs outstretched, boots at the very edge of the hearthstones. He sighed.
I foresee little challenge in the war you describe, Haut. 1,000 times a night I slay reason. But yes, I see it now. We Jaghut must take the lead in this. Veterans, as we all are, girded, obstinate, armed, stubborn, arrayed in bloody mindedness. We are unmatched.
In the brief silence that followed, they all heard the sounds of heavy boots drawing closer. Haut twisted round to see a score or more Thelakai approaching.
Now then, Hood, see what the night brings. It's the wretched Serrigal.
Warriors, forsworn of all family ties, defiant of peace, blades unleashed in countless foreign wars, these Thelakai were, to Haut's mind, a curse to their people's name. But the fiercest contempt held for the Serrigal belonged to other Thelakai.
They have slain their own humour, the fools, and see what misery remains.
The lead Serrigal, none knew their names, and for all Haut knew, those too had been surrendered to whatever secret purpose they held, now halted at the stone wall encircling Hood's camp, huge, heavy in battered armour, and taking a pose that involved leaning on the long handle of a massive double-bladed axe, the Serrigal commander scowled through a tangled nest of hair and beard.
Hood, the Serrigal will command the van. It is not for us to chew the dust of lesser folk. We shall raise a worthy banner to this noble cause, to slay death. In victory we shall return all to the realm of the living, and be done with dying for evermore.
Varandus, squinting up at the Thelakai, frowned and said,
An impressive, if well-rehearsed speech, sir. Even so you describe a crowded world.
The warrior blinked at Varandus.
A welcome future, then, Jaghut. Think of the wars that will be fought, as all battle to claim land, wealth, security. Fruitless battles, I should think, since no enemy will ever die.
Pointless wealth, too, Haut added, as by the accumulation of weight alone it will surely lose all lustre.
Security, naught but an illusion,
Baragast added, held but briefly until the next wave of raging foes. As for the land, Barandus noted, I see an ocean of crimson mud, banners tottering, tilting, blinking, none to die, no room for the living. Why, this future you describe, Sergal, makes of death a heaven. Who in that time will rise up to pronounce a war upon life?
This is strife's own circle, Hout noted, giving Varandus a nod. And that surely deserves a bold van. He looked up at the Sergal and said, Be assured that you will lead the army, sir, come the day we march, with the blessing of not only Hood, but also his chosen officers, such as you see here. The lead Sergal fixed dark eyes upon Hout, and then he said,
Captain, I had heard that you were here. We have fought one another, have we not?
A time or two.
We have defeated one another.
A more astute observation, sir, would be to say that we have shared opposing victories. The Thelakai grunted, and then, gesturing, about faced his troop, and off they marched into the gloom, weapons clanking.
You did well to see them off, Hood,
said Varandus.
I now long to witness one more face-to-face meeting between you and Gothos. Why, the railing might tear down the stars themselves.
Hout shook his head. Then you long for nothing, friend. What think you the Lord of Hate need say to the Lord of Grief, or indeed the latter to the former? If they do not know each other now in places beyond crude words, then neither deserves his title. Hood surprised them all by rising to his feet. Drawing the cowl more tightly about his worn features, he waved lazily at the hearth.
Mind the fire, will you?
Is it time, then? Baragast asked.
Hood paused.
Your query is not for me.
They watched him walk away, southward, towards the ruins of Omtos Falak.
I see no value in minding these flames, muttered Varandus.
A moment later, all three started laughing. The sound rang out through the dark camp, and was long in dying. While they were in the camp, Thelakai, Foralkan, Jek, and Jellican, blue-skinned peoples from the sea, and even Tisti, by far the most numerous group, was that of the Dog Runners. Coria wandered between their small fires, the low, humped huts that covered pits dug into the hard clays, the flat stones where women worked flint during the day. Not everyone slept beneath the firs. Many were awake to the watch, this time in the night when restlessness opened eyes, when thoughts stirred from the embers of half-forgotten dreams. She felt their regard as she walked past, but believed that they gave little thought to her. They but observed her, in the manner of animals. The night was a private world, the watch its most hidden refuge. She thought of Kharkanas, and imagined it now as a city transformed. Unrelieved by light, it must hold to some kind of eternal contemplation, each denizen remote, drifting away from mundane concerns. The poets would stumble on to new questions, unimagined questions. To utter them was to shatter the world, and so none spoke, none challenged the darkness. She thought of musicians sitting alone, fingers light upon the strings, calloused tips shivering along the taut gut, searching their way forward, seeking a song for the absence all around them. Each note, plucked or sung, would stand alone, inviting no comforting answer, no birth of melody, asking, forever asking, what next? In her mind, Kharkanas was a monument to the night's watch, pensive and withdrawn. She saw towers and estates, terraced dwellings and bridges, all thrown up in miniature, made into a place for the dolls of her youth. Clothes drab, colours washed out in tired poses. She could look down upon them, and offer each one, all of them, not a moment's thought. See the circlet of their mouths, their unblinking eyes, standing motionless, arranged by an unseen hand. Some drama waits. If I was their god, I'd leave them that way, forever. Oh, this is a cruel span of night, to imagine an uncaring god, an indifferent god. Suffer a father's dismissal, a mother's, a brother's, or a sister's, or even a child's, but suffer not the same dismissal from a god. A better fate, to be sure, standing frozen, forever and timeless, with all the modest ambitions a doll might possess. Frozen, like a memory, isolated and going nowhere. A scene to make playwrights tremble, poses to make sculptors shy away, a breath drawn, forever awaiting the song. Some questions must never be asked, lest the moment freeze in eternity, on the edge of an answer that never comes. Kharkanas, the wise city, belonged to the night now, to darkness. Its poets stumbled on unseen words, its sculptors collided with shapeless forms, its singers pursued down every corridor some dwindling voice, and the dancers longed for one last sure step. Its common denizens, then, waited for the dawn that would never come, even as the artists fell away, curled black like rotting leaves. She realized that someone was padding softly at her side. Lost in her thoughts, she had no idea how long she had been accompanied by this stranger. Glancing across, she saw a young dog-runner, yellow-haired, wearing a cloak of hides, narrow, vertically sewn strips, multi-hued and glistening, that left tails dragging in his wake. Red ochre rimmed his light blue or grey eyes, with a single tear tracking down each cheek, ending in the wisps of golden whiskers on his jaw. He was handsome enough, in that savage dog-runner way, but it was the soft smile playing across his full mouth that caught her attention. "What so amuses you?" she asked. In answer he made a series of gestures. She shrugged. "I do not know that manner of dog-runner communication, your silent talk, and please do not start singing to me either. That, too, means nothing to me. And when two voices come from a single throat, why, it's unnerving." "I smile at you," the youth said, "with admiration." "Oh," she replied. They continued walking, silent. "Damn you, Coria, think of something to say. Why are you here? I mean, why did you come? Are those tears painted on your cheeks? Do you hope to find someone dead? You long to bring him or her back?" Tentatively, he reached up and ventured a touch upon one of the red-painted tears. "Back? There is no back. She never left." "Who? Your mate? You seem young for that, even for a dog-runner. Did she die in childbirth? So many do. I'm sorry. But Hood is not your salvation here. This army is going nowhere. It's all pointless." "I have made you nervous," he said, edging away. "You wouldn't if you answered a single cursed question." His forearms were freckled, a detail that fascinated her, and they moved as if to hold up the words he spoke. "Too many questions. I wear my mother's grief for a sister she lost, a twin. I follow to take care of her on this journey. Mother's dead twin speaks to her. Even I have heard her shouting in my ear, waking me in the night." "The dead woman talks, does she? Well, what does she have to say?" "The Jaghut and his vow. They must be heeded." "It's not enough that the living want their dead back. Now the dead want to come back too. How is it souls can get lonely when their entire existence is alone? Is mortal flesh so precious? Wouldn't you rather fly free of it, sail off into the sky, dance around stars, feeling no cold, no pain? Is that not a perfect freedom? Who would want to return from that?" "Now I have made you angry." "It's not you." "Well, it is, but don't take it personally. I just can't make sense of any of you." "You artisty." Coria nodded. They'd walked to the camp's very edge, and before them was a plain of scattered stones, shaped but broken or eroded, the city's dwindling demise. A hostage to the Jaghut Haut, the captain, the old misery, the lord of riddles, crier of aches and imagined illnesses. He has made me a Mahabi. Knock me and I'll ring hollow. The youth's eyes were wide now, studying her avidly. "Lie with me," he said. "What? No, I didn't mean... What is your name, by the way?" "Ifail. In our language, it means falling sky." She frowned at him. "Something falling from the sky?" He nodded. "Like that, yes. On the night you were born, something fell from the sky?
No, I fell from the sky.
No, you didn't. You fell out between your mother's legs.
Yes, that too.
She pulled her eyes away from his intense, unambiguous gaze and studied the plain. Silvered by frost and starlight, it stretched away into the southeast for as far as she could see. You shouldn't follow the Jaghoot, she said. They're not gods. They're not even wise.
We do not worship Hood, Ifael said, but we kneel to his promise.
He can't fulfill it, Coria said harshly. Death is not something you can close hands around. You can't strangle it, much as you'd like to. Hood's promise was, well, it was metaphorical, not meant to be taken literally. Oh, listen to me, trying to explain poetic nuances to a dog runner. How long were you following me, anyway? He smiled.
I did not follow you, Coria.
So you just popped up from the ground?
No, I fell from the sky.
When she set about, marching back into the abandoned city of Omtos Felak, Ifael did not follow her. Not that she wanted him to, although seeing the look on Arathan's face would have been a delight, but his abandonment seemed sudden, as if she'd done something to make him lose interest in her. The notion irritated her, fouling her mood. She drew out the acorn and studied it, seeking to sense the power hidden inside. There was nothing. It was, as far as she could tell, just an acorn, conjured up on a treeless plain.
Don't break it, he said.
She drew nearer the Tower of Hate. Arathan would be asleep. Even the thought of that frustrated her. This is still the Watch. Almost. He should be awake, at the window, looking out on Hood's sea of burning stars, wondering where I've gone to, whom I might be with. Rutting some dog runner with snowy eyes and freckles on his arms. If Ifael really wanted me, as he said, he would have followed. Empty chambers abound in this city. He didn't even smell bad, all things considered. The invitation was a tease. Lucky I saw through it and made plain my shock, my disgust. That smile was amused, not admiring. That's why I bridled. And Arathan's no better. Gift to Gothos. Only now he says he's leaving, joining Hood. And why? Nothing but sentiment, the rush of the impossible to take hold of every romantic, deluded soul. Look at them all. Death will have to chase me down, hunt me across, I don't know, centuries. And even then I vow to leave it, dissatisfied. You fell from the sky, did you? With flecks of golden sunlight on your arms. I saw. How quaint. Restless but reluctant to leave Gothos's company and make his way back to the abode he and Coria shared, Arathan sat close to the ebbing heat from one of the braziers, at last thankful for its warmth. She would be lying in wait, he suspected, to assail him once again, to scoff at his foolish romanticism, and he had little with which to fend off her arguments. Dawn was not too far away, in any case. Winter was a pernicious beast, he decided, to make caves, holes, and gloomy chambers so inviting, where musings could huddle and stretch hands out over softly glowing embers. The outer world was bleak enough without the sleeping season's reminder of what was lost, and what still remained months away. And yet he thought to walk the camp in the day to come, or perhaps wander once more through the ruins of abandoned Omtos Felak, to let the musings unfurl in winter's cold, unyielding light. The chill and the flat light would give hue to his memories of loss, to the surrendering of his heart that, it had since turned out, was no surrender at all. He could rattle the chains he dragged in his wake, marvelling at the blue of their iron links, or the snaking trails they made through dustings of snow and frost. He had come forlornly to the belief that love was given but once. No doubt, as Gothos had suggested, there was a plethora of feelings that sought the guise of love, but in truth proved to be lesser promises, guarded commitments, allegiances of sympathy, and so, when exposed, revealed their fragile illusions. It was likely, in fact, that Ferren had held him in such a state, with her love for him nothing more than a thinly disguised need, and in his giving her the child she wanted, she dispensed with the child whose furs she shared. It was a hard admission, to accept his inability to understand what had happened, to know that he had indeed been too young, too naive, and none of that recognition in his misguided self did much to ease his resentment of his father. It was no surprise that Kharkanas knew Gothos, or that they shared something like friendship. The old would give account to a wisdom mutually shared, like some tattered blanket against the long night's chill, and offer up a threadbare corner for the young to grasp, if only they would. But that was but one more burden on a young spirit, but one more thing to slip from the grasp, or see torn loose by an unexpected tug. He could not hold on to what he had not yet earned. These notions did nothing to ease the loss that haunted him. His love for Ferren was the only real emotion within him, the chains wrapped tight. It was the only truth he had earned, and every fragment of wisdom crumbled loose, shedding like rust from the creaking links, was bitter in his heart. A pewter cup struck his left knee, sharp enough to make him start, and as the cup chimed like a muted bell while it rolled on the floor at his feet, Arathan looked across to glare at Gothos.
"More tea,"
said the Lord of Hate from his chair at the desk. Arathan rose.
"And less angst,"
Gothos added.
"Make haste your flight from certainty, Arathan, so you can stumble the sooner into our aged, witless unknowing. I am tempted to curse you, as in a child's tale, giving you a sleep centuries long, during which you gather like dust useful revelations."
Arathan set the pot back onto the embers. "Such as, Lord?"
"The young have little in their satchel, and so would make of each possession something vast, bulky, heavy, awkward. They end up with a crowded bag indeed, or so they believe, when we look upon it and see little more than a slim purse dangling jauntily from your belt."
"You belittle my wounds."
"Cherish the sting of my dismissal, won't you? I will see it fiery and swollen, inflamed and then black with rot, until all your limbs fall off. Oh, summon the abyss, and dare it to be vast enough to hold your 1,000 angry sons. But if mockery wounds so readily—"
"Forgive me, Lord," Arathan interrupted. "I fear the old leaves in this pot may prove bitter. Shall I sweeten what I serve you?"
"You imagine your silence does not groan like a host of drunk bards lifting heads to the dawn?"
Gothos waved a hand.
"The older the leaves, the more subtle the flavour. But a nugget of honey wouldn't hurt."
"Was it Haut who said the tusk sweetens with age, Lord?"
"Sounds more like Varundus," muttered Gothos. "The fool shits-coddled babies at the sight of a lone flower sprung from between stones. On his behalf I do invite you to his company on the next maudlin night, which would be any night you choose. But I should warn you, what begins as a gentle passing between you of your sore, broken hearts will soon turn into a hoary contest of tragedies. Gird yourself to the battle of whose past wounds have cut deepest. Come morning, I'll send someone to clean up the mess."
Arathan collected up the cup and poured tea. He dropped a nugget of honey into it. "There was a stabler on my father's estate who made and ate rock candy. His teeth had all rotted away." He strode over to set the cup down on the desktop. Gothos grunted.
"An affliction when the child is taken too soon from the mother's tit. Spend the rest of your days sucking on something, anything, everything. There are dog-runners who slip in among the herds they hunt to suckle animal teats in the season. They, too, have no teeth."
"And none of these dog-runners are trampled?"
"Obsession incurs risk, Arathan."
Arathan stood studying the Lord of Hate. "I imagine something like your folly must incur many risks, Lord. How is it you have avoided such dread pitfalls?"
"In itself, a suicide note involves no particular obsession," Gothos replied, collecting up the cup. "My haunting is both singular and modest, in that I mean to get it right."
"And when you do, Lord? When you finally get it right?"
Proof against the accusation of obsession, the Lord answered, since what drives me is simple curiosity. Indeed, what will happen when I finally get it right? Be sure I will find a means of letting you know the day that occurs.
I hesitate to say that I look forward to it, Lord, lest you mistake my meaning.
Ah, said Gothos after sipping, did I not warn you that old leaves hold a most subtle flavour? You have oversweetened your offering, Arathan, as the young are wont to do.
Arathan turned at a sound from the doorway to see Hood standing in the threshold. The cowled Jaghoot studied Arathan for a moment, and then stepped inside.
I smell that foul tea you so adore, Gothos.
Properly aged, as is appropriate, Gothos responded. Arathan, fill him a cup, in which he may drown his sorrows sweetly.
I despaired,
Hood said, collecting up a chair.
This is your story, yes?
Not that, you gas-bloated goat. Day and night I am assailed. The questions alone invite my hunger for death. Imagine the fool's clamour for organization, pragmatic necessities, supply equipage, cooks and meals.
Is it not said that an army travels on its stomach?
An army travels on its griping, Gothos, which surely sustains it beyond all fodder.
I too have been besieged, Hood, said the Lord of Hate, for which you are to blame. This day it was your officers who made a mess of my afternoon, as Arathan is my witness. So, as I feared, you are the cause of sorrows not just your own.
That cause for sorrow, not my own,
Hood growled.
No, Gothos said, but your answer to tragedy surely is. As for me,
he paused to hold up his cup, as if he could somehow see through the pewter to admire the hue of the tea.
I would have set out hunting Azathani, the ones with blood on their hands. Tragedy sits still as a frozen pond, upon which no firm footing is possible. Vengeance, on the other hand, can silence an army in that grim, teeth-grinding way we both know all too well.
Hood grunted.
The offence taken by innocent Azathani will serve what need there may be for vengeance.
Hardly. They're almost as useless as we are, Hood. Expect nothing concerted, not even a proclamation of... oh, what would it be? Censure, decided disapproval, disagreeable frown.
I am scoured of vengeance,
Hood said,
made hollow as a bronze urn.
And so I shall think of you from now on, Hood, as a bronze urn.
And when I think of you, Gothos, I shall imagine a book without resolution, a tale without end, an endeavour without purpose. I shall think of pointlessness in a pointed fashion.
Perhaps, Gothos said, leaning back. Of course, all that depends on who outlives the other.
Does it?
Possibly. It was a thought, presumably relevant.
Hood's cold eyes fixed on Arathan, who sat once more beside the last surviving brazier. And the Jaghoot said,
This one, Gothos, I will send back to you, before we cross a threshold where no return is possible.
I thought as much,
Gothos said, sighing.
Unless you'd rather I didn't.
No, that is, I'd rather you did. Send him back, if not here, then somewhere else. Just not there.
Arathan cleared his throat. And I see that neither of you imagines that I might have a say in all this? Hood looked at Gothos.
Did the pup speak?
Some semblance of speech, yes,
Gothos said.
It does not mark his more admirable trait.
Arathan said, I will speak my piece to you, Lord Hood, when the time comes, when we reach that threshold you describe, and you will hear me, sir, and make no argument against my continuing on in your company.
I will not.
Not, sir, when you hear what I will say.
He knows our minds, you see, said Gothos to Hood, being young and all. Ah, that. Yes, of course. Forgive me for forgetting.
With that, Hood leaned back and stretched out his legs, his pose matching that of Gothos. Arathan stared at them both. A moment later, Gothos started tapping on the arm of his chair. Glancing over, Arathan saw Hood nodding off to sleep. Chapter 7. A man without daughters, Sharinus Ankardu reflected as she studied her commander, knew little of subtlety. Vatha Urusanda faced south, his back to the keep's outer wall, the detritus from the chute leading from the kitchen heaped behind him at the base of a wedge-shaped stain on the stone wall. He stood with his boots in scraps of rubbish, knuckle bones blushed pink, tubers black with rot, broken pottery, peels and lumps of fat too rancid to burn. Despite the late afternoon's bitter cold, steam rose from that mound like the smoke from some hidden peat fire. There was, she decided, fecundity in what rotted, but hardly the appetizing kind. In her absence, the list of the slain had grown, curious for a war as yet undeclared. She eyed her commander, wondering if she knew him at all. Aching from the long ride, she waited at a distance, her clothes spattered with mud, her hands quickly growing numb with cold beneath the soaked-through leather riding gloves. Winter was the season of isolation. Worlds closed in, crowded up one against another. Trapped in such confines, surrounded by forbidding cold and frozen land, one could obsess on what was still to come, speaking heated words, making the season of spring into a promise of fire. She had ridden far in her exploration of the realm, through bleak wastelands, scorched forests, winding through hills silvered by snow and frost. And like anything coming in from the cold, she was rarely made a welcome guest. It did not take an ice-locked keep to forge solitude. Winter's isolation belonged as much to the mind as to the world outside it. A painter of portraits would grin at the image before her now, in that cruel, superior way of artists who saw all that they needed to see. Complexity was confusion more often than not, while clarity could gift one with simplicity. In any case, the backside of a fortress was sordid enough in its mundane truths. Gatehouses, formal lanes, and a bold facade all served what was required of them, elevating the titled few and their claims of privilege and wealth, and of course such edifices fronted the building, like a tapestry behind a crumbling wall. No different from men and women, then? Buildings shit out a hole in their backside? The notion made her think of Hun Rao and his smile, the one he saved for the people he despised. Knowledge assembled secret hordes, and the man now leading the legion in all but name was greed's own tyrant these days. Worse, there was now something else about him, an emanation of sorts, beyond the usual rank wine staining his breath and souring his sweat. Sharinus wondered if she was alone in sensing that change. Perhaps, simply, she had been gone too long. Too long, and ill-timed this departure. We went our separate ways, Kagamandra Tullus. You and I. So long ago now, it seems. Have you found your betrothed yet? Did you flinch? Or did you stand in the manner of the man you would be? Kagamandra, I have come back to Nerit Zor, and I miss you. When, at last, Urusanda shifted his gaze and saw her, she noted his surprise. Captain, I did not know you had returned to us. I have but just arrived, sir, she said. She studied him as he approached. Like an apparition he wore winter's skin, white and vaguely translucent, as if clad in ice. The lines of his face were etched deep in the fading light. This transformation still startled her. The High Priestess Sintara names it purity, but I see a season of thought, the details of belief and conviction all frozen in place. We are invited into sleep, drawn ever deeper into a world of extremes where our hearts are locked. Light yields no empathy. This is not the man I once knew. Urusanda said, Tell me, I beg you, that Taurus Redon has seen reason. I will not see a repeat of Lord Wren's mad attack upon us when we remain here at peace. He hesitated then, and she could guess at the reason. He had ever been a reluctant commander, too severe for court politics, uncomfortable in the presence of the nobles of the great houses and their subtle, ambivalent ways. Nor was he a man known for being loquacious. But now, and here, there was little choice. "This is not how it was meant to be," he said. "If I did not move, it was with reason. If I chose to suspend judgment, I had good cause. Sherinas, we are not as we once were." He gestured, indicating his face, and then studied his hand as it hovered before him. "Not this. The High Priestess sees far too much in such mundane attire. No, what has come to us all, is a kind of ambiguity, as if our spirit has stumbled, suddenly lost." His gaze narrowed as he studied his bleached hand. "And yet, does this not invite the very opposite? The marks of faith?" He glanced at her. "I am unchanged in that. She would call me Father Light, but that title is like a blow to the chest." Shaking his head, he looked away, letting his hand drop. "Father Light, High Priestess, have you no sense of irony? This father here has done poorly with his changes, true-born and adopted. Worse still, his soldiers run wild, like a family torn loose. He is father to thousands. Commander, what will you do about your children?" "Sir, Sintara would set you opposite, but equal to Mother Dark. It is, I know, somewhat simplistic, but perhaps that offers its own appeal." "You cannot hold it in," he muttered, as if suddenly distracted. "Not forever. No mortal has that capacity." "Sir?" His voice hardened. "Anger, Sherinas, is an unruly beast. We chain it daily, seeking the civil mean. Witness to injustices on all sides, appalled at the brazen abuse of that most basic notion of fairness, so arrogantly abrogated. And then there is the effrontery, indeed humiliation. I would have walked away from it. You know that, Sherinas, don't you?" She nodded. He went on. "But the beast broke free and now runs hard. But to where? Seeking what? Reparation or vengeance?" He shifted to face south, as if he could somehow look upon the citadel itself. "He painted what he saw, and now, abyss take me, he sees nothing. By this terrible act of self-mutilation—" He turned his head to meet her gaze. "Did he make vow to the triumph of dark? This is what I ask myself, again and again." Before me stands a man with too many thoughts and too few feelings. "Sir, Kadaspala was driven mad by what he found, by what had been done to his sister and his father. There was no intent in what he did to himself, unless it was to claw out the anguish filling his head." After a moment, Urusanda grunted, and his tone turned wry. "I lost grip on the chain, and that beast is well beyond my reach now. I understand how it must seem to Anamanda and to all the other high-born. Vatha Urusanda waits in Neretsor, eager to begin the season of war." To that she said nothing. "Sherinas, what word do you bring?" What word? Well, an unexpected question under the circumstances. Still, blessed abyss, what island have I stumbled upon? What forbidding seas surround it? Was I alone in riding into the face of winter, looking upon freshly made barrows? Here you stand, seeking word of the outside world. Your island, sir, is lost on every map. Kadaspala? Forget that fool. We now gather with all swords drawn. Urusanda, how do I venture close? "Sir, Commander Taurus Redone is presently indisposed. Broken, I am told, by grief." The bleached visage before her revealed no hint of subterfuge as he frowned. "I do not understand. Has she lost a dear one, then?" Sherinas hesitated. This was not a challenge to her courage. She would speak the truth here, as befitted Urusanda's most loyal captain. But this man's innocence frightened her. An innocence, it seems, won in the slipping free of a chain. I see less a father and more a child. Reborn, Sintara? Indeed, it's a cold, cold cradle. Sir, it seems that Hun Rao has taught you little of his various missions across Curl Gulain. I but rode into his wake, sir, and made of it all I could glean, although, it must be said, I was rarely welcome. At the mention of Hun Rao's name, Urusanda's expression twisted. He is censured, I assure you, Captain. This war against the deniers is an absurd dissembling of our cause. It has done more harm than good. The man does not comprehend justice, nor even propriety, it seems. He half-turned to gaze southward again, and set a hand to his face, but cautiously, as if uncertain what his touch would find. What is it, Sherinas, which you must speak, and why this hesitation? In a moment, sir, if you will forgive me. Since I last departed here, there have been changes. He shot her a look. You doubt your footing? You fool, I doubt yours. The High Priestess holds to a lofty station now. Is it Hun Rao who sits cupped in her hand? What of Captain Serap? Sarah must know, who advises you on affairs of the state? Urusanda scowled. I have accepted the responsibility for my legion, he said, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. If not anger, then perhaps it was shame. I will reassert the justice of our cause. He paused, and then said, Captain, I am offered no advice, nor do I ask it. It may be that this may change, since now you have returned, but the others, they come to me inside clouds of confusion, and leave me bemused, and then made to feel foolish for being so blind. They tell you nothing. The pending wedding is all they will speak of, as if that was for them to decide upon. Ah, you see their contempt, then. Is this how it is now? Righteous fury lost on the horizon, amidst white winds. And here before me, Vatha Urusanda, the greying wolf with its fangs pulled. Sir, what you might call marriage, they name machination. In a joining of hands, as you might see, they grasp for leverage. Not a union of love, then, nor one of respectful regard, you with her, her with you. Rather, they set you both upon the same anvil, and from two blades they would hammer and twist the pair of you into one single weapon, for them to wield. She almost stepped back at the sudden fire in his eyes, a flame of light unnatural in its fierceness. The fangs remain, but still I sense his helplessness. Was this the mark of Sintara's blessing? Skin of white and the blinding fires of Leosan, all pointless? Did she curse as well as bless? What reached this new-found power of hers? And was that what Sherinas saw in Hun Rao? It is my thought, sir, that they would take hold of such a weapon, even knowing the threat of uncertain edges, a sliding grip, an unexpected unbalancing, and swing hard, unmindful of innocent victims. As you say, he said sharply, an uncertain weapon, no matter what they might desire or expect. To think that we are seen this way, a legion commander and a goddess, as mere tools for their ambitions. I will speak to her. He meant Mother Dark, she presumed. They must line the steps of that path first, and so they urge you to remain here. Sir, was it truly your desire to do nothing, and yield trust to any messenger? Were you, Captain, not enough? Day by day, sir, my reiteration of your avowed loyalty in the name of peace rang more and ever more hollow. Pray that stings you, Urusanda. Words scud like clouds over the blood-soaked landscape. High and noble they might be, but their shadows prove weak. He squinted southward for a time, and then seemed to deflate. I am filled with promises, he said, none worth the weight of the breath that utters them. The wealth of light, it seemed, invited extremity. There would indeed be little balance left in this newly forged weapon. In sudden clarity she saw the marriage, this union that would bring peace upon the realm. A bloody peace. Light and dark will war, one against the other. I see the spitting out of children, a family brood both venal and vicious, a marriage of 2 bedrooms, 2 keeps, 2 worlds. Commander Torres Redon's grief, sir, is for the soldiers of the Hust Legion, almost all of whom are now dead. The face he swung to her was such a cascade of expressions that she could make no sense of it. That cannot be. Have the Foralcan returned? Does the war begin again? I'll not yield this time. I will pursue them down to the very sea, and see the crest ride red for years upon that cursed shore. She blinked. No, the Foralcan have not come. They renew no war. Did their own queen not acknowledge the justice of their defeat? Lord Urisander, you broke them, and they shall not return. Then what has befallen the Hust? Treachery, she replied, once more searching his face, and once more baffled by what she saw. A warlord in search of an enemy. But surely this is the season for it, as the chambers you pace grow smaller and smaller still. They were poisoned, she said, in a single night, following a gift of wine and ale. A gift, sir, from Captain Hun Rao. When he said nothing, when he but stared at her, his face like cracked ice, Sharinas looked away, almost desperately. This is why, she said, they speak only of the wedding. Urisander finally spoke, his tone viciously cold. How does the first son give answer? Does he now march upon us? With what? Sharinas snapped. The houseblades of the nobles? None are summoned to Kharkanas. Lord Anamander is not even there. Instead, he searches for Anderist. Lord Silchas commands in his place and seeks to restore the Hust Legion. But how? He raids the mining pits, sir. Urisander raised a hand between them, as if to push her away. She fell silent. With her words, she had battered at him, wielding them as would a madwoman. No shield thrown up against them survived their relentless frenzy. She thought she saw in him now, at last, signs of shock. But balance is not a game. Have I pushed too far? Even when I spoke, nothing but the truth. Is this perhaps the reason for keeping Urisander ignorant? They think me a puppet, Urisander said. I was told that Ilgast Rend defied every effort at conciliation. He threw away the lives of the wardens, and killed many of my own soldiers. Was it courage or cowardice that he chose to die in battle? He waved a hand. When Kalat Hussein learns of this, of what Rend did with his people, even I do not know how I would survive that. Such betrayal, and by a noble-born. His voice trailed away. He stared south again. It is curious, is it not, how the horrors climb the walls of our righteous indignation, up and out, spilling over the battlements with howls, in a night of lit torches and wind-whipped flames. I see their grim forms spreading out and out over Kurl Galain. Hunral? May the spirits forgive me, but it was my hands that shaped him, my blessed, poisoned portrait. Sir, it is not enough to harden yourself to such atrocities. You misjudge me, Sharinas, Urisander replied. It seems that you have forgotten the campaigns against the Foralcan and the Jellican. No battle shall be unveiled until it is already won. I must think like a commander. Again, after all this time. Gift me with your patience, and consider my words a promise. Sharinas shook her head. The time for patience has passed, sir. Your camp is in need of cleansing. Urisander glanced at her again. Is it so hard to understand? He asked her. I keep looking for justice. Sharinas looked down at the castle leavings that crowded the lord's ankles. You'll not find it here, Vatha Urisander. Sir, Hun Rao cannot be trusted. His mouth twisted into a faint smile. And you can? She had no reply to that question. Any exhortation would demean her. After a moment he shook his head. "Forgive me, Captain. As you say, there have been changes since you were last here. Thus you remain for the moment at least outside all of that. Your clay is still wet, awaiting impress. But I wonder at who would claim such an unmarred surface." "Sir, I cannot but doubt Hunral's version of that battle. I have known Lord Ilgast all my life. I fought at his side. We knew fear upon the field in the clash of weapons and the roar of the press. True, he possessed a fierce temper. Captain, he chose to march upon us. He arrayed the wardens and sought battle. None of that can be questioned." "Perhaps not. And if he came with his own houseblades and not Calliterstane's wardens, I could be made to believe Hunral's tale, although even then I would expect an exchange of insults, and indeed a grievous offence committed, to which Ilgast had no choice but to give answer. But the charge set upon Lord Rend, the safe-keeping of the wardens, he would have taken most seriously." "It seems not," Urusander retorted. "There was the matter of the pogrom," Urusander grunted dismissively, "for which Rend chose not to accept my own promise of justice, to be attended upon every criminal in my ranks, every slayer of innocents." "Did you give him that promise, sir, face to face?" He drew his cloak tighter about him, and then turned to the narrow trail that led back to the gatehouse. "I was indisposed on that day," he muttered. He set out. Rattled by that admission, Sharinas followed. "And then, sir," she persisted, "there is the murder of the Hust." "Your point?" "The attending of justice, sir." He halted abruptly and faced her. "Civil war, Captain. This is what is now upon us. Though I held to peace, though here I chose to remain holding fast upon my legion, though I summoned every wayward veteran back into my fold under my responsibility, yet still they elected to march upon me. How can I know if Ilgast Rend was not following Anamanda's orders? How can I not contemplate the purpose of striking at my legion before it was fully assembled, the tactical value, the strategic purpose of such a thing? After all, Captain, it is what I would do." He resumed walking. "I doubt that, sir." Her words brought him back. "Explain, Captain?" "If at Anamanda's behest, sir, Ilgast Rend would surely have come with more than just the wardens. His own houseblades, for one, and perhaps even those of Anamanda. Or what of the Sheikh? Who more bears the wounds of that pogrom than the warrior monks of Yanis? And what of the other great houses? To crush you now would be the proper tactic. Sir Ilgast Rend brought to us a show of force, a symbol of his disapproval. Something happened in that meeting between him and Hunral. If Ral can poison 3,000 men and women of the Hust, would he shy from provoking Rend to a foolish decision?" Urusander studied her. The day was failing around them, the wind picking up, bitter with cold. "I cannot say," he finally said. "Let us ask him, shall we?" "Best wait on that," Sharinas said. "Forgive me, sir, but we do not know the strength of your camp. I would speak to Lieutenant Surratt first. She has suffered the loss of 2 sisters after all, and this might well have cleared her vision of Hunral. More, I would know the High Priestess's place in all of this. And what of Infian Menand, and Estala, and Halid Bahan? Commander, these officers I have just mentioned, your favoured in the Legion, each one has been named in the pogrom and its grisly list of terrible crimes. Each one, I would say, has acted upon Hunral's orders." "You think," Urusander said, "that you and I will stand alone against an array already bound in conspiracy? A conspiracy in your name, sir, although that cause floats before them as but the thinnest veil. When the last flames of this war die down, I envisage a sudden end to the illusions, and ambition will stand naked before us." "Who commands the Legion, Captain?" She shook her head. "The last commander to lead it into battle, sir, the last to lead it into victory, was Hunral." "I have made a mistake," Urusander said. "Nothing that cannot be remedied," Sharinas replied. Sharinus and Cardu, are we now at war? He looked away. I called it such only a few moments ago. Even from this, sir, peace can be won without any more bloodshed, barring those who have committed crimes in my name. Indeed. And will you now do our enemies' work for them? Execute the majority of your officers? Whether Ilgast Rend heard your promise or not, he would have been skeptical. Your justice, Urisander, thrives best in imagination. It remains an ideal, unsullied by any real world. Scud over us, if you will. I chose the land below you, and choose it still. They continued on, skirting the edge of the high ground, as they made their way to the front gatehouse. The setting sun on their left was a red smear on a horizon made dark by the burned grimace of the forest. Above that smear, the sky was streaked in gold. She thought again about Urisander's last promise. Justice shone fierce and blazing in the man walking at her side. Should he seek to impose it, however, in the face of this man's justice, mortal flesh will simply melt away. No, he would be blunted at every turn. What had begun with the slaying of Enesdir, the slaughter at the wedding site, was a cascade of retribution. Too many aggrieved agencies to see anything like proper justice in what was to come. She was not even certain that Urisander could regain control of his own legion. Not while Hunral lives. The Iskin line lived under its own curse, and Hunral was but the latest in its filial list of fools. But such stains had a way of spreading outward. Urusander's justice was without subtlety. There was not just one war being waged here. Surely he must comprehend that. And what of me? Have I now committed myself to Vatha Urusander? Am I not noble born? What harsh choice awaits me, should all this unravel? No, now was not the time to decide. For this moment she would hold to honour and her duty to her commander, for as long as he seemed fit to command. If there came a time when she must cut herself loose, she would be ready. Sharinus, Urusander said, I am pleased that you are back. There was value in keeping close those who dwelt in all company, mostly unseen, always beneath regard, who served the single purpose of cleaning up whatever mess had been left behind. This notion lingered in the mind of High Priestess Sintara as she idly watched the maid gathering up the meal's leavings. She knew as well how a man's thoughts would set off down entirely different paths, gauging and perhaps even reflective, as eyes fixed on the swell of the girl's behind, the thinness of her skirt. Base impulses rode wine-heavy fumes, and there was no need to glance across at her guest to glean his musings. A drunk's appetites were blind to every edge. Plates could crash, the young woman could cry out, as in his mind he flung her to the floor and made blurred the boundaries of his desire. It was no easy thing to spar with a man like Hunral. While her sober cleverness could slip in and around, past and through, a drunk was prone to sudden, unexpected moves. The dance was always uncertain. For the moment, however, in this satiated silence following food and too much wine, she could ignore Hunral and contemplate the necessity of people beneath notice. Only a deluded fool had the audacity to assert the notion that all were equal, no matter the arbiter, the final judge of such things. The sheer idiocy of such a claim earned no serious contemplation. Judgment was no crime in itself, and hardly a thing to shy away from, if the alternative was a levelling of all things to some idyllic but impossible ideal. She had heard Urusander drone on about justice, as if by proscription and delineation law could be made to stand in place of what was both undeniable and wholly natural. If in earning privilege, in attaining mastery over others, we find ourselves waging perpetual war to keep all things in their proper place, lesser people included, is it any wonder that we select few come to live a life under siege? And who can be surprised when desperation drives us to despicable acts of cruelty? Such laws as Urusander would impose fashion for us the enemy's face, It can be no other way. Things are not equal. People are not equal. There are those few who will rule, while the rest must follow. Hunral can have this woman, this maid, should he so choose. Her life is in his hands, in mine too, for that matter. But we need no laws to force upon us the ethics of our comportment. Virtue never stands outside, awaiting invitation like a stranger at a gathering. It is born of the light within us. In any case, see how bright it burns in some, but not others. The maid departed.
She is new?
Hunral asked. Sintara sighed. Many young women now come to me. It is my task to interview them and find their place in things, be it household or temple.
Ah,
Hunral said, slowly nodding.
She did not pass muster, then, as a priestess in waiting.
Low-born and ignorant, Sintara said, settling back on the cushions, wholly lacking in any spark. Hunral reached for his cup.
Most of the soldiers in my legion would share that assessment, should you make it of them. Low-born, not knowing much. And yet, are they not valuable? Are they not worth fighting for? Their lives, High Priestess, should not be a waste.
Oh, spare me, she replied. You fling them into the teeth of battle and think only of the outcome, the groaning shift of vast, unseen scales. Does it nudge you a step closer to what you seek? That is your only concern, Captain. Beneath heavy lids he studied her for a moment, and then shook his head.
You are wrong. We seek recognition for the sacrifices we made.
Oh, and did the houseblades of the great houses not make the same sacrifices? Why then do they not rate in your esteem?
But they do. Soldiers, little different from us. It is their masters with whom we have a disagreement. In fact, High Priestess, it would not surprise me to find, on the day of battle, many of those houseblades refusing to draw weapons, refusing indeed what their lords and ladies would demand of them.
Is this your dream, Hunral? A true uprising of the commoner, the low-born, the ignorant and the witless? If so, then High House Light is not for you. Smiling, he held up a pallid hand and studied it.
The gift made no such distinctions, Sintara. And certainly not those you would now impose. How quickly a faith is corrupted.
Anger flashed through her, but she bit it back. Consider this, then. If there are none to serve, if in the elevation of everyone litter fills the streets, meals remain uncooked, crops lie unharvested, clothes unmended, the dust left to choke us all in our repasts, how fares this new paradise of yours, Hunral? He scowled across at her. She continued. You wear a sword, Captain, hinting at the threat behind your every request. But not just requests. After all, we need not mince words' meaning here. No, behind your expectations of obedience, of compliance, of the continuation of the way things are, provided that the way things are sets you above those others and makes solid your claim to rule over them. As for your soldiers, why, I would think each dreams an identical dream, no different from your own. A retinue of servants for each soldier, slaves even, as proof of that recognition you so desire. Every ploughed field will sprout some new estate, as your beloved soldiers scramble to carve out their rightful place in the new scheme. As for the peasants, why, their lives will not change. They were never meant to change, not by your reckoning in any case. You would shake the order, but not so much as to send the framework down into crashing ruin. This war of yours, Hunral, is but a shuffling of the pieces, that and no more.
And what is it that you seek, High Priestess, if not the same, as you elbow your way to the table?
He snorted behind his cup.
You dance well, but it is in the same fire as the rest of us.
No, she replied. You can have that table, Hunral, and all the new but grubby faces around it. What I seek is a new place, a new realm, in fact, one where light rules and dark has no claim. I will make it here in Neret Sor."
That wins us nothing, Sintara.
They will marry. There will be unification through balance, dark upon one side, light upon the other. His expression grew ugly.
Now you sit here, seeking to change what we agreed upon,
And I like it not.
She narrowed her gaze on him.
"I sense how the power of my gift now infuses you," she said. "Who would have thought that Hun Rao, this rough, rarely sober captain of the Legion, should find in himself a burgeoning sorcery? By title you should name yourself Warlock and be done with it." He laughed, collecting up the wine jug and leaning back on the cushions. He poured his cup full once more.
"I'd wondered if you knew. It is interesting. I explore it, but cautiously, of course. Risky to be headlong in such matters, as I am sure you have discovered."
"My comprehension is absolute," Sintaro replied. "So much so that I advise you to be most careful in that exploration, Hun Rao. You may in ignorance unleash something you cannot hope to control."
"Abyss take me, Sintara, but you have grown arrogant. Young women come to you, shining with dreams of a better future for themselves, for their wretched lives, and you set most of them to scullery, to waiting on you and your guests. Your high house light looks suspiciously similar to every other noble household, and yet here you sit spouting bland pretensions to justify your apparently near-universal contempt for everyone else."
He paused, drank deeply, and then said,
"I see now what Lanier saw in you. The beauty of your flesh belies an ugly soul, Sintara."
"No longer," she snapped. "I am purged, reborn."
"Repeated, more like,"
he said, smirking. There would come a time, possibly soon, when she would no longer need this man. The notion calmed her down. "You have not yet asked, Hun Rao."
"Asked what?"
"The maid. Do you want her tonight? If so, she's yours." He set the jug and cup down, and then rose carefully.
"A man has needs," he muttered.
She nodded. "I'll send her to your chambers, then. You may have her for a day or two, but no longer, lest the dishes pile up." He stared down at her with his red-rimmed eyes.
"You say I should name myself Warlock, Sintara. I would offer some advice of my own to you. You are not alone in this new-found power. Best, I think, if we work together. Urasander weds Mother Dark. He is given the title of Father Light. The civil war ends on that day. As for you and Emerald Lanier, well, fight with your temples all you want. Just keep it civil."
She said nothing as he made his way out. Drunks made dangerous adversaries indeed. No matter, warlock or no, he would never be her match. In her mind she unleashed a momentary spasm of power. A side door was pushed open almost immediately thereafter, and the serving girl stumbled into the chamber, her eyes wide and frightened. "Yes," murmured Sintara, "that was me. Now, come closer. I need to look at your soul." Even terror could not win out against Sintara's will. She found the girl's soul and crushed the life from it. In its place, she planted the seed of herself, a small thing that would control its newfound body and lead it into untold horrors. Through the girl's eyes now, Sintara could look out whenever she chose to, and not even Hun Rao would be the wiser. "Now then, Warlock," she said in a low whisper, "let's see the depths of your appetites, shall we? Things to use, things to abuse, things to twist my way." Sintara sent the girl to the captain's quarters. There was value in keeping such creatures close at hand. Low-born, ignorant, such a pathetic soul, so easily snuffed out. No great loss. She would raise a temple here in Neret Sor, and set into its floor a terendai, artfully recreating the sun and its torrid gift of fire. An emblem of gold and silver, a symbol of such wealth as to make kings ill. A temple to house 1,000 priestesses, 2,000 servants, and in the central chamber she would raise a throne. The marriage was doomed. There was not enough left in Vatha Urusanda to assure a proper balance. Perhaps, she reflected, he had never been what others believed him to be. There was little of value in commanding an army. The talents required seemed few, and the measure of respect accorded it woefully out of proportion. One need only look at Hun Rao to see the truth of that. His talent, such as it was, served to feed the ambitions of others, clothed in the trappings of an acceptable violence. When she looked upon soldiers, she saw them as children still trapped in their games of heroism, triumph, and great causes. But so much of that was delusion. Heroes fell into their heroism mostly by accident. The triumphs were short-lived and ultimately changed nothing, which made those triumphs hollow. As for great causes, well, how often were they revealed to be little more than personal aggrandizement? The elevation of stature, the tidal swell of adoration, the penile gush of glory. Pray the servants tiptoe in to clean away the sordid stains, once that blazing light was past. The young woman would please him, she knew. Every hero of the male frame needed his compliant beauty, a creature excited by the stench of old blood on his hands, thrilled to see his wake where bodies lay piled in heaps. Why, she all but drooled at the prospect of his strong arms about her. The heroes marched back and forth in the courtyard below, day after day, clanking and boisterous in this serious posturing. They each stood, in ranks or alone, with blades within easy reach. This announced to all their dangerous selves. Now she understood them well enough, and, like the fate awaiting Vatha Urusanda, all would soon come to comprehend their own irrelevance. There has never been an age of heroes, or not one of which the poets sing in their epic tales. Rather, we but witness one age upon another, and another, each one identical in every detail, but for the faces, and even those faces blur into sameness after a time. In recognizing that, is it any wonder Kataspala went mad? Oh, they might point to the slaughter, the murder of his sister, but I believe it to be another kind of death that has broken our age's greatest painter of portraits. When at last he realized that every face was the same, and it looked out at him, ox-dull, belligerent and unchanging, and what were once virtues were suddenly revealed for what they truly were, pride and pomp, preening and pretense. The age of heroes comes as a belief, and leaves unseen, as a conviction, not even witnessed. It then finds resurrection in the past, the only realm that it can call home. There was nothing to weep for, no true loss to bemoan. She would raise a temple to light, and by that light she would reveal unwelcome truths, and by that light there would be no place to hide. And then, my friends, in that new age where heroes cannot be found, let us see what glory you might win. But fear not, I will give you 1,000 mindless virgins to use. Of them there is an inexhaustible supply. With my temple and the new age it will birth, I can offer this promise, a world where no lies can thrive, not even the ones you whisper to yourself, only truth. Urusanda wants pure justice. Well, in the name of light, I shall deliver it. With sufficient pressure, even the most pastoral of communities could crack. Too many strangers, too many new and unpleasant currents of power or threat, and neighbors came to acquire cruel habits. Suspicion and resentment thrived, and the unseen torrent that rushed deep, stirring up sediments, held all the violence waiting to happen. The town beneath Urusanda's keep had suffered too long. It had reeled to unexpected deaths, buckled to sudden losses, and the crowds of unfamiliar faces, most of them arrogant and contemptuous, turned moods dark and foul. Captain Serap avoided the Legion camps surrounding the town. Outwardly, she was contending with the grief of 2 dead sisters, and so her fellow soldiers remained at a distance, and this well suited her. If indeed she was suffering the loss of loved ones, it felt vague, almost formless. She had found a tavern on the high street, which, while it occasionally played host to off-duty soldiers, was more often than not crowded with villagers, whose brooding resentment hung thick and bitter in the smoky air. It was an atmosphere she welcomed, the heavy swirl of ill humour, was now something she could wear, like a winter cloak, and beneath its suffocating weight she was muffled, muted inside and out. There was no desire to get drunk, no particular need for numb oblivion and the wild flare of a night's worth of lust, desire, and thrashing limbs in one of the upstairs rooms ranked low in her list of needs. The only gift she sought, the one she had found in this place, was solitude. It had always struck her as odd how so many of her fellow soldiers feared isolation, as if stranded upon a tiny island with only their own self for company. Moments existed to be rushed through, filled to the brim with whatever. Anything within reach, in fact. Conversations crowded with nothing of worth, games where knucklebones rolled and bounced and wagers were made in bold gesture or wild shout, the hard muscle pulled close or soft flesh depending on one's tastes. A few might sit alone, working on knife edges or what-not, while still others muttered a lifetime's worth of confessions into their ale tankards, nodding as they gauged the worth of every returning echo. But all that this did was mark the time past, and make it nothing more than something to be filled, lest the silence begin speaking. It was astonishing, Serap reminded herself, just how much the silence had to say when given the chance. Sisters made a community, tightly bound and conspiratorial. That community mocked every need for solitude, if only to fend off the threat it posed. She should have missed it more than she did. Instead she felt cut loose, set adrift, and now she floated on fog-bound water, where barely a ripple marred the blank surface. It was a strange realm, this muttering silence, this reflective pool that seemed so dismissive of pity, grief, and commiseration. She had no desire to reach down, to break the mirrored perfection of the calm surrounding her. It was enough, she felt, simply to listen. Risp died in battle, far off to the west, her first battle. Seveg had died just outside Neretzor, slain by a wounded officer of the Wardens. That, too, had been her first battle. There were details in the skein of war which rarely earned mention. The truth of so many who died doing so in their first ever battle. It hinted too much of something unpleasant, something cruel lying in wait beyond the limits of civil contemplation. The silence whispered it to those who dared listen. "It is to do, darling, with the sending of innocents to war." Well, of course, who would do such a thing? They do, over and over again. Training is but the thinnest patina. The innocence remains, even as each young soldier's imagination builds proper scenes for what is to come. The innocence remains. Now then, sweet children, draw that blade and march into the press. Here arrives the first shock, faces twisted with intent, others arrayed before you, each one seeking to end your life. Your life? What has happened here? How can this be? Oh, it could be. It was. None of the trappings, girded and stout, could truly hide the white, unstained banners carried by so many into battle. But to think on it was to feel one's own heart breaking, breaking and breaking. Never mind those young faces, striving to look fierce or dangerous. Never mind the mimicry they attempt to appear wizened, wearied, unaffected. All of that, darling, is a mask turned both inward and out, convincing neither. Focus with purpose here upon those white, pristine banners, and think, if you dare, of those who sent them into battle. Think, Serap, as I cannot, must not. But if we draw too close, you and me, if we press on with this silent conversation, one of us will flinch in the end and flee to silence's end, closed out with empty conversations or tankards of ale, or men into whose lap you will slide with laughter and promise. Into company, then, and the filling of this moment, filling unto bursting, eager to flow over into the next moment and the next. Solitude demanded courage. She knew that now. The crazed revellers displayed their cowardice in that wild and insistent commune with anything and everything, that incessant need to blend in, and among, and keep forever at bay the howling silence of being alone. But she would not yield to contempt, for she could see in their need something she knew well: despair. Despair is the secret language of every generation in waiting, and you find it in the face of every innocent soul as it marches into its embattled future, while the rest of us, innocent no longer, look on with blank, indifferent eyes. She sat alone at her table, in the gloom and smoke, and on all sides white banners waved in the silence. A short while later, 2 soldiers entered the tavern. There had been a time not long ago when Urisander's discipline was like a fist closed about his legion. Propriety and courtesy ruled the behaviour of his charges, when on duty or not. But Hun Rao was no Vatha Urisander. The lessons the captain had learned from his battles in the past fell upon the wrong side of propriety and made mockery of courtesy. Of course, he was far from alone in this sour aftermath, where cynicism and contempt stalked the veteran soldier, and if she gave it some thought, Serap found herself skirting dangerous notions about the worth of things and the true cost of war. The newcomers swaggered in, inviting challenge. They were not entirely sober, but neither were they as drunk as they let on. Settled back in her chair, in shadows, Serap remained undetected by the 2 men as they strode to the bar.
"I smell deniers,"
one of the soldiers said, gesturing at the barkeep.
"Ale, and none of that watered-down piss you're offering everyone else in here."
"There's but 1 keg," the barkeep said, shrugging. "If you don't like what I serve, you can always leave."
The other soldier grunted a laugh.
"Aye, we could. Not saying we will, though."
Farmhands at a nearby table were pushing back their chairs. Brothers, Serap decided, 4 in all. Burly, too poor to drink enough to get drunk, they now stirred, disgruntled as bears. The barkeep set 2 tankards down and asked for payment, but neither soldier offered up any coins. They collected their tankards and drank. The 4 brothers now stood, and the scrape of chairs brought the 2 soldiers around. Both men were smiling as they reached for their swords.
"Want to play, then?"
the first soldier asked, drawing his blade. On seeing the weapon, the brothers hesitated at their table. None carried weapons of any sort. Serap rose, stepped out from the gloom. When the soldiers saw her, their expressions went flat. She approached them.
"Sir," the second soldier said, "it wasn't going anywhere."
"Oh, but it was," Serap replied. "It was going right where you wanted it to go. How many are waiting outside?" The man started, and then offered her a lopsided grin.
"There's been rumours, sir, of deniers hanging out in the town. Spies."
The first soldier added,
"Had a squad mate get stabbed nearby, sir, just the other night. He never saw who jumped him. We're fishing for knives, that's all."
"Hebler got himself struck by a fellow soldier," Serap said. "The man cheats at knuckles, a game none of the locals can afford to play with Legion soldiers. What company are you 2 in?"
"9th, sir, in Halibahan's Silvers."
"His Silvers?" Serap smiled. "How Halid likes his pompous nicknames." The second soldier said,
"We'll be sure to let our captain know how you feel about them nicknames, sir."
"Is that a prick of the blade, soldier? Well then, when you do tell Halid, be sure to hang around in case your mention reminds him of when I laughed outright in his face. Silvers, golds. Why not shave your heads and call yourself pearls? Or, for the more useless ones in your company, the shiny rocks." Well, I'm afraid my laughter snapped his temper, the poor man. Easily done, of course, as you will find. She watched them, noting how both men struggled to work out how they might respond to her. The prospect of violence was not far away. After all, if this officer had insulted their commander, might they not earn Halid's backing should that officer's blood be spilled? Indeed, had she not just provoked them, calling into question their company's honour? When the first soldier adjusted the grip of his sword, Serap smiled and stepped close to him, one hand reaching up as if to caress the side of his face. Seeing his confusion, her smile broadened, even as she drove her knee up and into his crotch. Whatever crunched there sent the man to the filthy floor like a dropped sack of turnips. Serap was already turning, sending her left elbow into the face of the second soldier, breaking his nose. The rush of pleasure she felt as the man's head snapped back was almost alarming. In a flash she realized that her own fury had been building for some time, seeking an outlet, any outlet. She was now moving back to acquire the proper distance, a kick with the side of her boot at a downward angle to strike the broken-nosed soldier's left leg just below the knee, yielded another satisfying pop. Howling, the man collapsed. The tavern door was shoved open, and 3 more soldiers rushed in. Serap faced them. "Stand down!" She pointed to the foremost soldier, a woman she thought she recognized, although the name escaped her. "Collect up your squad mates, Corporal. Drawing a sword on an officer of the Legion is a capital offence. Disarm this one here, and place him under arrest. I am off to have a word with your captain, as it seems he is losing control of his silvers." The corporal's eyes were wide, and then she said, "Yes, sir. Our apologies, sir. There was word of insurgents in this tavern." "A reason to pick a fight with the locals, you mean? I've not yet decided how many of you will end up charged. I suppose it depends on what you do next, Corporal, doesn't it?" The 3 newcomers were quick in carrying off their fallen comrades. When they were gone, Serap selected a coin from her purse and set it on the bar top. "For the ales," she said, before striding over to where stood the 4 young brothers. "Listen to me, you fools. When 2 soldiers come in wearing swords, you leave them be, understand? First off, they're not on their own. Second, they're thirsty for blood. Am I making myself clear?" Nods answered her. "Good. Now sit down and order a round. The tab is mine." She then returned to her table. Settled into the shadows once more, Serap waited for her bloodlust to pass. The silence had things to say about that, but she was in no mood to pay attention to it right now. Alas, it was persistent. It is afflicting us all, this growing anger, and how it so easily answers all that ails us, all that haunts us, and all that frightens us. I wanted to fight as much as they did. Oh, banner of white, you came in with such a swagger, and wanted to see it stained red, if only to make a point. Now, if only I could work out what that point was, we could close out the night, and be done with it. "It was awful," the man said. I can't get it out of my skull, that's all." And he leaned forward where he sat on her cot, hiding his face in his hands. Renard studied him for a moment, and then moved to her trunk. "I have some wine here," she said, flipping back the lid and reaching inside. "Gives me a headache," the man said behind his hands. "Then remove your clothing, and we can forget this world for a time." "No." "Soldier, what do you want from me?" His hands dropped away from his face, but he refused to meet her eyes. "Around the campfire, with people you fight beside, people you fight for, in fact. Well, you'd think we could talk about anything, but it's not so." Renard poured herself a goblet of wine, settled the trunk's lid back down, and sat upon it. "Even words aren't free," she said. "I know. I'll pay you for your time, if that's acceptable." She considered his offer. "I'm not your mother," she said, "nor your wife. When I spoke of escaping this world for a time, I meant it as much for me as for you. But I suppose my side of the bargain rarely occurs to any of you, does it? After all, you pay to answer your needs, not the whore's." She waved a hand as he made to rise from the cot. "You need not go. What your coin buys from me is mostly up to you. That is the point I was trying to make. But I was also warning you. I have no special wisdom, no worthy advice. I cannot light your path, soldier." "Then what can you do?" "I can listen, for the coin. As I said, you are paying for what you need." He shot her a look, and she could not but see his youth, his child's eyes so terribly trapped in a man's body and a soldier's armor. "You're a cold one, aren't you?" "Yes," she replied. "I suppose I am." "It may be what I need," he said, looking upon the floor of the tent, his hands now clasped together but restless. "Hard judgment, righteous condemnation." She sipped the wine. It was on the turn. "High words," she said, "for a soldier." "There were 3 boys in the forest camp. Young,
not one taller than my hip. We were 3 squads, 4th, 7th, 2nd. Well, when we were done with the mother, some of the men, they went for the boys, too. Those boys. It wasn't me who cut their throats when it was done, but I wish it had been. I wish the mercy had been mine to offer them.
He was trembling now, his entire body making the cot creak. The words had rushed out, and she could see in his eyes that there was no going back.
I didn't touch them, those boys. I could never have done anything like that. But now, all the time, they're with me. The looks on their faces when we did what we did to the mother, and then the shock when we turned on them too. Blank faces, like dolls.
He wept. Renard remained sitting on the trunk, confused. Did this soldier want comfort, or did he indeed seek condemnation? It was clear that crimes had been committed. Urisander would see those men hanged. In fact, it was possible that all 3 squads would dance on the rope. Her adoptive father was famous for his righteous outrage. "Have you reported this to your captain?" she asked. The blunt, toneless question met the man's grief and swept it aside. She might as well have struck him across the face. Wiping at his eyes, straightening where he sat, he glared across at her.
Is that a joke? The bitch sent us into that camp. She could hear that mother's screams from where she lounged in the next glade. Oh, and what was she doing while we murdered that family?
"Never mind," Renard cut in, before the soldier could tell her what his captain had been up to. Renard already knew enough to guess who the woman was. "And," she added, "obviously Hun Rhaal is not, strictly speaking, next on the chain of command. Is he? No. It's the captain's made equal, with only Urisander above them." The man stood abruptly, began pacing.
You can't know, he said, hiding out here, can you?
She felt herself grow cold, and struggled to still her shaking hand as she drank again from the goblet. "You know who I am," she said. "You sort me out, thinking, what? That I would take this to Urisander? It was in your head, why I have no idea, that my father and I still acknowledge each other. How did you work this out? Oh, he sends her down to the whore camps because she's bored, the dear lass. Is it not what a father would do?" He stopped pacing and sat again, looking away.
"Then deliver his justice yourself, Renard, with your own hand. This heart wants to still its infernal beat. My bones close around it. I can hardly breathe. I swear, those raped children, they've found me, haunting me day and night now. It's not what I signed up for, don't you see? Not in my vow of service to the realm."
"It would seem that by far the most righteous punishment for you, soldier, is to leave you alive, haunted by guilt for the rest of your years. You flee the ghosts of 3 raped boys, do you? Even when you did not take part? Well, how sad for you." He glared at her now, visage darkening.
"I'm not paying for contempt."
"Oh, I am sorry. I was trying to make a point. It was clearly fine then that you raped the mother. Her ghost wanders elsewhere, one presumes. But those poor boys, with you watching on, like butt-flies, they're now under your skin, gnawing their way into your heart. Of course they were the ones watching you, at least at first, while you fucked their screaming mother." He stood, reaching for his weapon belt.
"For this, I'll pay you nothing."
"For this," she retorted, "I will not be a coward's path. You know the way to the keep, soldier. I am sure Urisander is there even now. And yes, he will accept an audience with a soldier of his legion."
"My squad mates."
"Oh, yes, them. Why, they'll know, of course, once the charges are brought down. I see now why you thought it best to go through me. In that instance, you all stand accused, and all face the same punishment. You stand with your brothers and sisters, and not once do they question you or your loyalty." Renard finished her wine.
"It's not cowardice,"
the young soldier said. "Isn't it? Your entire tale is one of cowardly acts, from the moment you rode into the forest hunting deniers, slaughtering women and children, setting their homes ablaze, entire companies so brave in how you outnumbered your every opponent and set swords to their flimsy spears and what-not. Your armor against their thin hides, your iron helms, and their oh-so-fragile skulls. He drew his gutting knife. She met his gaze, unafraid, understanding what this night had brought to her. "So be it," she said quietly. "Give me, then, your one moment of courage." With a savage slash, beneath eyes suddenly triumphant, the soldier cut his own throat. Blood poured out, rushing from the severed jugular. He toppled, and she stepped back. He made of this whore's tent a temple, and me his priestess, or at least someone to stand in for his god, as priestesses are purported to do. He uttered his crimes. But the body lying on the floor beside her cot, so motionless now when an instant earlier it had been bursting with life, she could not tear her gaze from it. There are ways of leaving. The worst of these is also the most final. You see, the bastard left, yet left his body behind. Why does the thought make me want to laugh? Guests will leave a mess, won't they, just? It falls to the host to see it cleaned up. I am no priestess, this is no temple, but the confessions spill out night after night. None as bleak as this one, to be sure, but it was coming. I should have seen that. The fools have blood on their hands, guilt in their souls. The high priestess of High House Light isn't much interested in all that, alas. And their mothers are far away. It is, I see now, an issue of faith. Faith and faiths, the natural ones and the other kinds, the imposed kinds. She recalled the aftermath of the battle against the wardens, and all the cries from the soldiers left dying on the field, while the whores and looters walked among them. So many had called out like children for their mothers. Their god or goddess was too remote for them, in that drawn-out journey into death. It was a faith they'd dropped away from, abandoned. What was left, if not the purest, the sweetest of all faiths? Mother, please, help me, hold me. Renard had been witness to all that, there amidst the heaped bodies and the stench, but her memories of her own mother offered nothing, too vague, too formless, making that ethereal, half-imagined figure almost godlike. Wrong faith, then. Not one for me to call upon, not now, not later, not even at the very end, I should think. But these soldiers, they were far from their mothers, and few were able to reach their wives or husbands, assuming they had any. Failed by the high priestess and that remote and strangely sinister temple they were even now building, and its god, so bright as to blind all who might gaze upon it. Failed, too, that faith in the mother always close, always a short, tear-filled runaway, her arms opening wide to collect up the wayward child. Faiths, then, failed and failed again. What was left? The whore, of course. Confused and confusing idol. Priestess and mother, lover and goddess, and all faith reduced to the basest of needs, one simple game to play out all the infernal wars of power. Astonishing, isn't it, what a few coins can purchase? Renard collected up her heaviest cloak, and strode out from her tent. She set out from the whore's camp, where it clung to one side of the Legion's outermost earthworks, and made her way along the embankment. Ahead, the dull, muted lights of Nerit saw, and beyond that, the high hill of Urusanda's fortress. Men had a way of filling her up, it seemed. He had sought her out, to make her his hand of justice. She had refused him to his face, and in answer to that he had taken his own life. She recalled the triumph in his eyes at that final moment, at the gift his own knife gave to him. There was something in those young eyes that fascinated her. What did he see, I wonder? What avenue opened before him? A sudden way through, an escape from all the torment? Or was it just the venal act of a selfish child, wanting to somehow punish the woman standing before him, just passing the guilt along as cowards will do? Well, in that he failed, the poor misguided fool. But there was some irony, she decided, in that she now found herself walking into Neretzor, and that fell keep looming above it. "Dear father, I bring word of hidden temples where your soldiers confess their crimes. I stand before you, a much-used priestess, carrying in me a soldier's plaintive cry for absolution. Well, a few hundred soldiers, and a few thousand plaintive cries. They have lost their faiths, you see. All of them, barring the renting of my flesh, thus relieving us all with assurance that, in coin at least, one kind of faith remains secure. This is how the power of the bargain wins out against all other powers. Tell the high priestess to pay heed. Invite confessions amidst handfuls of coin to ensure that the believers understand how this deal gets made. They'll grasp the notion quickly enough until every temple is sheathed in gold. But tell her also to do nothing with such confessions. Mouth the proper words of absolution if she must, but set out no course of hard justice or proper retribution. Dead sinners are no longer generous after all, and no longer impelled to rent for a time the easement of their guilt. Take it from a whore, dear Sintara, it's about renting, not purchasing." She walked through the town. Frost limned the muddy ground, the walls of buildings. Overhead the stars ever in their place, forever silent, eternally witnessing. She had grown to appreciate their remoteness. Whore as goddess and goddess as whore. Oh, how confused your worship, yes? Never mind. It all works out in the end. I saw as much in that soldier's eyes. There had been a smithy below the keep's hill, but its owner had died. The house, sheds, and outbuildings had been torn down, along with flanking houses, to make room for the new Temple of Light. Hun Rao was amused when he thought of the scorched earth awaiting the foundation stones, the heaps of ash, clinkers, and cinders, the ragged tailings and sand-studded droplets now hard and brittle as glass. Few understood the manifold expressions of the sacred that so cluttered the world on all sides. Few had the wits to see them. Curald Ghislaine, after all, was born of fires, of forges, and vast forests of fuel awaiting the heat and smoke of industry. Pits in the ground, veins of ore, streams of sweat and dripping blood, the straining struggles of so many men and women to make of life something better, if not for themselves, then for their children. Fitting, then, to raise a temple upon such holy ground. Not that Sintara would ever comprehend that. She was intent, he now understood, upon a narrowing of the sacred, threateningly surrounded by a wild, chaotic proliferation of the profane. Once all such potential threats were eliminated, indeed desecrated, then, why, she would hold within her embrace all that was sacred. Religion, Hunral decided, was the marriage of holiness with base acquisitiveness, self-defined and purposely delineated to eliminate natural worship, worship lying beyond the temple walls, beyond the rules, the prohibitions, lying beyond, more to the point, the self-pronounced authority of whatever priesthood arose to manage, with grubby hands, the sacredness of things, and incidentally getting rich on the proceeds. Well, he understood High Priestess Sintara. It wasn't difficult. He even understood the deniers and the threat they posed, with their open faith, with the way they made all things in their lives holy, from whittling down a tent stake to singing and dancing under the light of full moons. Even the sheikh temples saw those forest-dwelling savages as a threat to whatever privileges the monks and nuns claimed as their own, which was, if one considered it, ridiculous, since those savages of the wood were, in fact, the sheikh's congregation, their blessed children. Oh, that's right, their blessed children, real children, that is, the ones they could steal, I mean. Never mind the mothers and fathers, just the children, please, for our blessed ranks. He took another mouthful of wine, swelled it through the gaps in his teeth, then pulling it back to flow over his tongue one more time, before swallowing. Thus, he understood Sintara and her pious high house of light. He understood the deniers, too, and the sheikh. But not Mother Dark. Not this empty darkness and its unlit temple, its unseen altar and invisible throne, not this worship of absence. Dear Emerald Lanier, I do sympathize, really. Your task is nigh impossible, isn't it, whilst your goddess says nothing.
In that despairing silence, why, I too might decide to take to my bed as many lovers as I could, to fill up all those empty spaces, the ones inside and out. Well, Urasander, old friend, you can have her. If you can find her, that is. Rest assured Sintara will bring light to the scene, enough to expose the conjugal bed at least. She'll wave a hand and deem it a blessing, as if you two were children who would only fumble helplessly in the dark. Wed the two, then, Urasander's bright, fiery cock into her unlit cunt. Maybe that union was always holy, now that I think on it. A man's raging light, a woman's purest dark. We men, we do have a thing for caves and other comforting places. Our womb, from which we were so ignominiously thrown out, to then spend a lifetime trying to crawl back. But what is it that we truly seek? Sanctuary or oblivion? Glancing down, he pushed the maid's head away from his crotch. "Oh, give up, will you? I've drunk too much wine tonight." She glanced up at him, just a flicker's worth of eye contact, and then she rolled onto her side. "Amuse yourself," Hunral said. "Now, dear Sintara, let's discuss the notion of murder, shall we? Shall we paint your temple blood red, or should we wait a few generations first? At the very least, set the engineers to fashion ingenious gutters to channel a flow you would wish endless. And yet you decried my seeming thirst. Border guards, wardens, deniers, the host. I am indeed soaked with blood. All necessary, alas. We'll save the shake for later. The nobles need humiliating first. Anamander and his brothers brought to their knees. Kharkanas sent packing, although between you and me, Sintara, I admit to some admiration for the consort. Now there's a man unafraid of darkness, so unafraid as to climb back into the womb and make of it the finest palace of delight. It's no wonder his noble-born kin so envy him, enough to foment abiding hatred. Yes, of course, we'll make use of that, given the chance. Still, poor Draconas, no man deserves your fate to be twice cast out of the womb. Lying beside him, back arching, the maid made moaning noises and gasps, but the ecstasy sounded forced. This lass would have done fine as a priestess, I think. Too bad. Oh, Sintara, we were speaking of murder, weren't we? And all the paths to and from its grisly gate. And here is my promise. When we're done with our task, when at last Lord Urasander stands beside Mother Dark, the two wedded, do not expect a third throne, Sintara. Not for you, and not for your church. If we can scour out the wretched deniers and the sheikh, if we can burn them into ash and cinders, do you imagine we could not do the same to you? By fire, this gift of light, no? He had explored the newfound sorcery within him, with far greater alacrity than he had led Sintara to believe, enough to know that the woman pleasuring herself beside him in this bed was nothing but a husk, and this, in turn, amused him greatly, as the secret spark within the maid, Sintara herself, now struggled to bring life back into that body's benumbed carcass. Go screw yourself, Sintara, or rather, go on screwing yourself. We have all night, after all. He recalled that flicker, the meeting of his gaze with hers, and the faint unease in the maid's once pretty eyes. I imagine you first crowed at my seeming impotence. But now, do you begin to wonder? I may be base, a drunk, a man standing in the middle of a river of blood, but I won't fuck a corpse, woman. Take your voyeur games elsewhere. When next we meet, over fine wine and decent food, we'll talk of, oh, I don't know, how about this as a worthy topic? Yes, why not? We'll speak of desecration, a topic on which I'm sure you'll have plenty to say, High Priestess. Tell me again, won't you, of those artful gutters beneath the floors of the temple? And I might speak to you, perhaps, of sorcery beyond the reach of any god or goddess, beyond the reach of every temple, every church, every priesthood with all its strident rules and lust for the butchery of the blasphemous. A magic, unfettered, natural worship, if you will. Of what, you ask? Why,
the same as yours, High Priestess. The worship of power. This power. And I dare you to take it from my hand." He drank down another mouthful of wine, sluicing it as was his habit, while beside him, making the bed creak, the maid went on and on, and on. Shorinus strode into the tavern. After a moment she could make out a figure seated at the back, shrouded in gloom. She crossed the chamber, threading between tables where townsfolk were seated, welcoming both the sour heat and the furtive glances. Even the faces of strangers offered a kind of comfort. Too long riding alone, camping in wild places, abandoned places. And other nights, as guest in a household, she had felt the pressure of her host's unease, their mistrust. Urusander's legion, once elevated so high, honoured and respected by all, had stumbled fast. The truth, which in better times was happily ignored, was that the sword always cut both ways. Valiant defence, brutal attack. It was all down to the wielder's stance, the direction chosen. The saved could become the victim in an instant. Shorinus disliked the notion that she, too, was dangerous, unpredictable, with the weapon at her belt ever ready to be unsheathed. But the world made its demands, and she, too, must answer them. Reaching the table, she met Captain Serap's eyes, seeing in them a cold, glittering regard. Shorinus sat opposite, her back to the room. "Captain, I'm sorry for your losses." "We were all there," Serap said. "You remember? Riding out to meet Calatus Stain. You chose Hegemandra's side for most of that journey, as I recall. Happy enough to flirt with the promised man?" Shorinus nodded. "Whilst you and your sisters giggled and whispered, so pleased with your new ranks. Lieutenants back then, as I recall. Unblooded officers, crowded under Hunral's soggy wing." Serap studied her with a tilted head, and then smiled wistfully. "We were young then. The world seemed fresh, alive with possibilities." "Oh, he was happy enough to lead us, wasn't he?" Shorinus started as someone stepped close, a boy, likely the barkeep's son, setting down a tankard before her. The youth quickly retreated. "Do you still look upon him with admiration, Serap, cousin Hunral? Murderer, poisoner. He's gathered every betrayal imaginable into a single knot, hasn't he?" Serap shook her head and then shrugged. "It may seem to be clumsy on his part, Shorinus, but it isn't. Every crime he commits ensures that Urusander remains unstained. My cousin doesn't hide, does he? He chooses to wear his culpability and knows that he can bear its terrible weight. It is, in fact, a family trait." I'd wondered about that. The seeming clumsiness, that is. It would be easy to assume the drunkard's natural carelessness, the sloppiness that comes with dissolution. Even so, Serap, the slaughter of a wedding party. Serap waved a hand and then frowned. "Not the hust? You surprise me. Or perhaps not, as the noble blood in you must howl loudest when the lives of kin are sacrificed. Mundane soldiers, even ones bearing demon-haunted weapons, are beneath notice. Well, maybe a mutter or two, if only at the crassness of the deed." Shorinus allowed herself a slow smile. "I always judged you the sharpest. So is this how it is, then? You stand with Hunral?" "Blood of kin, Shorinus. But you should understand this. In so many ways I still have the eyes of the innocent. I will care for my soldiers. I will, if necessary, give my life for theirs." "Bold words," Shorinus replied, nodding. "I'm curious, do you believe Hunral would do the same?" Something fluttered in Serap's eyes, and the woman glanced away. "Have you reported to the commander?" "I have spoken to Urusander, yes." "Does he remain disinterested?" A curious question. Shorinus collected up her tankard, drank down a mouthful of the weak ale, and grimaced. "You do not come here for this, do you? Supplies are low. Everyone has to make do. How would you react, I wonder, if I now told you that Vatha Urusander intends to arrest Hunral and a good many other captains of the Legion, and that I bear with me the evidence of their many crimes, crimes that can only be answered by the gallows?" Serap laughed. Settling back in her chair, Shorinus nodded. "And this was a man we once followed, unquestioningly. a man we would give up our lives for, back when the enemy was foreign. Well, as you say, Sir Rap, we were all young once, and that was long ago. Best you choose your side, Sherenas, and with great care. He is not the man he once was. In many ways, she added, we'd do better with Osak. He has not returned, then? No. And no word of where he has gone. Sherenas glanced away. I have advised against confronting Hun Rao, for the moment. Wise. Things need cleaning up first. Sir Rap's brows lifted. Oh? And how will you manage that? Sherenas rose in one fluid motion, the blade leaving the scabbard with a hiss, and then lashing out across the table, taking Sir Rap by the neck. The keen edge cut through, separating the woman's head from her shoulders. As the head pitched forward to thump hard on the tabletop, blood shot from the stump of Sir Rap's neck, like a fountain in a courtyard. But the pulsing torrent was short-lived. Sherenas stepped around the table and gathered up a corner of Sir Rap's cloak. She carefully wiped down her blade. Behind her in the tavern there was absolute silence. Like this, she answered quietly. She studied the head lying on the table, the look of surprise fast fading as all life left the eyes, as the nerves of the face surrendered, slowly sagging. It was, she decided, a rather innocent face. Sherenas sheathed her sword, and then drained the tankard and set it down beside the head. She drew out a coin and snapped it down, and then swung about and strode from the tavern. It was a start. She had a long night ahead of her. Outside once more, shivering in the bitter cold night air, she set out for the Legion camp. Shit! Hun Rao sat up on the bed. The wine was heavy and acrid in his gut, but the sickness suddenly roaring in his skull had little to do with that. Beside him the nameless maid stirred, and said in a slurred voice, What is it? He twisted round, reached out and took hold of the young woman's neck. It felt flimsy in his grip. Look at me, High Priestess. Are you there? He then grunted. Yes, I see that you are. Blood has been spilled. Blood of my family. Someone has murdered Sir Rap, down in the town. The maid's childlike face, round and soft, was darkening above Hun Rao's grip. Voice now rasping, she said, Best awaken the guards, then. Face twisting with disgust, Hun Rao pushed the woman away, hard enough to send her over the far side of the bed. He quickly threw on his clothes and strapped on his sword-belt. He paused then, weaving slightly. No, enough of this. A pulse of sorcerer's power held inside made him suddenly sober. The maid had climbed onto her feet on the other side of the bed, her naked body ghostly pale. How did you do that? Snarling, he spun to face her. Get out! Another surge of sorcery, reaching into the body facing him, grasping hold of that secretive sliver of Sintara, and then tearing it loose, flinging it away like a torn rag. The maid collapsed. Oh, a fine new rumour for Hun Rao now. He kills the women he fucks, strangles them by the marks round the poor girl's neck. Well, yet another sordid cloak to wear. These burdens are enough to make a man drink. He gathered up a fur-lined cape, and then strode from the bedchamber. 2 guards stood at the far end of the corridor. Hun Rao marched towards them. Pult, rouse a squad to guard Vatha Urasander's private chambers. If he wakes to the noise, inform him that we have an assassin in the town below, but that I have begun the hunt. Mirrell, you're with me. As Pult set off towards the troop hall, Mirrell fell in a step behind Hun Rao as he made his way to the keep's central staircase. There's a dead woman in my bedroom, he told her. Never mind the rumours that'll come of that. The High Priestess of Light has a growing thirst for corpses. Not that you can easily tell who's dead and who isn't, once she's done with them. Look for the eyes, Mirrell. They don't match the face around them. The soldier made an obscure warding gesture. Just get rid of it, Hun Rao ordered. No family to inform, I should think. Bury her in the refuse heap below the kitchen chute. And if she comes back to life again, sir? He grunted. I doubt that. I wasn't fooled, you see. But still, oh, take off its legs then, arms too. Sir, I would advise the hog pens rather than the heap. He glanced back at her as they reached the top of the stairs. And the next slice of ham you eat, Myrrel? How will it sit? No, the notion doesn't appeal to me. Perhaps a shallow grave, then. Pick people you trust in this. Of course, sir. And let the soldiers know. No one from the High Priestess's household can be trusted. That's past saying, sir. They reached the main floor opposite the front doors. Good, said Hunral. Off you go, then. Yes, sir. He left her to take care of the maid, and set out across the compound towards the barracks. By rota, a company of Halid Bahan's Golds were quartered there, 5 squads in all. 2 guards stood at post outside the barracks entrance, both coming to attention upon seeing Hunral approach. "Wait the lieutenant," Hunral said to one of them, and then he beckoned the other closer. "Saddle up, soldier, and take this word down to the Legion camp. We're on the hunt for an assassin. Someone has just murdered my cousin, Serap, in the town proper. I want 2 companies to enter Neretsaw and begin looking for the body. We can pick up the trail from there, if need be. Though," he added, "I doubt it will be necessary." Seeing the questioning look on the man's face, Hunral said, "I doubt she's the only intended target this night, soldier." Pausing, hands on hips, he faced the gatehouse. "Civil wars are dirty, but we need to hold fast to our cause." Led by the lieutenant, a young man Hunral did not know, the Golds emerged from the barracks, still buckling on their gear, a few of them swearing at the bitter chill. "Lieutenant," Hunral said, "shape up your soldiers and be smart about it. 1 squad remains on station here. The rest of you, we're marching down into Neretsaw." He gestured at the lieutenant to join him, and then set out at a brisk pace towards the gatehouse and the switchback track that led down into the town. Renard had time to step into a shadow-thick alcove at the gatehouse before the gate swung wide and a rider emerged, pushing his horse into a careless gallop as soon as he was clear of the gate. An instant later, a company of soldiers led by Hunral appeared, moving at a quick pace. When the last soldiers in the column were past, she waited a few moments longer, and then walked back onto the track, just as the gatehouse guards were pushing at the squealing gate. One cursed upon seeing her, clearly frightened by her sudden appearance. She moved forward. "Who's that, then?" the other guard asked, holding up a staying hand. "Renard, summoned by my father." She saw, as lanterns were drawn close, both recognition and suspicion. They would have known, after all, if Urusanda had dispatched any messenger down into Neretsaw. But then one grunted and said to the other, "Captain Serenus left earlier." This man looked inquiringly at Renard, who solemnly nodded. They waved her through. "Not a good night," the first guard said as she passed. "Killings in town below, we heard. Black-skinned assassins, agents of Lord Anamander. Officers of the Legion getting backstabbed. Is what it's come to." "Best stay here at the keep tonight," called out the other guard. She continued on. There were lights in the tower, where Urusanda kept his private abode. She thought she saw a dark shape move past a window, but she could not be sure. The courtyard was slippery underfoot, slick with frost. She glanced over at the squad mustered up near the barracks, and saw some of them watching her as she crossed to the keep's main entrance. She'd probably taken a few of them to her bed, but at this distance and in the uneven light, there was no way to tell. "Father, I should tell you. I have intimate knowledge of your legion, its soldiers with their myriad faces, their singular needs. I know them better than you. It's how certain things blur together, you see? The heat of sex and the heat of battle. Death entwined with love, or something like love, if we are generous enough to gauge the motions there beneath the furs. Tents and temples, beds and altars, the propitiations and the rituals, all the forms of confession, weakness, and desire, the conceits and pride's fragile temerity, all the appetites, Father, flow together in those times, those places. I could list for you the cowards, and the ones who would stand fast. I could speak to you about conscience and grief, and above all, about what a soldier needs. Alas, that need no mortal can answer, though I can see you, Father. I can see you trying. when few others would dare. Shall we give it a name, that need? Dare we venture inward to face that sorrowful child? Tent and temple we raise them to disguise all that haunts our soul. Between lover and priest, I think, it is the lover who can reach closest to that shivering, wide-eyed child. The priest, the priest killed his inner child long ago, and now but plays at wonder, dancing joy's steps with shuffling, self-conscious feet. Consider this, Father. No whore has ever sexually abused a child. I know this. I watch them, my hard women and men of the stained cloth. Some are harsh bitches and bastards, no doubt about that, hardened beyond pain. For all that, they know innocence when they see it. But priests, most are fine, I'm sure, honest, diligent, trustworthy. But what of those few others who took on the robes and vestments for unholy reasons? What did they see, the ones so eager to ruin a child? Best ask the high priestess, Father, because I have no answer to that question. All I know, and I know this with certainty, is that inside that abusing bastard priest there is the corpse of a child, wanting company. She was in the house now, upon the stairs, reaching the landing and making her way towards Urasanda's wing of the keep. Soldiers stood at guard in the corridor. They eyed her warily as she approached. "My father is awake," she said. "Captain Shireen has summoned me to him at his request." They moved aside. One spoke as she passed. "Taking the night off, Renard?" Low laughter, dying away when she opened the door and strode into the first chamber. A desk buried beneath scrolls and the strange seashell cases the Falcon used to store their sacred writing. Behind this misshapen monument, her adoptive father. He had half risen at her appearance, and now upon his weary face there was the look of a cornered man. She recognized that expression. She had seen it on occasion in her tent. Indeed, she had seen it this very night. Renard unclasped her cloak and folded it carefully against the back of a chair. Then she walked over to a side table. "The last wine I had this evening," she said, taking up a decanter and sniffing at the mouth, "was sour." She poured herself a glass. "Father," she said, turning to face him, "I have so many things to say to you." He would not meet her gaze, intent instead on a scroll laid out before him. "It's rather late for a conversation," he said. "If you mean the time of night, then yes, perhaps." "I did not mean the time of night." "Oh, that bulwark," she said, sighing. "I know why you threw it up, of course. Your love for my mother. And what did I do? I went into the camps, into the taverns, to learn a trade. Was I punishing you? Perhaps I was simply bored. Or at that age where rebellion seems a good idea, an idea full of ideals. So many of us, at around my age, will flare bright, with the vague, despondent understanding that it will all fade, our fire, our nerve, the belief that it all means something." He studied her at last, with the heaped desk between them. "Oserk is out there," Renard continued, "flaring bright, somewhere. Me, I didn't walk that far." "Then, Renard, is your rebellion at an end?" Was that hope she saw in his eyes? She couldn't be sure. "Father, I can't give you my reasons, but I know what my choices yielded beyond this much-used body. My mother was an officer in your company. I was her daughter, held apart from her beloved legion. So I knew nothing of it, nothing of a soldier's ways, nothing of my mother's ways." She sipped the wine. "What she did to me, and what you did to Oserk. Well, of your children, one of us at last understands your reasons." She did not think there was enough in her words to make his eyes glisten, and the sudden emotion so exposed and raw in Urasanda shocked her. Looking away, Renard set down the goblet. "A young soldier of the Legion came to me tonight. He came not for my cheap gifts of love, but to confess his crimes. Slaughter of innocents, terrible rapes, a mother, her young boys. He named the squads and the company. Then he stood before me and cut his own throat. Urasanda rose from behind the desk. Then he was directly before her. He moved as if to reach out, to take her into something like an embrace, but something held him back. "Father," she said, "you have troubled children."
"I will make amends, Renard. I promise you, I will make amends."
She would not yield her heart to him, lest it sting with pity. In any case, such feelings within her had sunk into the depths. She did not think she would see them again. "Your high priestess, father, needs to understand. Her temple, the faith she offers, it needs to be more than it is. Speak to her, father. Speak to her of hope. It's not all there simply to serve her. She needs to give something back." She stepped away, retrieving her goblet. She drained it, and then went to her cloak. "My bed is not the place for confessions, especially the bloody kind. As for absolution—" She turned and offered him a faint smile. "Well, that will have to wait. There are things remaining, father, that I still need to learn." The man looked wretched, but then he slowly straightened and met her eye, and nodded.
"I will wait, Renard."
She then felt that promise like a blow to her chest, and quickly angled away to struggle with her cloak and fumble at the clasps. Behind her, Urasanda said,
"Take your old room tonight, Renard.
Just this night. There are dire events in the town below." She hesitated and then nodded. "This night, then? Very well."
"And, Renard, tomorrow morning, I would hear from you the details of that young soldier."
"Of course." But he would not. She would be gone with the dawn. Bedrooms of girls and boys, all the way to tents and temples. Whoever could have imagined the distance possible between them, all in the span of a handful of years? Silan walked through the camp, hunched over against the cold. His wife's new habit of sending him on errands, delivering messages, along with a host of other demeaning tasks, was growing stale. He understood the nature of this punishment, and to begin with he had almost welcomed the escape from her company, better than weathering the contempt in her eyes, the myriad ways of dismissal she had perfected in his presence. Command was a talent, and he was not foolish enough to believe that he possessed it in abundance. Mistakes had been made, and thus far there had been no obvious or direct repercussions. That was fortunate, and Silan had sensed a rebirth of possibilities, the way ahead opening up. He would do better next time. He would show Estala that she had not married the wrong man. Still, an angry woman carved deep trenches, and pulling her from them would not be an easy task. But he would make her see him in a new way, no matter what it took. There had been that boy, that escape, and Grip Gallus. Back then there was pressure, with choices that needed making, the kind of pressure that could stagger anyone in the same direction. Blood to be spilled, and then quickly buried. Moments of panic that could take the surest officer. Well, they were past that now. She was holding this grudge far too long. No one deserved the disgust she seemed so determined to level upon him, not after all these years of marriage. An eventful marriage. No crises and a son. True, he's rejected the soldier's path, but surely we can forgive him that, if only to accept, finally, that his is a weak soul, a soft soul, too tender for most professions. And we well know the harshness of an army's culture, its cruelties. No, it's all for the better, Estala, and all this contempt, for me, for our son, for so many others, it offers no useful salve to your life. You must see that. To reveal tenderness, darling, is not a confession of weakness, and even if it is, then we must all know that weakness with someone. You seek to be strong at all times, in all company. It makes you impatient, it makes you cruel. Still, he was done with delivering mundane messages. He would face her down, this night. There were different kinds of strength, after all. He would show her his, and name it love. He started as a figure joined him, matching his stride. A glance across revealed a hooded, cloaked form and little else.
What is it you wish with me, soldier?
Ah, forgive me, Silan. It is Captain Sharinas, fighting the cold however I can. Though she did not draw back the hood, Silan knew the voice.
Welcome back, Sharinas. Have you just returned, then?
Yes, I was on my way to speak to your wife, in fact.
Ah, then. Well, Miss Tala and I will need to find another night, I suppose. Tomorrow night to work things through, to make it better again.
She is awake, Silan said.
I, too, am on my way back to her.
I assumed as much, Sharinas said. The camp was relatively quiet, as the cold bit ever deeper. A few fires were still lit, making lurid islands of orange, yellow, and red light. But most tents they passed were dark, tied up, as soldiers slept beneath blankets, and, if they were lucky, furs.
Have you reported to Lord Urisander?
Silan asked. I have, she replied. It was extensive. The countryside, Silan, has become a troubled place. Many have died, and few of those were deserving of the violence delivered upon them.
That is always the way in civil war.
Worse, of course, when the victims knew nothing of any civil war. When, alas, they were the first ones to fall to it. Knowledge and intention, Silan, in these circumstances, we can